Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Law&Crime's live coverage of the United States versus Sean Combs. I'm Chris Stewart. It's great to be with you. We're on verdict watch once again. The jury returning to the courthouse as we speak, and they will begin their second day of deliberations. They deliberated for a little more than 5 hours on the first day. A very eventful first day of jury deliberations. Several questions coming in from the jury. We'll be going over all of that this morning. We have a great panel of experts joining us. Serena Townsend, a former prosecutor and criminal defense attorney, is here live, as well as Candace Kelly, a legal analyst who has been in the courtroom during this trial. And also you've seen her on Law and Crime during the trial. We'll be taking your questions as we always do, so drop them in the chat. We already have a couple ready to go. Let's begin by going live, though, as we've started our last few days following this trial here live on Law and Crime, by going to the courthouse in Lower Manhattan, where we find our Sierra Gillespie, the host of Law and Crime Scandal YouTube channel. Sierra, good to see you. Pretty busy day for the most part, considering it was deliberations. What do you make of some of the notes that we've heard from the jury thus far?
Yeah, Chris, good morning. We are about to start day 2 of jury deliberations. And to your point, it was a very eventful day yesterday, right? And there are a couple of different questions or notes that we can kind of parse through. But the one that really struck me most of all is the first question that we received, because we're about 2 hours into deliberations, and I feel like it is normal for jurors to have questions, right? I mean, it's not their job usually to go off and, be a juror. Some are deli clerks, some are architects, they all have their 9-to-5 jobs. They're not used to this. So to me, it makes sense that they got a question. However, the question was not one that I expected at all. It was that juror number 25 could not follow the judge's instructions, which, by the way, so important. That's how we started off Monday morning. Here's what everyone needs to follow in order to reach the verdict. Here's what we need to talk through during deliberations. And it sounded like juror number 25 couldn't necessarily follow the instructions. So right away, this is a stunning revelation, right? I mean, what are we going to make of it? And we could go multiple ways, right? I wasn't in the deliberation room, so I'm not entirely sure what happened. It could be that juror number 25 simply would not follow the instructions, not to sound too Dr. Seuss. Or it could be perhaps, and this is what I've seen in some reporting, is that potentially there was some sort of, I don't want to say language barrier, but maybe a simple misunderstanding. Because, I mean, I'm thinking about myself. I was recently just traveling to Montreal. My French is okay, but my vocab is strictly travel related. It's not, if I all of a sudden was on a jury in Montreal and I had to translate racketeering or RICO, I would be like, wait, hold on, what are we talking about? So I'm wondering if potentially maybe it was something like that. They were sent back to deliberate, and they continued on for a couple more hours after that. So I don't know, it could go either way, but I have huge questions about juror number 25, and then of course the question that ended yesterday.
Yeah, and it's fascinating because you think of how long the testimony's gone, and then I just imagine you get to the deliberation room. It was at 1:27 in the afternoon that they received a note that juror 25 and the jury had said, we believe cannot follow your instructions. So it was a couple hours into this that they realized that they were having a bit of an issue. We didn't hear about that juror. Then when the second note came in, which we'll talk about with our panel in a bit, which came in at 4:49 p.m. If an individual asks for a controlled substance and the person hands it over, is it distribution? So that was the other kind of question that stood out to us that the jury had asked right before they went home for the day. Sierra, we do have our first question coming in from the chat. If you're watching us right now, good morning. Thanks for joining us. Be sure to drop in your questions. We'll read them live on the air. With Diddy's apology video, this is asked by Joanna M. With Diddy's apology video where he confesses himself to doing it, why are we taking so long for a guilty verdict?
Oh, this is such a great question. Thank you to all of our viewers who have been writing in. And this is something, this Diddy video that he posted to Instagram in May of 2024 following the release of that Intercontinental video. Of course, you guys know it now. Jurors have seen it. It was first leaked, quote unquote, to CNN. This is something that we talk about all the time on my channel, Scandal. So I just have to take a minute and remind you guys, If you like what you're seeing, make sure to subscribe to our channel. We talk all things at the moment P. Diddy, but beyond that, anything that's sort of celebrity crime or gossip or drama. Make sure to subscribe because there's a lot of things, and this falls right into it, okay? So we see this video, this intercontinental video, which is harrowing, by the way. And in opening statements, the defense, Tenny Garrigo, she simply said, yes, that was domestic violence. They straight say, hand up, yes, that was. And that was really the first time we heard from Diddy, his voice, his face, amongst these many civil lawsuits where he says, I hurt that woman. Actually, we have the clip up, so if any of you guys haven't seen it, let's just play it right now before I answer the rest of the question.
It's so difficult to reflect on the darkest times in your life. Sometimes you got to do that. I was up. I mean, I hit rock bottom, but I make no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video. I'm disgusted. I was disgusted then when I did it. I'm disgusted now. I went and I sought out professional help. I had to go into therapy, go into rehab. Had to ask God for his mercy and grace. I'm so sorry. But I'm committed to be a better man each and every day. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm truly sorry.
And I just have to remind you guys the timeline in all of this, right? Okay, so Cassie files her lawsuit in November of 2023. It's settled within 24 hours. We do hear more from her, right? Actually in this courthouse behind me eventually. Then we get a flurry of lawsuits. We're talking Lil Rod, the original Jane Doe, Liza Gardner. I mean, all of these are coming out. Then that video in May of 2024, and now we hear from Diddy for the first time, minus a statement posted to his Instagram in December of 2023. So we're hearing that. It's shocking. And then I'm starting to wonder, after the indictment, will P. Diddy take the stand, especially after he says, yes, I did that. He admitted to it. Well, we all know at this point, Diddy chose not to take the stand, which I'm sure, Chris, you can talk with Serena and Candace about that. It seems like, in my opinion, might have been the correct decision. But to the question that we had from our viewer, why is it taking so long in deliberation if we already have this video? To which I say, this was a domestic violence incident that he said that he's admitting to, and he's not charged with any sort of domestic violence. I mean, we're talking racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, and transportation to engage in prostitution. And while DV and domestic violence doesn't look good and in fact is bad, I don't know if it necessarily proves all of those things. I mean, we heard from the government, we heard from the defense, we heard from both sides. And also, by the way, 5.5 hours of deliberation to me doesn't seem very long. I think it's good. I think it's a good sign showing that the jurors are doing their job and talking things out, Chris.
Yeah, and just a note on that apology video as well, he deleted it after it was posted, as if, as someone with millions of followers, that we in the media and everybody else wouldn't save the video or forget about it. I also remember 50 Cent, who's been pretty vocal during this trial and heading into the trial. I remember him commenting something along the lines of like, fire your PR person, after Diddy posted that apology video. Sierra Gillespie outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. We'll check in with you at the end of this hour. And I know you'll also be hosting our live stream coverage from 4 to 5. We're going to be live throughout the day here on Law and Crime. Jesse Weber will be coming up at noon as well as we continue to follow these jury deliberations. And if there is a verdict, we'll also be firing up the live stream here and bring you analysis live. Sierra Gillespie, the host of Scandal on Law and Crime, thank you for taking the time to be with us. We'll talk to you shortly.
Thanks, Chris. Talk soon.
All right, let's bring in our panel of guests. We have Candace Kelly, a legal analyst and professor of media law at Rowan University, who has also been in the courtroom during this trial. So I'm excited to get your thoughts on this jury, what you were able to take away from this jury, and any details you can give. And also Serena Townsend, a criminal defense attorney and a former prosecutor. Serena, Rosa Hernandez says, I love Serena Townsend. So fan favorite, we'll start off with you right out of the gate. Question coming in from ZeroCool278. How come the jury selected the foreperson and not the judge in this case?
So that is standard practice. And it's very interesting because with the foreperson, we shouldn't get confused. The foreperson doesn't have any additional say or any more weight than any other juror. They're just like any other juror. All they really are is the person who signs the jury note. Sometimes they're the ones who actually write the jury note, but they don't have to be. And they're the person, of course, who announces the verdict. So, in a way, psychologically, they end up being like the leader of the pack, the leader of those deliberations. But in reality, they don't have any additional weight as any other juror. And it is standard practice for them to just figure it out themselves.
Update coming in from the courtroom. The judge has gone to the bench. I know yesterday he is on the bench right now. So I know yesterday he said that they weren't going to meet in the morning in the courthouse, that the jurors would be able to show up at 9 o'clock and just continue on with their deliberations. So we'll see if there's any updates that come in, especially related to some of the notes that we heard from the jury yesterday. Candace, you spent time during this trial in the courtroom. When you hear about this juror number 25, he's a male, he's a scientist, 51 years old, what do you make of that note coming back in the first couple hours of deliberations?
Well, from what we understand about this particular juror, he has an accent. And so the first time that I heard the note, I thought maybe there was a comprehension problem. And like Sierra just said, was it comprehension or was it something that he just didn't want to do when you get this note saying he's unable to really follow the law? So that was my first thought. The other thought was that he's not one of those jurors that, to me, that when I'm in the courtroom and I look at him and his actions, he's not someone who's as energetic and kind of puts something on their face where we can kind of try to read. He happens not to be one of those people. But it did get me to thinking that, wow, I think that was right before 2 hours that we got that note. There might be a few more problems, right? Unless this foreperson, as you said, who's the person who sits in a room and kind of galvanizes and makes sure that everybody is on track and make sure that this person speaks and this person speaks, unless they get that together, there is going to be a problem. It was interesting that he asked the judge to please speak to this juror. That is not a good sign. But the fact that we heard later notes that seemed to move on perhaps from that, that was a good feeling for me to say, okay, maybe they have moved on and it's not going to be as much of a problem as I thought initially.
Right. Yeah. And this foreperson that's been selected, I know Elizabeth Milner was talking about this yesterday with Jesse. He's an investment analyst, just 31 years old. Think of the responsibility now on his shoulders. He's a Connecticut Country Club member and plays sports, video games, and considers himself religious. So it gives you a little bit of an idea of the foreperson on this jury. Serena, we have another question coming in. Why wouldn't the judge sequester this jury? This is from MC. This case is so high profile and it feels like there's too much media frenzy around this.
Yeah, I think just over the course of time, we have discovered that sequestering a jury is just really bad for people. It's bad for jurors. They're away from their families. And I don't think that in a cost benefit analysis, we ended up getting any better verdicts or any more valid verdicts from sequestered jurors than non-sequestered jurors. I definitely understand the question. I agree. You would think like this is so high profile. We really want to make sure that they're not doing anything wrong. They're not going online. They're not talking to their family because it is a really, really hard job. The temptation is crazy for these jurors. They must want to do all of those things. And so, yeah, you would think that sequestering them would be a good idea. But overall, we as a society have just kind of moved away from sequestering juries unless it's really, 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 truly necessary. It's very difficult for the psyche of a person to be sequestered for such a long period of time away from their normal life.
And Candace, let's talk about the other note that was sent, a question that came in at 4:49. So this was right before they ended the day. If an individual asks for a controlled substance and the person hands it over, is it distribution? What part of the testimony that you heard in covering this trial do you think the jury is talking about when they're asking this question?
So we know, first of all, that they are in RICO. And if they're going through the way that the judge actually presented the jury instructions, he talked about a few things first in terms of aiding and abetting and things of that nature. But the first law that he really talked about was the RICO statute. So if they're going in order, they are in RICO and they're talking that predicate drug offense. So they want to know if Sean Combs gave someone a drug, but they asked, does that still count as distribution? So when we look at the testimony, we hear from many people, whether it's Jane, whether it's Cassie, who have said that, hey, Sean is the one who gave me these drugs. In fact, we heard Cassie's former roommate and former very good friend, who they met when they were 14 years old as models, say that Cassie was never on drugs at all, at all. So the fact that she is this drug addict is something that she knows Sean Combs led her to. So when we look at this whole idea of distribution, we're looking at whether or not Sean Combs is the one who gave Cassie the drugs, for example, or gave Mia the drugs, or gave Jane the drugs, or gave anybody the drugs. That's what we are talking about. The judge said, look, you have to go back to the jury instructions. I can't interpret that for you, but I think it would make sense that they might come to a yes on that. I can't imagine that you would have someone say, for example, maybe it's say I'm selling drugs to someone because they asked for it. That doesn't let me off the hook just because they asked for it. Again, I don't know the answer, but I could imagine how they could get to that particular answer that I just came to. You gave it to them, so therefore that's distribution, even if it's just one person.
Right. And the judge, again, on the bench right now, we're waiting for an update from the courtroom because at the end of yesterday, around 5 o'clock, when the jury said they were going to go home, the judge said that they would get an answer to that question from the jury. So we'll hear what they say when that, we're expecting it at any minute, really, at this point. Questions now coming in from about Christina Coram, Diddy's, his words, right-hand man. She was not called to testify in this trial, but she came up a lot. And you got to wonder if the jurors are talking about her already because she was such a prominent figure in the arguments that the prosecution made throughout the 7 weeks of testimony. I have a question coming in. Serena, I'll go to you. Jackie Reed asks, will we ever find out why KK was not called to testify?
Well, you'll find out if an indictment drops against her.
Yeah.
I do think at some point we may find out. We may not. Look, it could be that she was another cooperator and we just don't know about it. These kinds of deals that are made behind closed doors with prosecutors are sometimes, sometimes we get to peek behind the curtain of those because it comes out during certain testimony or because, like we've been talking about, some of them actually testify against the big fish. She has been shrouded in secrecy. It's true. We don't know. Did she cooperate? Are they coming up with an indictment against her? Was she going to cooperate and then got cold feet? We don't really know, but there's certain things that we'll never find out. I do think we're going to find out a little bit about what she did, what her role was, and whether she herself is under investigation as going to be indicted for her role in this whole situation.
I also just want to know, where she is. Where has she been hiding out for the last couple of months? Candace, for you, another question, Christina Coram related. This is from Linda Mima. Will KK most likely have her own trial?
Possibly, if there is an indictment. But we have to think of KK in this way, in my opinion. KK was available to both sides, right? So I'm sure that they both did the due diligence to say, could we use her? And we don't know if there was a deal that was made. As she just said, we don't know what's going on behind closed doors. But that being said, neither one of them thought strong enough, based upon their own, what was going on in their defense and prosecutorial worlds, to bring her there. The other thing is that during the summary witnesses, we saw dozens of pages of charts, of digital evidence, of emails, of texts that brought KK in. And so they kind of did put her at the scene in many situations without physically having to put her on the stand. Because once we put her on the stand, we don't know what she'll say for either side. And they definitely had to have thought about that, weighed that, and at the end decided against that. Could there be an indictment? Could there be a trial for KK? Absolutely.
Could you imagine what the days would have been for that witness testimony, though? I mean, think about following the transcript, pins and needles. So that was taken from us. Obviously, perhaps a smart decision that she didn't go on the stand. Let's go to our first poll actually coming in. Which factor do you think influenced the jury the most? More than 1,000 of you voted. We appreciate you joining us this morning. Witness testimony, 54%, surveillance, 17%. Defense strategy was 15%, and then prosecution narrative, 13%. When you see the witness testimony, Serena, at 54%, obviously these are our viewers voting on this, not a jury. If that's how the jury is seeing it, that the witness testimony is driving their decision of whether Sean Combs is guilty, is that good or bad for the prosecution?
First of all, I love this poll. I love this question because as a trial attorney myself, I always want to know what the people are thinking, what is affecting them, how they're thinking about different things and different pieces of evidence. And testimonial evidence, that is witness testimony, is clearly driving this whole deliberation. And, at least with the Law and Crime viewers, I actually think it favors the prosecution because there were no witness testimony for the defense. So I think if people are really hinging on what the witness testimony said, I mean, unless people are saying that they are thinking poorly about the witness testimony, that they felt that the witnesses did not testify well, and that the defense got a lot of good jabs against those witnesses on the stand, which is also possible. But I do think that your viewers are right, because that's the bulk of the evidence here is witness testimony. And they're also right because the surveillance video, as much as it kind of fills in some of the blanks and it, colors some of that in for us, it shouldn't necessarily be the driving force because, as we've covered for this whole trial, that domestic violence situation against Cassie is not specifically charged in this case. It is used as context, but it's not necessarily a charge in the case. There's no assault specifically against Cassie to deliberate about. So I agree with the viewers. I think the testimony is super important here. And I also found it interesting that they're almost split down the middle between the defense and prosecutors, closing arguments or strategy. I think that's interesting. And I think that we're going to see that reflected in the jury deliberations too.
Yeah, always good to agree with our viewers as well. I know they like that. Old Hollywood Angels chiming in this morning. Good morning to you, because I know you've been with us each day as we've been live following this trial, Candace. How long is too long for a verdict to take place? Can this take as long as it needs? What's the time limit? And you think of the 4th of July coming up on Friday, so it's a short week.
Listen, that is a great question, especially with July 4th coming up. Here's the deal. They can deliberate for as long as they want. I mean, do they want it to go for 2 months? No, they don't want it to go for 2 more days. We've got July 4th coming up. Last week, it was 104 degrees on one of these days. These people are coming to and from this particular courthouse, and it can be very, very straining on one. I think that when we look at something like Rico with R. Kelly's case, which I also covered, it took about 22 hours in one of his cases, 11 hours in another case. I mean, Kenneth Raniere, 4 hours. It really depends. It depends upon all the evidence. The fact that we are at 5.5 hours and we're still in RICO and we're still in those predicate crimes, which their last question was about, a predicate crime of drug distribution, they're not going to have a verdict today. I mean, there's no way. I would imagine that it's going to come before the 4th. I can imagine that tomorrow they might wrap up some of the details, all get confirmed by the end of a long day, right? Because they can also go beyond the courthouse closes. And then maybe come back the day after, regroup and say, are we still on the same page? So I would say totality, 2.5 days.
I think that's a great point because, I mean, the jury instructions themselves are 62 pages long. So you're going through that, trying to figure it out, make sure everybody understands it. Clearly, there was the issue with juror number 25 yesterday, at least showing that there's a little bit of confusion about that. Then you get into the charges, like the RICO charge, where you're figuring out those underlying crimes and piecing together everything you heard over the past 7 weeks. It's a lot to get through, and then finally getting to the point of making a decision. We do have a super chat question coming in from Kelly Bezick. We really appreciate that. Serena, I'll go to you with it. Consent can't be used as a legal defense against sex trafficking, but there are alternative strategies that seem identical. How is that true?
Well, you could use any legal strategy that you can in order to get out of a guilty verdict. Honestly, a defense is going to try its best to choose the strategy that's going to bolster their story most. Obviously, consent can be given and withdrawn at any time. And so it's difficult for anybody to say, oh, this didn't happen. He can't be found guilty because she consented. There's enough testimony, in my opinion, to show that consent was in fact withdrawn. And so you can't necessarily put all your eggs in that basket. And so I think what you're trying to say is like, how can you have conflicting strategies? You're right. I mean, it gets confusing to a jury. I think it's very important for a defense and even also for a prosecution to really zero in on that strategy and, kind of swing it on home. You can't be going left and right. You can't be saying, well, maybe it's this, maybe it's that, maybe she consented, maybe she didn't. So yeah, I mean, it gets a little bit confusing, and I don't know. You just kind of have to go with it. You have to pick something that's going to get him off. There was so much testimony here to bury him, I think, that they had to go with something, even if it sounded inconsistent.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of stuff to go through in that jury room, Candace. Another question coming in related to juror number 25, who's the one yesterday the jury sent a note about, saying that he may have issues just understanding the directions that the judge gave. The question comes from Lucy Whitaker. If number 25 cannot follow the judge instructions, will he get replaced or given chance to figure it out?
Listen, B, he's got to get a chance to figure it out. They've started deliberations. There's been nothing that's been put on record that says he's going to be acting in any way that goes against the grain of how the jury system works. He just simply didn't understand, and they didn't understand what they needed to do. Unless you've been on a jury, you really don't understand the rules and guidelines. So asking questions is okay. And the fact that he had a question and wanted to make sure that he could be kind of guided through this, that's okay. He is not going anywhere at this point. They're going to continue. And the worst thing to do is to interrupt the whole process of the jury system and the whole process of making sure that people get their voices heard. You don't want to mess with the jury at all. You just want to have them be put in their place. And until they come out, whether it's 2 weeks, 2 days, or 2 months, we will wait for you to come up with your decision to make sure that justice is served.
Could you imagine if it's 2 months and we're here every single morning for the next 2 months? I don't hate it. I love it, but it certainly would take up the morning. Question, Serena, coming in from Show and Tell Knitting. Aren't the names of the jurors known from voir dire, which is the process of when the jurors are selected, or when they're sworn in? What protects them from the press hounding them or Diddy stalking them after the trial?
A great question. Yes, their names are known. It is not buried. It is not hidden. They don't get into like witness protection. And, you know, some of those jurors might take advantage of that. Like some of them after the case, we've seen that in other high profile cases, they could, you know, write a book about it. They could get their interviews. And sometimes people parlay their experience into a whole new career for themselves. But on the other hand, you're right. It is a very scary position to be in. You know, think of it as comparing them to the victims that testified against Diddy. They too are afraid to point the finger at him. And if a jury comes back guilty, you know, Diddy is not alone, as he's being charged, in fact, with this RICO crime, right? He could have other people who do his dirty work for him. And so if you're a juror finding him guilty, it probably is kind of scary. Like, who are his associates that could stalk you or go against you? They really do not have protection. What I will say is, if there is a verifiable threat, if a juror actually has, you know, something, people calling them, people visiting them, then of course they could, you know, go to law enforcement and try to get protection there. But there's nothing just like built in to the system that protects them immediately.
Have a few more updates coming in from court, and this is the back and forth that we're hearing from the prosecution and the defense related to the question about drug distribution that came in yesterday just before the jury went home. I'm going to read it for you from the information we're getting. The judge says, "I'm adopting the government's answer to the drug distribution question." Combs' defense attorney Driscoll says, "Can we just put something on the record about sole possession? The definition of distribution would mislead the jury." The judge then says, "Both sides agreed to this definition without question. So what is it?" Combs' defense attorney says, "1 second." And then the assistant U.S. attorney Comey says they're trying to mislead the jury. Then more from court, another update here. The judge says they have been specific in their question, and so is this answer. Combs Driscoll, Your Honor, can you just mark our defense proposal as a court exhibit? Yes. Serena, what do you make of the back and forth as the prosecution and defense, after they were very detailed in figuring out these jury instructions, in the wake of this question from the jury, here they are going back and forth some more?
Yeah, so I think that, you know, the judge is going to want to simplify this as much as possible for the jury. It sounds like the judge is adopting the prosecution's position here to get a pretty easy answer to the jury with these questions. And the defense wants to, you know, elaborate a little bit more. They don't want a jury to they don't want a jury to think that it's so easy. You know, a defense usually wants to make it a little bit more complicated for a jury, because the more complicated it is, the more reasonable doubt. And so that, I think, is what Ms. Comey, the prosecutor, was trying to say, like, oh, you know, the defense is just trying to mislead the jury, trying to confuse the jury. And the judge, as the referee, is really trying to simplify everything as much as possible. They do not want a mistrial. They do not want a ton more notes with clarifying questions being asked. Judge wants to really streamline things. And then you hear the defense say, well, can you at least mark our position as a court exhibit? So what the defense is trying to do is say, okay, judge, well, if you're not going to give us what we want to at least lay a foundation for a potential appeal down the road. Mark this as an exhibit. Like, let's put a stake in it. Let's make it clear on the record what we wanted, what you did not give us, so that if we lose down the road, we could use this as another avenue for appeal, that you didn't give us an instruction that we were entitled to.
Updates coming in from court again. The parties have adjourned after the judge's yes, which the yes is to the question of if an individual asks for a controlled substance and that person hands it over, is it distribution? The judge answering the jury's question again with a simple yes. We do believe that deliberations started at the top of the hour, so that would put us now at 6 hours of jury deliberations. Candace, I want to turn to you because you have been in this courtroom during the trial. You have seen this jury. We were talking specifically about juror number 25, but we've only seen the courtroom sketches. You've seen this jury. What stood out to you about them, the way that they took in this testimony, especially when I think of Cassie Ventura, I think of Jane, how emotional they were on the stand, certainly the freak-off videos that they had to see. What stood out to you?
Well, let's start with the freak-off videos, because there was such a reaction by the jurors. During the first couple of weeks of the trial, what the jurors were seeing were just pictures. It was only during the last couple of weeks of trial that they started opening up the door to have moving video. And there were jurors who ripped off their headphones because it was a lot. It's a lot, especially in the morning, because you're taking in a lot of pornographic, what we would understand as pornographic video and information. And if you are not exposed to that and haven't looked to that, it can be very, very jarring. There were other times where there were some jurors who just did not have the poker face. 2 or 3 in particular from day one. Sometimes they would look at the audience to even look at what people were thinking about in the gallery, maybe to get some eye contact. Many times, most of the times it translated as, I don't believe this, do you? So I think it was really interesting to see how just progressively things kind of turned out in terms of how much they were giving. Now, when it came to the point where Sean Combs got in trouble for potentially communicating by his nods and his head shakes with the jury, well, then that's when things kind of settled down a little bit. He got a warning. I don't know if the jurors got a warning, but it certainly made a difference in terms of the physicality and the emotions and what they showed on their face in terms of reaction. That slowed down a lot. Nobody wants to be in trouble. And certainly Sean Combs got admonished by the judge. You got to stop doing this. There should be no communication. The jury should not have any type of facial expression the best that they can. I mean, yeah, they're going to laugh. They're going to wince maybe every once in a while. But during those first 2 weeks especially, they were very, very interactive, shall I say, with their facial expressions.
I remember Elizabeth Milner, our in-court reporter, who will be joining the live stream around noon, as she typically does with our Jesse Weber, just talking about how emotional it was specifically during Cassie's testimony right at the beginning of this trial. And now, 6-7 weeks later, how does that play out in the jury room, where we showed you those images of what is a pretty bland room, but it gives you an idea of the environment that these jurors are in as they're trying to figure out the fate of Sean Combs. We do have a super chat question coming in once again from Kelly Bezick. We appreciate you so much for sending your second super chat question of the day. Serena, Mark Agnifalo's narrative, lifestyle choice, etc., mirrors his defense for Keith Raniere, who many people may remember from the Nexium cult. Is it easier to use same narrative, or there's no other option?
What a great question. Is he just like taking out his summation from his previous trial and revamping it? That's such a good question, because there are limits really to what you could argue in these kinds of cases. And so it's not necessarily surprising that he's going with that vibe and that kind of narrative. But yeah, I don't know how successful it was the last time. So maybe that needs to be polished up a bit. But you are identifying something very interesting, which is a defense attorney only has so many things that they could say in defense of a person. Usually it's, it wasn't me, it was somebody else. You got the wrong guy, misidentification. That can't happen here. Or it was, that a witness forgot or they have a motive to lie. Maybe you can delve into that a little bit here. And then, of course, there's this consent aspect. And I think that that's what he's dancing around. It's not pure consent, but it's a lifestyle choice, as you say. And as he said, really. And I think that's really the only option. You identified it. It's really the only option that he could have gone with. There's not much else he could say here.
Yeah, let's see how effective it is this time around. Another poll result coming in. This is a good question. Would you want to serve on a high-profile jury? Yes, I do my duty, says 52%. No, too much pressure, 28%. Only if anonymous, 18%. I have before, so let's run it back. 1%. Shout out to the 1% out there today. 1.6 thousand of you voting on this. Candace, good question here too from Daniel Daniels. Is there compensation for jury duty or is there just pizza afterwards?
There is compensation. But in New York, what is it, like $50, $60 a day? You really do have to plan, just kind of springing off that previous question. You have to plan your life, because if you are in a job where you're getting paid a per diem and you only get money where you go to work, you probably are fighting for, I do not need to be on this jury. I can, it's a financial burden. But even if not, you can't get fired from your job if you serve on a jury. That's one of the rules that has been outlined by the system. But the truth is that you do have to give up a part of your life, your family. Again, we talked about being sequestered. It doesn't really bode well when you have someone that is sequestered. People who are sequestered, it can be a very kind of frightening, tough experience because they don't have any access to the outside world. You want someone who's going to be as happy as a juror as they can be in order to give a good verdict. So they do get paid, but certainly it's not going to make up for anybody's salary.
No. A good question here, Serena, coming in as well. Amanda Tavares. I'm curious to know what's the longest you've had to wait for a jury to come back?
Oh my God. And it's excruciating when you have to wait because the heart is pounding. I usually get quick, good verdicts for myself. But it could go. I think the longest I ever had to wait was like 4 days. And that was a long one. And we joke kind of in our own trial lawyer community about the Friday verdict. And we were touching on this a little bit earlier with July 4th coming up. And I agree that I think Thursday is going to be the day that we get a verdict here because it's the equivalent of a Friday verdict in this type of week where there is no Friday. But basically what that means is, the jury, they want to get it right, but they also have other things going on in their lives. And they sometimes set this like internal, maybe they don't even realize it, but this internal timeline where they're like, okay, if we don't have something by this date, it's ridiculous. We just got to end it at some point. So yeah, I mean, the longest I've ever had was 4 days. But usually it's about 2 days, maybe 3 in a situation like this. And then of course the Friday verdict vibe.
Yeah, we'll see if it's a Thursday verdict this time around. Candace, good question here too from Dr. Dean Butler. If Diddy walks free after all of this, then what? Does he still have a home to go back to, or has that life collapsed? And what about this? What about all his so-called friends? Will they come back to him?
My guess is this. First of all, physically, sure, he has a home to go to. He hired a forfeiture asset specialist to kind of deal with anything that might be down the pike. But we have to think about those dozens of civil lawsuits that even once he goes free, he's going to be back in court, whether it's for himself, whether it's for, a recently filed case that involved him and his son, allegedly. He has dozens of civil lawsuits that he's going to have to deal with. So financially, it's going to be different. We know that while he went into this, he was worth almost $1 billion. If you go ahead and Google and look at people and experts to talk about his worth, they say now about $400 million. So we know that he is spending a lot for attorney's fees, not just now in court, but to work the court cases that have come down the pike already. So he's going to come out. He might be a free man in terms of his physicality, but mentally, he is back at it at this type of a situation in terms of defending himself, paying attorneys, and figuring out what is my defense going to be. But the homes, they are still there. He didn't have to do anything in terms of selling them. But again, free in his mind, not quite yet. Not for a very long time.
And yeah, I mean, dozens of lawsuits in the civil world that he is currently facing. So even if he's able to walk, which I know a lot of people we've had on would say a clean, just not guilty across the board. A lot of people say that that's not likely. We'll see what the jury decides. Candace, since you were in the courtroom as well, I have another one for you. This was actually a line from CNN we just saw that Combs, as he was in there, he briefly talked to his mom. And he said something along the lines of everything's going to be all right. He's being then brought back into kind of a room where he can wait out the deliberations. What stood out to you, especially for so many of us? I keep talking about this of like, we grew up with Sean Combs. We have a vision in our mind of who P. Diddy, Puff Daddy, who he was for such a long period of time. But then we see the sketches and he's in the sweater and he's got the gray hair. Even though he thought apparently that he looked like a koala when he was there. But I mean, the person we see here on the screen, that's the Sean Combs I think about. Who's the Sean Combs that you've seen in the courtroom?
So, what's interesting is that I will sometimes spend time in the spillover room as well as the courtroom. In the courtroom, you can see Sean Combs, obviously, the back of him a lot. But when he comes in, especially even just from that first week and on, and this has been his kind of MO, he will come in, he will say hello to people individually. He will look you sometimes in the eye. He will grab his hands and clasp them and kind of bow down a little bit. Always very interactive with his family, who has been there on a consistent basis, especially his mom. Also, when the doors close, if you look through the cracks, you can see that sometimes he's able to interact with his family a little bit more than what we see with him just saying hello. He got a note the other day from someone in his family, and he looked back and smiled and put his fist up. He is all gray. When you're in the spillover room, you get a lot of people, especially people from out of country or who are coming, during their lunch. They just want to look at him. And they always look on the screen and they say, where is he? Where is he? And for those of us who are there, we say, just look for the gray, because he's gray on top. He's gray with his beard. Sometimes the camera is not that great. So his sweater is looking gray. It's just like a vision of white, but you can at least see him kind of moving or kind of nodding his head or even passing a note. This is someone who knows his audience. I mean, so he's definitely always looking at the jury, looking back. He has a lot of interaction. There was a woman one day who was pregnant, and he asked her, "Oh, when are you due? Are you all right?" So he's able to verbally have conversations with people out there in the audience, especially just as he's walking in. Of course, once he sits and everything becomes formal, all we see is his back if you are in the courtroom. If you're in the spillover room, you see him from the front, and you get a lot more of an idea about what he's doing. But I remember one time, and specifically, when he did have the time to talk to the judge, I think it was at the time where he said, "No, I will not be taking the stand." He told the judge, "Hey, you're doing a good job," which I thought was so interesting. I mean, this is a man who is always used to giving his opinions, giving his assessment. And it didn't stop at this judge where he said, "Judge, hey, by the way, I think you're doing a good job."
And Candace, I kind of buried the lead on also that I know you went to school with Sean Combs at Howard. Just knowing him then, and then you see him now, and you've covered him certainly as he's been a public person, but just what was your reaction when you first saw him in that environment, a little bit grayer than all of us may remember, and have just, from that part of knowing Sean Combs, just seeing how he's reacted and acted during this trial?
Yeah, I went to Howard with him. We had 1 year that overlapped. So I remember him just specifically a couple times being on the yard in the middle of campus, handing out flyers, doing what we know him to do now, which is he was handing out flyers for a party. So he was always into marketing. That's the kind of the level. Like I remember what he had on and everything. I can see him because he was always doing these flyers. Then I covered him in 2001, the shooting trial. And I gave gavel to gavel coverage when I worked at BET News. And that was not a gray Sean Combs. That was a confident Sean Combs who took the stand on his behalf. And many people know Jamal Shine Barrel and what happened with that. If not, it is a great Google, and there's a great documentary on Jamal Shine Barrel. So that was a little jarring even then to see the gray-haired Sean Combs. Fast forward 24 years later, back in court again. This was the most kind of surprising reaction that I had of myself, because really he was just all gray. But he is in his 50s. And if we see him, he's obviously dyeing his hair. We saw a little bit of the gray-haired Sean Combs during COVID, right, when nobody could go and get their hair cut. But with the beard and the hair, the first week he did not cut his hair, the first couple of weeks. So it was, it was puffy and not shaped. Now it is shaped. But that first image, and he has something wrong with his leg on some days where he's limping. His reading glasses are slightly thicker. So if this was someone who was sitting 4 tables down at a restaurant, you would not recognize him. So it was pretty jarring to see, and about 20, 25 pounds lost off of him. You might pass him in the street or in a restaurant, unrecognizable in my estimation. Absolutely.
Wow, that's incredible. And speaking of the gray, I remember in the evidence pictures from his house in Miami that was raided by federal agents, not only was there the Astroglide and all that stuff, there was a lot of Rogaine that you just saw on the wall. Not that that was an illegal substance that they had to take, but it just kind of showed. I mean, he's 55 years old. Everybody ages, but without having those type of things in custody, it's fascinating to think of what he looks like, because so many of us have just seen sketches. I want to read another update coming in from the judge, and then our Elizabeth Milner is going to join us here in a moment, who has been in the courtroom every single day. I know all of you know her incredibly well, but this is what the judge said. He said he will send the jury a note saying, in response to the jury's question, the court refers to the jury to page 37, lines 1 through 3 of its jury charge, and then quotes the language from the instructions. This is from just an article from CNN. The word distribution means actual, constructive, or attempted transfer. To distribute simply means to deliver, to pass over, or to hand over something to another person, or to cause it to be delivered, passed on, or handed over to another. Distribution does not require a sale. The judge rejected other proposed language from both prosecutors and defense attorneys. The defense had suggested referring the jury back to the full set of instructions or other parts of the charge, while prosecutors had proposed simply responding yes. So a little bit of a context to the response that we heard from the question about drug distribution that came in from the jury late yesterday. Let's get out to our Elizabeth Milner, who is live outside of the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Elizabeth, we're more than 6 hours now into jury deliberations. We've seen the judge respond a bit to these jury questions. What's standing out to you?
I'm so sorry, Chris. Can you repeat that question
one
more time?
Good morning. Hey, just what stands out to you? I know you have been really busy. You're running across traffic to get to us live here, so I appreciate it. So we have the judge responding to the jury question that came in yesterday from related to drug distribution. What stands out to you about how the judge handled that and what the jury may be thinking about?
Yeah, it was an interesting way the judge handled it, because I think from the defense's perspective, they were really trying to get the judge to pretty much signal back to the jury that they wanted the whole instruction to kind of be taken into consideration. Whereas the judge, from his point of view, he was like, they asked a very specific question, so I'm going to give them a very specific answer. It'd be improper of me to just add more. I don't want to mislead the jury. I don't want to confuse them, any of that. And so the judge ended up saying that again. He said he didn't want to do damage to tell them to consider the instruction as a whole. The government, as you had pointed out, Chris, was saying, well, our concern is about the instruction as a whole, is whether or not they have questions about the element and not the charge as a whole. And the government saying that they were concerned if they talk about the charge as a whole, it would make it more confusing, possibly misleading. And I think there were points where, again, the defense was kind of like, okay, well, they are asking these questions. You should refer to them, for example, on page 38, lines 3 through 7. They were kind of pointing that out in the specific jury charge. But the government, again, saying that this was misleading, the judge kind of siding with the government in this particular argument, saying that, as the government noted, this relates to possession with intent to distribute, as far as the specific lines the defense was kind of pointing to during their argument. But the judge says we're going to refer upon the agreed upon language, and then they'll proceed as the court kind of said initially too. So I think the arguments were a little tense this morning, kind of from the defense's perspective, because I think that they might be possibly a little concerned at this point. But again, it might be too early to tell. Like you said, Chris, we're kind of approaching. 6.5 hours of deliberations almost. Right. We're still past the 6-hour mark. And so while it's still pretty early this morning, it seems like the jury kind of is making a little bit of headway here.
And no comment thus far. To your perspective, juror number 25, who had everybody abuzz yesterday that there was suddenly, nullified, jury, and everybody, was jumping to this conclusion that this jury was going to be deadlocked from the beginning. We haven't heard anything about that juror so far today or since that note came in around 1:30 yesterday.
Right, exactly. We haven't heard anything. I think a lot of people, again, are kind of jumping to conclusions kind of quickly, and we just don't know what all that means. This particular juror can't follow instructions. Is it a language barrier issue? Is it something else that's going on? I mean, it's a lot of instruction, a lot of legalese that this jury has to interpret, and it can be kind of confusing. So I think as far as just the interpretation of that particular note, given that they have still been going hours and hours into their deliberations, maybe it's too soon to jump to conclusions, especially since we don't know the full story.
And I know Diddy was in the courtroom. He talked to his mom briefly this morning. What stood out to you about how he's doing as these deliberations are going on?
I can only imagine how he's feeling right now, honestly, because think about it. This is really the fight for his life. I mean, the jury has his future in their hands right now as they're kind of weighing the decision, whether or not the defendant will be found guilty or not guilty, whether it'll be a split verdict. We don't know, right? But in terms of just the way Diddy was looking, I can only imagine, again, what's going on through his mind. But is he going to come in and kind of look like the weight is all on his shoulders? Not necessarily. And so when he came in, he kind of did what he normally does. He smiles at his attorney. He either shakes their hands, dabs them up, gives them a hug. And of course, his mom being inside that courtroom too, I think gave him a little kind of sense of support too. And I think he was pretty happy to see his mom, Janice, inside that courtroom, telling her that she looked good in her outfit and to just calm down and relax a little bit, but not sure what the calm down and relax thing that he had kind of mouthed to her really kind of meant. So you could kind of take it either way with that. But in terms of just seeing the support system in there, it's not the full family support. They'll probably come back once an actual decision is reached, so we might not see them every single time a notice passed, but at least he'll have some family support in there, that being his mother, Janice.
And for you, having been in the courtroom throughout this trial, and now it's in the hands of this jury, I know the foreman is, 31 years old feels really young for just the pressure that comes. For all these jurors, an immense amount of pressure. They know that they're inside a room and everybody's waiting to hear what they're going to say when they come out. Just what stands out to you about this jury and has stood out to you about this jury over the last 7 weeks?
Well, I think what stands out to me about this jury is just that they've been paying very close attention. It's been a lot of testimony, a lot of graphic testimony, a lot of graphic images and videos that they've had to see. But as far as them just kind of handling it for the most part in a very professional way, I've definitely seen that. Obviously, there was kind of the hiccup with juror number 6. That juror ended up being dismissed. But it feels like even with that dismissal of the juror a couple weeks ago, that they still haven't really kind of, that the jury still kind of is showing up every day. They're showing up, they're ready, they are doing their part, they are doing their civic duty. But I was telling one of the other reporters inside the courtroom, I kind of feel like everybody interprets the jurors' body language kind of like an episode of The Traitors US, where every single thing that they do, everything is overanalyzed at this point, where if a juror is smiling, it could mean one thing, but we just don't know because we don't know them personally. We're not allowed to talk to them. But I think a lot of people are anxious to see what their decision will be. But I think a lot of people are also kind of picking up on any type of body language that they may have as they come into the courtroom. We haven't seen them this morning. We only saw them when they were released at the end of the day yesterday. And if they don't come to a decision today, it'll kind of be the same process today. So we'll see what they look like eventually, possibly when they come either to a decision or when they're released at the end of the day today.
Traitors US, outstanding pull. Great reference here, 9:53.
It's such a great show.
Such a good show. Elizabeth, I'll tell you that Andre Philippe Andre Philippe says Elizabeth low-key the MVP. I agree, but also I'd say unanimous. Unanimous, you have my vote in the MVP voting when all of this is done. Also have a question coming in from Miss Max. I know we talked about Diddy's mom being there. Miss Max asks, are Diddy's relatives present this morning? Who else is in the courtroom?
So as far as who all is in the courtroom today, it's a lot smaller than we've seen in previous days, especially for closing arguments, jury instructions. So his entire family isn't there when I was last inside that courtroom. But I did just see his mother, Janice, there, and of course his kind of PR reps too, and I think a family friend or a godmother, that type of kind of figure inside the courtroom. But I haven't seen his children when I was there earlier. But who knows, maybe they'll come back today, or they'll just kind of wait until a decision is made and then they'll all come back. Because normally we see a swarm of people all go to the Sprinter van whenever the family comes, and I don't think we've seen that chaos yet this morning, but it's still kind of a small amount of support system, but I'm sure that his family is giving him love from afar too.
All right, Elizabeth Milner for us live outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. I know you're keeping a close eye on those jury deliberations, and you'll be on with Jesse Weber a couple hours from now around noon. And of course, if we hear a verdict, perhaps unlikely today, but if we do, you'll be one of the first people that we'll talk to. Elizabeth Milner, thanks for being with us.
Thanks, Chris.
And as we wrap up this hour of live stream coverage, I want to bring our panel back, Candace Kelly, Serena Townsend, to get your final thoughts. And thus far, through, I guess, almost a day and a half of jury deliberations, Candace, I'll start with you. How do you see this ending? First off, and I know we talked about when you might think that we could see a verdict, but specifically, if you had to guess, guilty, not guilty on these counts, how's it going to go?
Well, it really depends if the jurors decide to follow the letter of the law. I think that if they do that, it won't be a good feeling for some of them to say, yes, RICO is something that we've achieved. But if they follow the black letter of the law, which some of them may not, we know that it's going to be RICO. That's what I believe, that it will be RICO. It will be all of the accounts, because when you look at the coercion, you have so many clear examples. We can just go with the whole the video and the fact that that was a freak off going on. You can get the coercion. You can get to all the elements. Do I think that they will actually do that? You know, that is just up to the jury. I am not sure, but if they are following the black letter of the law, he'll be convicted on everything, in my estimation. As we talked about the witnesses, there are a lot of people who corroborated each other. I just don't see it going any other way when it comes to extortion and bribery specifically. That's how I see it unfolding.
And Serena, for you, not only how do you see this playing out as far as the verdict, but when it comes to a potential sentencing phase, what type of time? And I know it could be life in prison if he's convicted of all of it and he hits the maxes, but also what goes into determining what Sean Combs' sentence could be if he's found guilty of these charges?
So I happen to agree. I think if the jury actually goes with the letter of the law and they credit the testimony that they heard, I do think that they come back with guilty on all three counts. I think RICO is the one that they're going to struggle with the most. And that's the one that we might not see a verdict on at all. If even a guilty or not guilty, we may get a hung on that one. But I do think technically the proof is there for all three. As for sentencing, he's facing a lot of time and there's not much wiggle room with respect to where he could go. If he is found guilty of really any of these crimes, he's facing at least double digits, possibly life. And there's essentially a standard that the judge has to follow with respect to the threshold of where he could be sentenced. And I don't really see a downward departure from that threshold, meaning I don't think that a judge is going to be lenient on him. And I don't think a judge is going to depart from the standards to give him a break. Some of this will also depend, by the way, on what the offers were. We don't necessarily know. I don't think we have been told what the prosecutors offered Diddy pre-trial. Now, a lot of times, if you get an offer pre-trial and you reject that offer and you choose to go to trial and lose, it's almost impossible to get those numbers again. It's almost impossible to see those numbers again. A judge is typically going to sentence you to more than what you were offered before. So I think, I think if he's found guilty, we're going to be seeing very high numbers here.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Do have the results of our final poll that we'll be talking about this hour. What do you think is taking the jury so long? People are antsy. They want an answer to how this is going to go. They're divided 37%, complex evidence 29%. Who knows at 18%, which may be the most accurate answer, to be honest. And then playing it safe at 13%. We appreciate the more than 2.1 thousand of you who joined us for that poll. And I also appreciate Serena Townsend, former prosecutor, criminal defense attorney, and Candace Kelly, legal analyst and professor of media law at Rowan University in New Jersey. Thank you for taking the time to be with us today. Outstanding analysis, and we'll see how this plays out. Before we go, I do want to let you know about the second season of Law&Crime's hit podcast. You've probably been listening to it already, The Rise and Fall of Diddy. It's hosted by our own Jesse Weber. It is back. The third episode dropped today exclusively on Wondery Plus, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast. But for now, we're going to give you a teaser. Check it out.
We acting bad. We ain't trying to hurt nobody.
For decades, he was untouchable.
I've gone from Harlem to Hollywood.
Sean Diddy Combs built an empire from the ground up. But now, it's all coming undone.
Sean Combs, the mogul as we know it, is over. I'm Jesse Weber, host of Law&Crime's The Rise and Fall of Diddy, the federal trial, a front row seat to the biggest trial in entertainment history.
Sex trafficking, racketeering, prostitution, allegations by federal prosecutors that span decades, and witnesses who are finally speaking out.
This is at least the 10th lawsuit filed against Combs.
Each week we break down the courtroom drama as it happens.
How far will he fall, or will he walk free, but with a reputation in ruins? You can listen to The Rise and Fall of Diddy, the federal trial, exclusively on Wondery Plus.
to the people. You just gotta smile, man, you know? Just smile and be like, it's okay, guys, don't worry, you don't have to fight me. It's gonna be okay. Honestly, I've had more buzzers than not personally. So you mean you can feel like you see the living room audience on the video? What's that? You can see what's on the living room video?
Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us for Law and Crime's live coverage of the United States versus P. Diddy. I'm your host, Sierra Gillespie, and we're breaking into the coverage right now for breaking news. We have a juror question, you guys. This is a breaking update, and I think that's the beauty of the live stream that we have here. I am live in the Southern District of Manhattan with the courthouse here behind me, and kind of what we have as our setup is we have our camera ready, our lights going. Elizabeth Milner and I are sitting here waiting for any updates. Elizabeth gets the notification. Okay, we've got an update from the courtroom. She runs in there. I hop in front of the camera so we can bring you the latest, and that's just what I'm doing now. So here's what we have from the courtroom behind me. This is according to Maureen Comey. She says that the jury is asking for transcripts from 2 witnesses. And Maureen Comey, of course, is the lead prosecutor for the government. So it sounds like just about 7 hours, a little bit past worth of deliberations. And we now have another question from the jury asking for 2 transcripts of witness testimony. I've got a lot of questions, and I bet you guys do too. So if you have them, make sure to write them and send them into the chat there, and we'll get to as many as we can because, of course, we want to know what's happening. And the good news about Law and Crime is that we come prepared, right? So I'm ready to go live, and we have our studio live too, actually, with our lead legal counsel. So let's bring her in right now. This is Elizabeth Zulai. I bet you Law and Crime viewers remember her. She's been on a lot. Elizabeth, thank you for coming on at the drop of a hat to make sense of all of this with us. So what are you thinking, Elizabeth? These jurors want transcripts from 2 witnesses. What are your initial thoughts?
Yeah, so it's not surprising. I mean, again, you think about the mountains of evidence that the jurors have to go through, you know, all of the witness testimony. We're talking about multiple weeks of testimony here. So the fact that they want to be able to go back and look at certain transcripts, it's not surprising. Again, from the very first week, we saw multiple witnesses, you know, former victims of Combs, people that witnessed, you know, allegedly things happening between him and Cassie and other people. You know, so there's a variety of things that they've listened to at this trial. So the fact that they want to go back and be able to, you know, look through, unfortunately, we don't know, you know, which witnesses, we don't know what they're looking at, but it does make sense. And again, the amount of responsibility that they have on their hands, you know, if he's fully convicted, he could face up to the rest of his life in prison. So they've got a really, really weighty decision on their hands. So it's not surprising they want to go back and, you know, ask for certain things. I think we'll continue to see that.
I think you're right, and it shows that the jurors are taking their job seriously because, to your point, this is about 2 months that they've been hearing testimony from witness after witness, seeing text messages or videos or photos, and it's a lot. I mean, we overall here remember the highlights, right? Of course, Cassie, Jane, and Mia, but there were so many other witnesses that the government also felt were important enough to call during all of this. And again, to your point, Elizabeth, we don't know exactly which witnesses these jurors were questioning or wanting the transcripts from. I know in my mind who I would guess. Could you venture a guess who you think they want the testimony from?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's tough to speculate. I would imagine that they might want to get testimony from some of the former victims, possibly Cassandra Ventura, because in my opinion, she really was the strongest witness when it came to testifying as to all the different levels of charges against Combs. So again, everything from the racketeering to the trafficking, you know, all of the alleged drug charges and everything in between. So, and she testified for a long time, you know, with cross-examination and her testimony, she was up there, I believe, for about a week. So it wouldn't surprise me if they want to pull something from her, possibly, you know, maybe from one of the former escorts who alleges that, you know, he engaged in these freak-offs with Cassandra Ventura. It could also be that they might want to pull from some of the other alleged victims who testified against Combs as well. They didn't testify for quite as long as Cassie, so it could be something like that. That would be my guess, is probably one of the victims, because again, they have the most allegedly, you know, firsthand knowledge of what's going on or what happened.
That's where my mind went to, Elizabeth, especially because we've had these people on, to your point, multiple days. I mean, Cassie was on probably the most, but Mia and Jane, their testimony and their cross-exam, you know, direct and cross, was pretty lengthy. And so, of course, they're going to remember the highlights, they, meaning the jurors, but I'm sure there are specifications in the transcripts that they're going to want to kind of hone in. And I'm also wondering, by the way, we do have some viewer questions, and I'll get to them in a second, but I have another question for Elizabeth myself. I'm wondering, does this show us anything about deliberations, perhaps where they are in terms of reaching a verdict or what they could be discussing?
Yeah, it's difficult to say for sure, but I think I don't think it's that at the very beginning stages of deliberation, right? They started yesterday officially, early in the day yesterday. They got the judge's instructions. They had a whole day. So I think it seems like they used that day to their advantage and discussed all of the different charges. And the fact that they're asking already for copies of the transcripts means that they want to double check things. I think it also, to me, it seems like they might already have a decision somewhat made up in their minds, at least some of them. So they want to really double check to make sure the evidence that they think is there was actually there. To me, it could also be an indication of possible disagreement. Maybe some of the jurors think one way, some of the other jurors think the other way, and they want to be able to really cross-reference the transcripts to see, can we come to some sort of unanimous verdict here? So I think it could be either one of those.
I mean, we all just want to be a fly on the wall of the deliberation room, right? There are so many different options of what all of this could mean. And I do want to go now to some of our viewer questions because we do have a couple of really good ones. This one is from Michelle S. Kennedy. Here's what she says. Question. If it goes to retrial, can prosecutors go after different charges or use different witnesses? Thanks for all you do. Your trial coverage has been great. Thank you, Michelle, for watching, and all of you who have been sending us such positive messages. We love to hear that. So, Elizabeth, I'm going to shoot that one over to you. What happens if there's a retrial?
That's right. So retrial is basically the prosecutors get to do the trial all over again. So they get to put forward the same witnesses, the same evidence, same charges, but they have an opportunity to make changes. And we've seen that happen in other cases in the past, the Menendez case, for example. Having a retrial doesn't exactly mean that you can do the exact same thing. They could try to push for the same witnesses and same charges, but, you're not 100% sure if it's going to be an exact repeat. So there might be certain witnesses that they can't put on if there's a retrial. There might be additional witnesses or additional evidence that they could put on. The benefit of a retrial, even though it's an arduous process, is the prosecutors have more time to uncover more possible details. So they could go after the same charges. It all just depends on what the judge says, and they could try to push for additional evidence, less evidence. They have an opportunity to maybe learn from what they did the first time. It just depends on what the judge will allow, because again, we've seen in cases prior, again, mentioning the Menendez case, where the judge ruled out a lot of evidence the second time around. So they could try to push for the same charges and the same trial, but it just depends on the judge.
And again, we are jumping ahead if we're talking about a retrial. It's a possibility. We just saw this in Karen Reed. I'm sure a lot of our viewers who are watching now were watching the live stream there, and we did see it. So it is possible. Also in the Harvey Weinstein case, we saw a mixed verdict, right? We saw that one was a hung jury. So it is possible to have a retrial. But again, we're still in deliberations, a bit over 7 hours now. And I do have another update for you from the courtroom as Agnifilo, Shapiro, Steele, and Westmoreland huddle. By the way, these are all defense attorneys. As they huddle back by gallery, AUSA Comey turns and confirms with Combs' Xavier Donaldson seated in the middle table. Door to holding cell half opens. U.S. Marshal checking to see if it's time to bring Sean Combs out. Eventually, Sean Combs has now been brought out, and his lead lawyer, Mark Agnifilo, is talking with him. Shapiro and Westmoreland are working together on something on Shapiro's laptop. So it seems like everyone is involved here. And Elizabeth, I'm going to toss to you for this next question about all of it too. As far as Diddy being included in all of this, I know I was asking our reporter, Elizabeth Milner. That's kind of what we say here at Law&Crime, reporter Elizabeth or lawyer Elizabeth. So including both of you in this, I was asking reporter Elizabeth, where is Diddy during all of this, as we're waiting during deliberations? And she says he is in a holding cell nearby, but whenever there's anything, we got to bring him back out and make sure that he's included. Is that right, lawyer Elizabeth?
Right, that's correct. So let's say if there was any sort of question that was brought forward by the jury, if there's any sort of sidebar, like we call it, not the sidebar with Jesse Weber, but sidebar meaning conversations between both sides of counsel and the judge, then he has the right to be there. Again, this is his case. He has the right to representation and to a fair trial. So that's typically when they would bring him out. I did get a little excited when you mentioned that they were bringing him out because I thought, could they have a possible verdict already? It's still kind of a little bit early. It's only the second day. So I'd be surprised if they came up with something this fast. But yes, so basically anytime there's any sort of conferring with the judge and counsel, he would be brought in because he has the right to know, obviously, what's going on with his case.
It's so funny. Whenever we get an update, initially what it says is that the jurors have a note. And so immediately everyone's like, okay, is it a verdict? Is it go time? What is it? And then, of course, we learn maybe 20 minutes later what it actually is. But you're right, Elizabeth. We all want to know what is going on with the jurors. And I know that our viewers want to know, too. For those of you just tuning in, make sure to send us any of your questions into the chat. We've gotten some really good ones so far. This one is from Carrie RD. What is verdict watch? And this is a quick explainer I can just give. Right now we're in verdict watch, meaning that the jury is in deliberations. They're talking, conferring about whatever they may be discussing that we may or may never know about. And so right now we're watching and waiting for a verdict. And that's why we're doing this live coverage, because throughout verdict watch, there are updates such as this. Right now the jurors want a couple of transcripts from prior testimony. And so we're here to give you updates. It could kind of give us a clue as to what way perhaps jurors are thinking. Are they close to wrapping up deliberation? Is there a hung jury? I mean, there's so many different options. So that's what Verdict Watch is. And welcome to Law&Crime's Verdict Watch. We're happy to have you here. I have another question. This one is from Jesse Davin. Question: does the court reporter read back the testimony in a monotone voice? How do they review testimony? I think it depends on the court reporter. Elizabeth, what is your experience?
It depends on the court reporter, but also what happens every single day of trial is that the court, and God bless the court reporters out there because it's not an easy job, but basically they're responsible for transcribing everything that happens each day of trial. And at the end of trial, they have to prepare that transcript, right? And it's disseminated, obviously it's disseminated amongst some members of the media, counsel gets a copy. So each day you get a copy of that transcript. So thankfully, if the judges want to go back and look at pieces of testimony, they have that there and they don't necessarily have to go to the court reporter. And if they wish to do so, then she can. But it would probably be a lot easier if they could just ask for references from the trial transcript. And that's why, we have amazing court reporters. That's really their job.
Oh, I'm so thankful for court reporters all over, specifically in this case, because it is a federal trial. So unfortunately, we can't live stream what's going on inside the courtroom. Obviously, in any sort of court situation, we can't live stream what's going on as far as deliberations, but in other trials, in some states, we can live stream all of the testimony, the openings and closings. We do it right here on Law&Crime. The difference with this case, however, is that it's federal, so there are simply no cameras allowed in the courtroom, and that's also why I've been so thankful for these court reporters, because we get the transcripts every night about 2 hours after court, and generally I break them down on my show, Scandal, which if you're interested in P. Diddy or any sort of true crime, celebrity gossip, things like that, make sure to subscribe because we talk about all things Diddy, all things celebrity, and really I do rely a lot on those transcripts because there's only so much a person can remember, a reporter can remember. I mean, we're talking 8 hours of testimony per day. The transcripts are really the tell-all, and I do think that's important for jurors to be able to go back because our memories don't, recall every single second of it. Again, I could just talk about the transcripts for days. I love them. I do have another viewer question, though, and this one is from Sydney Sexton. She says, question: while the jurors deliberated, is it just the jurors present, or is there a court clerk, a bailiff monitoring the process? This is a great question, Sydney. Elizabeth, can you explain it?
It's a great question. So typically they do have some sort of bailiff or court reporter that's available to assist them with whatever they need. Typically, and the way that it should work is in that jury deliberation room, which we've all seen photos of. And like you said, Sierra, we all wish we could be a fly on that wall. But typically what happens is that the jurors are left alone to be able to deliberate. And the reason behind that is that they are the ones that are entrusted with making this decision, that they should have the privacy and the ability to talk about the issues that the trial presented openly, so that there's no judgment and they can try to come to a verdict. And again, this is not like a civil trial where civil trial you don't necessarily need a unanimous verdict. The judge had told them you need a unanimous verdict here. Like I said, they're have a really big decision on their hands. If he's convicted on all charges, he could go to jail for the rest of his life. So they want to be able to have that privacy to deliberate. But of course, there are bailiffs and court officers outside the rooms that can assist with whatever they might need.
The deliberation process, I can't talk about it enough, how important it is. It encapsulates the entire trial, and so much of it is going to be going back to the government's case. Because of course, the defense, yes, we heard from them on their openings, their closings, cross-exam. I can't say enough about the cross-exam. They were there and they were coming in hot and heavy for a lot of that cross. However, they didn't put on a traditional case, one that we might normally expect. The defense didn't call any witnesses. It wasn't, again, what we would normally expect. And so I have to remind our viewers, and I know that the judge reminded this to the jurors too, the burden of proof rests on the government. It's not the defense. They are allowed to not call a single witness and say, okay, innocent until proven guilty. The burden is on the government. And I know that's sometimes hard to explain, Elizabeth, but how important is it for the jurors to understand that?
Yeah, it's a great point. It's really important. And one of the things that the judges had instructed the jury when they were off to start making their deliberations was, Combs did not take the stand and he was not required to take the stand. This is a criminal case. It's not a civil case where he'd be mandated to do that. And the fact that he didn't take the stand, it shouldn't be used against him, or the jury shouldn't take that to mean, any evidence of culpability or anything like that. And I thought that was a really important reminder from the judge because, again, that's a right that's protected, under the Constitution. You have the right to protect yourself from self-incrimination, meaning if you don't want to take the stand in a criminal case, you don't have to. So the fact that the judge had made that instruction to the jury, I think he really wanted to ride home the point that it's the prosecution's burden. The fact that he didn't take the stand, it shouldn't be used against him, which I wasn't surprised that he didn't take the stand. I was surprised that the defense didn't put on any witnesses of their own. I think there's could be a lot of reasons for that. They didn't maybe want to subject their witnesses to cross-examination. They might have saw that there was an uphill battle with some of the witnesses there. Who could they really produce that they could say would be an unbiased witness that could testify as to his good character? So there's all reasons for that, but it's really important to keep that in mind, and that's why I think the judge sent the jury starting off deliberations with that reminder.
There are so many things that the jurors are juggling, right? They have to remember, okay, we can't hold it against P. Diddy, Sean Combs, the defendant, because he didn't take the stand and testify. We can't hold it against the defense because they didn't call any other witness besides Diddy. They've got to think about the burden of proof. They've got to go through and look at all the predicate crimes involving RICO. We're talking bribery. We're talking kidnapping. There's so many things that they have to weigh, least of all the fact that we're 2 months into this case and they're trying to remember it all. So for those of you who are just joining us right now, we're breaking in for live coverage, a breaking update that the jurors have asked a question. We're about 7.5 hours into deliberation, and their question is, we would like the transcripts from 2 of the witnesses. Now, the question mark is which witnesses? Not sure, but I do have another update from the court. So AUSA Emily Johnson has now gone back and handed a piece of paper over to Sean Combs' lawyers. So that's the government handing a piece of paper over to the defense. AUSA Maureen Comey goes and sits next to Combs' Xavier Donaldson and shows him something on her laptop. So that's kind of where we're at right now, that both sides are talking about this. Sean Combs is in the courtroom behind me because we are live in the Southern District of Manhattan. So, Elizabeth, what are you thinking with both sides conferring like this? It is interesting for me to see the prosecution and the defense kind of talking and chatting together because, of course, they're opposed sides. But what do you think is happening? Can you make sense of all of this with them discussing and handing notes back and forth to each other?
Yeah, it's interesting. So what I'm guessing is that there's a possibility that the jury is asking for further information. If it's just specific pages of trial transcripts that they want to look through, I don't think the counsel would need to be actively involved in that. They could just produce the transcripts. But if it's specific evidence, one of the things that they had asked for was possible evidence of the drug distribution. That goes to the racketeering aspect. So if it's, if you're having jurors that are saying we need this X page of the transcript, you wouldn't really need probably that much conferral from the counsel. But I think because they're asking for maybe a bit more general information about the drug charges, drug distribution, that could be the reason why the attorneys are conferring and figuring out, okay, what information do they exactly need? What can we give them? And which makes sense because whatever information you provide the jurors, both sides need to be appraised of it, need to understand what's going on, so that, there's not any potential argument that they're being given information that could be skewed one way or the other. So I think that could possibly be why there's so much back and forth between the attorneys. Maybe it's a more sort of general question that the jurors are asking. And we've seen that come up. Again, they've asked for information about the drug charges, and that goes more towards the racketeering case.
Yeah, and we can talk about the other questions too, because this is not the first juror question we've had so far. This seems like a very active jury, if you were asking me, I would say they're definitely talking through some of the issues, which is a positive thing, right? We're at almost 7.5 hours of deliberation that we have going here, and they do have a lot of questions. So I think you made a good point, Elizabeth, about this open dialogue. And we do have some more questions, by the way, from our viewers. So this is a great question. Spencenable says, why no cameras inside the court? And it's interesting, those of you who have been following along, our girl Anjanette Levy asked me this question yesterday, and I said, I don't know. I mean, all I know is that federal courts don't allow it, but I don't know the answer to that. Why? I should have asked a question. And so thankfully, our producers, Alex and Jordan, have sent me a response. It sounds like the federal rule of Criminal Procedure 53. Now, this rule prohibits photography or broadcasting of judicial proceedings in criminal cases. And I mean, this is true, something that we've seen. Some states don't even allow cameras at all, including New York, where I am right now. So even if it's a state case separate from federal, they don't allow cameras. Now, other states like my home state of Wisconsin, they allow cameras streaming all the time, you know, depending on the trial. So that's kind of where we're at right now. Really good question, though. And I'm glad I'm educating myself. I'm learning with you guys throughout all of this, right? Now, another one of our questions from our viewers, Kenny Alexandra, she asks, what would be the worst case scenario if found guilty on any charge? And that would be life in prison. I mean, what do you think, Elizabeth? That's right. The top charge, the worst he could face is life behind bars, right?
That's right, yeah. And keep in mind also, it's hard to imagine because he just has always sort of had this more youthful kind of partying persona, but Sean Combs is in his 50s. He might be 55, don't quote me on the exact age, but yeah, exactly. So if he's convicted on these charges with that amount of time and where he's at in his life, he could face the rest of his life in prison. You know, so that would be the worst case scenario. Some might say worst case scenario could also be a potential retrial because, you know, having to have prosecutors and defense attorneys and even Sean Combs go through all of this a second time. That's just a nightmare situation for any court case. You know, prosecutors want to be able to nail this, hopefully on the first try. So it could also be worst case scenario for Sean Combs is facing the rest of his life in prison. Worst case scenario possibly for some of the other people involved is that this has to go to a retrial, which again is very preliminary. There's no evidence that that's going to happen. It's just, you know, it's always a slight possibility in cases like this.
I mean, the top he could face is life in prison. But even if there's kind of a mixed verdict or a split and he doesn't, he's still, to your point, Elizabeth, you're right. He is 55 years old. And we've seen that a year nearly in MDC has definitely taken a toll on Diddy. He looks different now than he did when he was arrested. And so can you imagine even a couple decades behind bars, even if it's not the rest of his life? I do think mentally, physically, that's got to take a toll on you. So the amount of prison time, whether it's life or even decades, that is rough. And also, the next point, worst case scenario, this retrial, we have so many questions about this. The possibility there could be a hung jury, there could be a mistrial, and thus a retrial. And I'm going to go on for another one of our viewer questions. This is from Demel Elliott. Question. If he wins, can he return as CEO for Ciroc Liquor and other businesses? Okay, interesting. I thought I was going in the way of mistrial or retrial, which we'll get to in a minute, but I guess let's ask about this. Ciroc Liquor and other businesses. What do you think, Elizabeth? Now, I know he had stepped down originally from these things, but if he's acquitted, I mean, can he just go back to his life from before?
Right. Okay. So that's actually a great question. So let's say in the scenario that he's fully acquitted of all charges, so he could try to do that, to kind of get back on boards that he was involved in. Remember, he wasn't just a rapper or music producer. Towards sort of the later years, more recent years of his life, he really expanded his role as a businessman. So he could try to do that and pursue that. But we've seen that try to happen in other cases. Another reference is the O.J. Simpson case. Obviously, in the criminal trial, he was 100% acquitted. Was he able to go back to his life and do films again and, endorsements and Hertz commercials and things like that? Not really, and I think the reason for that is, there could be many other people out there who, even with an acquittal, still think he should have been found guilty. I think also in this case, what's important to keep in mind is, again, that video of him and Cassandra Ventura. Even if he was fully acquitted on all of the charges, having that kind of video in black and white of him physically attacking Cassandra Ventura in that hotel hallway, that does a lot of damage. So even if he were to get acquitted, I think enough damage has been done where he could try to pursue some of the previous business ventures he had. Is he going to go back to his life how it was before? I highly doubt it.
Elizabeth, that was such a great description of everything, especially tying in OJ, because we could kind of use that as a bit of a roadmap. He was acquitted, and then what happened after that? I mean, when I picture OJ now, I picture his mugshot from the arrests in Las Vegas, you know, because things didn't completely turn around for him after all of that. And I do wonder, especially in relation to that infamous Intercontinental video, we had defense opening statements. Tenny Garrigo said, yes, that was domestic violence. We also saw Sean Combs himself, after the video was leaked in May of 2024, posted a video to his own social media apologizing, saying that he has a problem. So it does seem to me that he admitted that there is this instance. They've talked about his temper and things of the like. So even if he is acquitted, let's say, I mean, he still has a lot of reputational hurdles to overcome from all of that. That was a great viewer question. I thought we were steering in the way of any sort of mistrial or retrial, and it was in the back of my mind, you guys. I'm just getting so many updates here, and I have a question now. This is from Stella. She says about the retrial: if there was a retrial, would Cassie having a newborn have any impact on her testifying? Which, again, is such a great question because, Elizabeth, we saw Cassie, of course, a star witness. She's one of the first in this trial because she gave birth a couple of weeks in. I mean, she was very much at the end stages of her pregnancy. So if she has a newborn, and let's say there is this hypothetical retrial, could that impact it?
Not really, no. So if she's mandated to come forward as a witness, and remember, again, this isn't the civil lawsuit that she filed, and it's not a civil trial where it's her decision to come forward. This is a federal case where she's really being called as a witness. So, you know, if there is a retrial, she's one of the key central figures in this case, so they'd probably have to call her again. So if she's compelled to testify, she has to comply with that. I think the fact that she has a newborn, I'm sure people would be sympathetic to that, but I actually think it would be more reason for them to call her because, again, they put her on really early because she was heavily pregnant. She ended up going into labor right after, but now that she's had her, I believe it's son, and if a retrial were to happen months down the line, I don't think they would see any reason to say she's not able to testify right now. Although, of course, having to testify the second time around to, you know, some of the allegations that she made would be just brutal for anyone, but I think she would still be called.
And I do agree that her testimony was so paramount. We still don't know whether the jurors were asking from transcripts from her specifically or who it was, but it was so important. And I do think it perhaps pulls on the heartstrings, especially the fact that she was pregnant. If we go way back when, the defense had hoped and asked, Cassie is visibly pregnant. She gave birth not long later. The defense asked, hey, can we have Cassie seated already? And then the jurors enter, so perhaps they only see her head up. They can't see if she has a belly and showing that she's pregnant. Now, Judge Arun Subramanian said, no, you know, they're going to see her. She's going to be called in like everyone else. So they did see that. And so I were to wonder if there was a retrial down the line, again, hypothetical, if that's something that just would be in the back of jurors' minds. Okay, she just gave birth. If that is something that the prosecution or whoever were to ask her about. Now, we are getting a lot of questions about this potential retrial that, again, I want to state is out there. Like, we don't have any sort of confirmation about this at all. It's a hypothetical at this point. So we are getting questions. And by the way, if you are just joining us right now, I'm live in the Southern District of Manhattan. Behind me is the courthouse where the jurors have asked a question, which is why we've broken into our Law&Crime live coverage here. And I have gotten a couple of viewer comments. This one's from CJ. This isn't the Elizabeth I know. That is because Law&Crime reporter Elizabeth Milner is inside the courtroom right now. So she's bringing us the update. This is the other Elizabeth we have here on Law&Crime, lawyer Elizabeth, our legal counsel, Elizabeth Vulai, who dropped everything to come on with us and answer some questions. So again, this is the other Elizabeth. Thank you so much for coming on, Elizabeth. And I have a question. This is from Lindsay Phillips. She says, what is your opinion for why the defense didn't have any witnesses? Could it be that there is no one credible in P. Diddy's circle that can testify anything positive about his character? And I mean, Lindsay, this is a great point. I mean, why put on any sort of defense if your defense is just going to hinder you? What do you think, Elizabeth?
Yeah, so it's a great question. I think there's a few reasons for that. One is that it could have been difficult, again, like she had mentioned, to bring in witnesses who had positive things to say about Diddy. We saw that in the Johnny Depp case, right? One of the things that Camille Vasquez said in her closing argument was, you know, everyone who came forward as a witness for Amber Heard was paid by her. So how can you have sort of an unbiased witness that can just come forward and testify as to the possibility of Combs not committing these acts? Not necessarily, you know, them saying he's a great guy, but did he commit commit these acts. So that could have been a difficult point for them to do. The second point could have been, even if they had gotten those witnesses, they would have been subject to cross-examination by the prosecution. So maybe there were employees or people in his circle that had, positive things to say to help the defense's case, but on cross-examination, more things could have been revealed that might have been more harmful to the actual defense. And also the third reason is, you had mentioned this before, Sierra, it is the prosecution's burden to prove this case. So, Combs is not required to testify. They're not required to produce any witnesses. What they have to show the defense in order to win is that the prosecution has not met its burden to prove these crimes. And we saw that again happening with a lot of the arguments they made that, these acts were all consensual, that, these were long-term relationships. Again, just trying to chip away at what the prosecution is arguing. So I think there's a couple reasons why they didn't put forward any possible witnesses.
There's a lot to think about here, right? I don't know exactly what's going on in the mind of the defense and their case. I don't know the prosecution, and I don't know the jurors either. But if I was somehow able to have a magic wand or one of those, what's the word I'm looking for? Viewers, drop it in. A crystal ball. I would want to know what the jurors are thinking of all people. And that's really the question on all of our minds, right? By the way, we have 13,000 people who are watching our live stream right now. Comment and tell us where you're watching from. I love to see. I know that we have viewers all over the world, in fact, not just the country. So I love to see all of that. And I've got another one too. This is from Firefly 2723. Is it too late for a plea? Elizabeth, there was a plea deal that was offered right at the top of all of this. We could have foregone this entire trial, but Diddy's team said no to it. So I guess this is a two-parter. Why do you think they said no? And is it too late now for a plea?
Yeah, great question. So it would be too late for a plea now. Jury deliberations have began. The jury is deliberating as to what the possible verdict could be. So he had a chance to enter his plea. He pled not guilty, so that time has passed. And then the second thing is, why would he not plead guilty? So I always wonder with certain decisions, who was sort of influencing the decision? Is it his legal team or is it him? When he chose not to testify, was that really his legal team convincing him, okay, this is not a great idea? Because I could imagine someone like Sean Combs would think, okay, I'm gonna get up on that stand, testify, I'm gonna prove everyone wrong, and maybe his legal team dissuading him. Again, this is all speculation. But in terms of not pleading guilty, we don't know, who influenced that decision. I think the reason is that largely it was him possibly believing I could disprove these charges. This is not what happened. I have enough to show that this was all consensual or whatever the fact may be. So it could have been just down to him saying, I refuse to plead guilty to this. It could, possibly be his team also encouraging that and saying, we can disprove what the prosecution is saying. But of course, ultimately the decision of whether to plead guilty or not is up to the client with the attorneys advising him. So I think the main biggest reason is someone like Combs, who's again, larger than life personality, has gotten allegedly away with a lot, within his career, could have the standing of saying, I can disprove these charges. I'm not pleading guilty.
You brought up a really important point there in that it's up to the defendant, Sean Combs, in all of this to decide most of it. I mean, I'm sure he's discussing with his defense team saying, should I take the plea? What are the pros and cons in all of this? But again, to your point, Elizabeth, it's up to him which way he wants to go, guilty or not guilty. It's up to him if he wants to testify. So really, Sean Combs has this dream team of his own, let's say, that is helping him and kind of saying, here's what we plan to do, here's what it is, but he's really the one calling the shots, as it should be for the defendant. So a lot of what we're doing is a collaboration. It's got to be with Diddy and his team. Now I have another question. This one is from Peggy O. How can transcripts be questionable? Give the jury whatever they want. And I'm going to toss to you for this one, Elizabeth, and ask about this because for those of you who are just joining us, we broke in for live coverage right now because there has been a jury question during deliberations, and they asked for transcripts from 2 witnesses. Now, we're not sure which one is which. I tend to agree with Peggy, though, Elizabeth. I mean, these jurors can ask for the transcripts, right? I mean, that's helpful in their deliberations, right?
Absolutely. They can ask for transcripts. They can ask to see certain portions of evidence again. I would be a little worried if they didn't because, again, this is a trial that went on for weeks and weeks. There was a lot of evidence, numerous witnesses, cross-examinations, lots of video evidence that unfortunately wasn't released to the media, but we know just from reading what was going on in the trial that the jurors were allowed to see videos, video evidence of alleged freak-offs, things like that. So jurors are absolutely entitled to go back, ask for certain portions of the transcript to see, what the testimony was, what the evidence was. They can go back and ask those questions. And, it's their obligation to make a fully sound verdict based on, unbiased reasoning. So it makes sense why they're going to go back and ask for certain pieces of evidence again. And I think we're going to see that happen for however long the deliberations take, just because of how long this trial was, how much information was out there, and how much actual physical evidence there was.
And we're nearing 8 hours worth of deliberations at this point. Now, some people this morning when I was on with Chris Stewart were like, what is taking so long? I can't believe it. And I tend to feel like we haven't had that long of a deliberation yet. I mean, 8 hours after 8 weeks of, coming to courthouse every day and hearing testimony and seeing evidence and things like that. What do you feel, Elizabeth? Do you think 8 hours is long or short in relation to this trial as a whole?
So I don't think it's long. And I know a lot of people out there will say this is taking too long because they just want to know what the verdict will be. Again, given the amount of evidence and how long this trial has been, remember, it started back in May. We're in July now, officially July 1st. The rule that a lot of attorneys and legal experts say is that for every week of testimony, there should be ideally a day of jury deliberations, or that's how it's typically gone on. So here there's been multiple weeks of deliberations. I do think there's a chance that the jury will render a verdict this week before the 4th of July holiday. So given how many weeks of testimony that is, and again, it's not a hard concrete rule, right? For every week of testimony, there's a day of jury deliberations, but that's typically how we've seen it play out in a lot of these cases, especially high profile cases where there's a lot at stake for the defendant. So a lot of people are saying this is taking too long, and I understand why. We all want to know what the verdict is, but I don't actually think it's taking super long. I think if they were to come up with a decision before the 4th of July holiday, I think that would actually be fairly quick, but I could see that happening.
I do have a couple more updates for all of you. Number one, that Janice Combs is in the courtroom. We talked about during all of this that the defense is conferring with the prosecution. They're talking. We reported on them passing notes. That P. Diddy was escorted into the room with U.S. Marshals, and Janice Combs is in there too. So we have that going. By the way, thank you again to all of our live viewers who have been chatting and writing questions. We have some viewers from as far as the United Kingdom, so all over the world. And a lot of you participated in a poll that we put up. So I want to read the results for you now. This is almost 2,000 of you participated in this. So thank you for that. Here's the question. What do you think the recent juror note about reviewing transcripts signifies? Okay, 51% of you say weighing key testimony. 35% of you say possible confusion. And 12% of you say stall tactic. Interesting, a potential stall tactic. I don't know what I think about that. Elizabeth, I have another question for you from one of our viewers. They were asking, do you think this signifies we're wrapping up, that we're almost near the end? Okay, they want to review these court transcripts from some of these witnesses, and then we're kind of nearing the close. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm not so sure that we're at the actual close. A lot of times in previous trials, what I've seen is when the jurors do ask to see a key piece of transcript, typically a decision follows pretty closely after, because sometimes that could mean they're just trying to double check something. Again, jurors are taking notes all day long from this testimony, but no laptops, no phones are allowed in the federal court building. So they're taking all these notes ideally by hand. So it's impossible just to get everything. So I think a lot of what we've seen in other cases is juries kind of coming to a decision. They're checking their notes, but they might want, another piece of information that they didn't get in their notes to double check, and then they come to a decision quickly after. It could be that here, but again, it could also go completely the other way, where maybe there are some jurors that are on the fence about certain charges, some that are not. We had heard that one of the members of the jury had told the judge, we think one of the jurors is having a bit of trouble following the judge's instructions. So that might have been a little bit of a hint about, possible, not necessarily discord, but, maybe one side of the jury feels one way, the other feels another. And remember, there's different charges that are on the table. The O.J. Simpson case as an example, right? It was either guilty or not guilty on the charges that were put forward, murder charge. Here, there's different aspects at play. There's the racketeering, there's, the sex trafficking. So it could mean that maybe a decision is close, but what I think is more likely happening is that they are trying to double check certain key pieces of testimony to make sure, are we all on the same page with all of these different charges that are on the table? And that's not easy to do. There's a lot of, with all the evidence that, has gone forward, and a lot of people, feel a certain way about if he should be convicted, it's a lot of charges that are on the table, and to get multiple people all on the same page, it takes time.
I agree. We're almost at 8 hours of deliberation, and I keep saying this, but I really do think that it shows that the jurors are taking their job seriously, that they're going through, they're talking things out. And by the way, that question about whether this juror note or question regarding these 2 witness transcripts, could that signify the end of a verdict? I want to make sure to shout out the person who asked that. It was Rapper Trials who wrote that in. We've just been getting so many questions. I'm overwhelmed, but I love it, you guys, so keep them coming. This is another question. It is from Elisa Ray. What is the reason for the second witness being a Jane Doe, not revealing her identity like other witnesses? Because, of course, when we're talking about the key witnesses in all of this, we have Cassie, Cassandra Ventura. We know her name. We saw her face in the sketches. She was there. But then we also have Mia, the former assistant, and Jane Doe, who is Diddy's former girlfriend or love interest. And both of them, in the courtroom sketches, we don't see their face. Both of them testified under pseudonyms, Mia and Jane. Elizabeth, what do you make of that? And I'm going to throw this out there. The fact that they were talking about things so traumatic, they're hoping to kind of conceal their identity or keep it private, right?
That's exactly right. So the key piece of difference that separates Cassie from these other alleged victims was Cassie filed a civil lawsuit in November 2023 before all of this happened. And I think it's easy for people to forget that because, the indictment and everything that's happened, it's been over a year. But this all really stemmed from the November 2023 civil lawsuit that Cassie filed against Sean Combs, alleging a lot of the same things, saying that she alleges she was sex trafficked, that, her former boyfriend's car was blown up, all of these allegations against Combs. So she had already come forward publicly about that, and people knew who she was. They knew the context of their relationship. So her identity was always going to be revealed in the trial because she had come out with that civil lawsuit a year before. So, obviously when Cassie Ventura testified, we didn't see inside the courtroom. Unfortunately, there's no cameras in federal court, but we all knew what she testified to and what she said. The other alleged female victims, they hadn't come forward with a civil lawsuit. And that's one of the things that the prosecution really tried to hit home. Because one of the things that the defense was saying was, Cassie Ventura is, of course, going to testify as to these things. She got a $20 million settlement from Combs. But these other unnamed alleged female victims didn't file any sort of lawsuit. They're not pursuing any sort of monetary damages against him. So their identity was kept private. I could understand why none of them would want to come forward with their identity because, like you said, they're testifying as to really allegedly traumatic incidents, and that's difficult for a lot of people, So I think those are the two key differences. They hadn't come forward in the way Cassie did, and also, if they don't want to reveal their identity and who they are, then the jury and everyone else is expected to respect that privacy. And there's a lot of speculation online as to who they could be, but again, you can't report on it as fact because they haven't come forward themselves.
Now, this is a perfect segue, talking about Cassie, to talk about the court update that I have for you. We now officially know what 2 witnesses the jurors were asking for testimony from. Here's the update. The judge says, Judge Arun Subramanian, we've received a note from the jury asking for testimony of Cassandra Ventura as to the Intercontinental and Cannes incidents and the Daniel Phillip Essex Hotel incident, Daniel Phillips's testimony on that as well. So here's the response. Maureen Comey says, we have a disagreement. Not surprising in all of this. The judge says, first, let me know if either side minds me bringing the jury out and speaking to them. Now, Comey says, we don't see a need. Whereas Mark Agnifilo says, I confirmed with Mr. Combs and we don't see a need either. So judge says, as to any further note, let me know. So Elizabeth, we now know we're talking about Cassie Ventura and Daniel Phillip as far as these incidents. What do you make? Does that give us any sort of clue as to where the deliberations are now?
Yeah, that's really interesting. So it's tough to say exactly what they're going to use that key piece of evidence for in terms of making a decision. I'm not surprised that it did relate to Cassie. And then also, again, Daniel Phillip was one of the witnesses that was put forward. He testified to a lot of things that he allegedly saw happen between Cassie and Diddy, you know, alleged abuse, things like that. So the fact that they're going to what Cassie had testified to, especially in relation to that hotel video, it doesn't surprise me just because, again, she's such a key witness. That's such a big piece of key evidence in the case. So that doesn't surprise me. Also, again, having multiple witnesses that can possibly corroborate what she first testified to in the first beginning weeks of trial. I think, to me, if they're specifically asking about that, it seems like that might go towards possible racketeering charges because, again, there's so many acts that could underlay racketeering, you know, abuse, things like that. So it could possibly be, you know, are they having a struggle trying to see if the elements have been met for racketeering? It could also be possibly going to the sex trafficking charges. Again, that's a really big piece of what Cassie's being used as a witness for. And these other alleged female victims, them saying they were forced to engage in intercourse with these male escorts and therefore sex trafficking is present. So I think it could be either one of those things. But again, the fact that it's in relation to Cassie doesn't surprise me because she's just such a huge witness in all of this.
You know, when we first got the information that there was some sort of question from the jurors about witness testimony, we both were like, okay, it's got to be Cassie, right? And it seems like it was. And we do have that more information. They want Cassie, they want Daniel Phillip, and then that's it. I mean, to your point, Elizabeth, everything you were just talking about, there's so many different ways that it can go because, again, Cassie was the star witness. She testified about so many other things. Now, I do have another update from the courtroom. This is AUSA Johnson. She says, we have a disagreement about the redirect and the can incident and the events immediately following. The answer was to what happened when Sean was angry. It referred to the freak-off that occurred upon landing in New York. Now, the judge later says, I would likely cut it off sooner. And then Garagos from Diddy's team says, I have nothing to add. AUSA Johnson responds by saying, we may need to speak with the court about the Intercontinental. The judge says, let my deputy know when you're ready and I'll come back. So it seems to me that both sides, defense, prosecution, are going to kind of talk about these two things, discuss, hopefully come to some sort of agreement. Then they'll, you know, discuss that with the judge, bring it back to him, and then maybe there would be a response for the jury. Meanwhile, we're almost at 8 hours of deliberation, you guys. So a lot happening here. For now, I'm going to sign off live from the Southern District of Manhattan. We have a lot more to cover here. Again, 8 hours of deliberation and more to come, which, by the way, in the next half hour, we'll be back with Jesse Weber to break all of this down and talk about it even more. I do want to say a big thank you to Elizabeth Vulai, our counsel here at Law&Crime, who literally dropped everything to come on and break all of this down for us. So, Elizabeth, thank you so much for coming on with us and talking us through what we know, what we don't, the question marks we have. And for you viewers, stick with us only 30 minutes until Jesse Weber and his perfect hair are back here to break it all down even more. Thank you so much, and we'll talk again soon.
Hey there, everybody, I'm Jesse Weber, and welcome to Law and Crime and our extended live coverage of the Sean Diddy Combs criminal trial out of New York. Right now, we are in verdict watch. We are still in verdict watch in the sex trafficking, racketeering conspiracy, and transportation to engage in prostitution case. Right now, 8.5 hours of deliberations. We got a verdict clock up, deliberation clock up. That is how long the jury has been deliberating. And I will tell you, today, we got more jury questions that we're going to break down, and also we're going to take your questions. So for the next 2 hours, if you have questions about this case, what you predict is going to happen, anything you're not totally sure of, submit it. We got an expert panel. We're going to break it all down. This is the time to discuss. I'm happy to be with all of you right now. Let me bring in former federal prosecutor Barrett Berger. I'm also joined by criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Safa Robinson-Ferrer and criminal defense attorney and civil rights attorney Tyler Bailey. It's great to have you all here. Let me get into it. Let me talk to you about what the jury asked. And I think it is quite telling what the jury asked. They sent a note at 10:15 a.m. today. This is what they asked for. They asked for several transcript sections. Number one, Cassie Ventura's testimony regarding the Intercontinental incident. That's the infamous 2016 tape, right? Where Sean Combs is appearing to beat her and drag her back in the direction of an alleged freak-off. Ventura's testimony concerning the events at Cannes and those that immediately followed. I think that is in relation to the idea that she was on that plane, right, with Sean Combs. He sits next to her, shows her sex tapes, threatens to release them, lands. He asks for a freak-off. He gets a freak-off. Ventura's testimony, if any, regarding interactions or freak-offs with Daniel Phillip, and Phillip's testimony regarding the Essex Hotel incident with Ventura. Now, Daniel Phillip is interesting because he was testifying as this male performer who was engaged in these episodes with Cassie and Combs. But remember, he recounted one episode where Combs allegedly was dragging Cassie, and he even purportedly said that he remembers hearing her being slapped at one point. So this is really important testimony. Barrett, I'll start with you. Is this them trying to find concrete examples of sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion?
That's what I was thinking when I heard those questions as well. I mean, look, the first off, and I think this is an important caveat, like reading into jury notes is a truly impossible fool's errand. Every time I think I know what a jury is thinking because of their notes, I'm usually wrong. However, that being said, I feel like if they're asking this and focusing on those events, they're probably focusing on sex trafficking. You know, the other thing you have to remember when you're looking at a jury note is this could be an attempt of a few jurors to try to, explain or convince their fellow jurors or a few other jurors, like, yeah, we saw violence here. Remember back when, Cassie was testifying about this. So sometimes this is a way of seeing how jurors are actually communicating with each other, through which segments of the transcript they're asking for.
And by the way, we just got a court update. It looks like the defense wants a little bit of clarification here. So the judge says, Judge Arun Subramanian, I understand there's an issue to resolve. So this is, again, outside the presence of the jury. This is between the judge and the different attorneys in this case. Prosecutor Maureen Comey says, I understand that during the break, the defense came up with an issue about Daniel Phillip. Sean Combs' defense attorney, Xavier Donaldson, one of his defense attorneys, the U.S. wants one more question and answer, and then we do. It's his later thoughts. Prosecutor Comey says the answer is about the Essex Hotel incident. Prosecutor Johnson says on the Intercontinental Hotel incident, we think it's the day of and after, not the days before. That's our position. The defense wants to include Miss Ventura's IG post of 2024. Safa, these are interesting, right? When there is a juror question, you would think there's, how do we explain the material, provide the material to the jury? There's only so much that they can actually say. They won't, they can do a readback of testimony, but a lot of the times it's, you have to use your own recollection of the evidence. We will not provide you a legal conclusion, but also with the response back, that becomes a negotiation between the prosecution and the defense, because obviously when there's a juror question, the defense wants to make sure that the response is favorable to their client, right?
Absolutely. And what it sounds like they're trying to do right now is decide what portion of the transcript they're going to read back to the jury. So deciding when it's going to start under Mr. Phillips' testimony and where it's going to end, or with regard to what incident. And we know that it's the Essex Hotel incident. But at what point are they starting? What page, what question are they going to begin to do the read back? And where are they going to end it? So it's really important. And it sounds like the government wants a certain portion, and the defense may want the remainder of that portion to essentially complete the question and answer, to fully provide as much information as possible. If the jurors did not ask for the Instagram post, then they're not going to be able to get into that unless the jurors specifically asked for that. But this is definitely something where both sides are trying to determine, and the judge is also trying to determine what information they're going to give to the jury for their deliberation.
Let me go to you, Tyler. 8.5 hours right now. I'm not surprised, right? I think that this was a question of, I didn't think we were going to get a verdict yesterday. It does become the holiday weekend, whether or not they're actually going to be able to deliberate on July 3rd. I think if they haven't come up with a verdict by July 2nd, by tomorrow, they may be granted July 3rd, not July 4th, but July 3rd. You anticipate a verdict before the July 4th weekend?
I do. I think that this jury has really sacrificed a lot. They've been out there listening every day intently since for about 2 months now. And now they've been deliberating at least since Monday. With a 4th of July holiday coming up in their heads, they're probably thinking, let's work hard, see if we can get done by the holiday. There was one, I believe, comment from the jury earlier said that they're going to leave at 5 p.m. today. They do not want to work past 5. So that leads me to believe that they are working through the material pretty quickly, and they're going to try to reach a verdict before the holiday.
Mm-hmm. All right, we got some questions coming in. All right. Okay, let me go to you, Barrett. So this is from Callie. Do you think Mark Agnifilo actually believes what he presented in his closing arguments? How cynical. How cynical are our viewers? Do you think he believes what he said and advocated?
I mean, I will say the focus of the defense is really more of a legal defense than a factual defense, if that makes sense. So they're really not saying, all of these witnesses are not credible. You shouldn't believe a word out of their mouth. In essence, they're saying you could almost believe everything they say and it still doesn't add up to the crimes that were charged. I think that kind of a defense in some ways is much easier for a defense attorney to sell, because it's really about, the legal elements and whether this was overcharged or not, as opposed to, attacking the credibility of various witnesses. So does he actually believe this or not? I think he probably does believe this was overcharged, and he probably does believe that this was not the correct statutes that his client violated, if anything.
Over to you, Safa. This is from Lisa. Once the jury has made the decision, will they tell the court straight away that decision, or will they be brought back another day?
They're going to tell the court right away. What will happen is they will send out a jury note indicating to the court that they've reached a verdict. The court will call all of the attorneys and the government to come in, view that juror note indicating that they have a verdict, and then prepare for them to come out and give that verdict. And that will be done very prompt, very swiftly. They're not going to bring them back another day. They're going to do it that same day that they come to that decision.
Mm-hmm. Got another court update. So Tenny Garagos, one of Sean Combs' defense counsel, says, we did include several messages from after the Intercontinental incident where they're talking about it. It's regarding the incident. It's important to weighing whether Mr. Combs coerced Ms. Ventura into commercial sex on that date. The judge says the request was for Ms. Ventura's testimony regarding the Intercontinental incident. How does something from 2024 regard it more than things closer in time? Garagos responds, in 2024, she was responding to the video of the incident and also watching it here. The judge seems skeptical here, Tyler, about including additional material to the jurors.
Yeah, the judge clearly seems skeptical for a reason. The jury had a specific question to review the transcript testimony that Ms. Ventura gave regarding those 3 incidents that we just discussed. And the defense is doing a good job trying to advocate for their client, even after they've rested their case and the judge has given his jury instructions. So the game is continuing until there's an actual verdict, and then there'll be an appeal process. And I think the defense is doing a good job in trying to get more information in there that's favorable to Mr. Combs.
Barrett, we got a question about Juror 25. So I believe this is the juror yesterday, right, where there was this issue that a juror couldn't follow the judge's instructions. Came out really quickly after they began their deliberations. Monique Adams, was Juror 25 replaced? I don't believe Juror 25 was replaced as of yet, although they do have alternates on standby. If you're a prosecutor in this case, does that concern you?
Very much so. That's a note you don't like to get, although it did happen very early. So that gives me some comfort that maybe this is something that they could work through. But no, you don't want to hear somebody that's not willing to follow the judge's instructions. I mean, we don't know what capacity he's not able to follow the instructions. Is it that he walked into the deliberation room and was like, look, I think he's, not guilty, or I think he's guilty and I refuse to deliberate? That's a problem. Is it that he's not following the instructions to not bring in outside material? Is he saying, look, I've been reading the news about this and this is what the news is reporting? Again, there's a lot of ways to not follow the court's instructions. So we don't know specifically what this juror is doing. But as a prosecutor, you generally want jurors that will follow the court's instructions, that will be very methodical going through each element of the law. That's what you want to see. So this note would make me a little bit nervous.
Ready for the great questions that we have coming? I mean, we already have great questions coming in, but listen to this. By the way, before I go to the questions, update from court. Prosecutor Johnson says she was asked, do you recall posting an Instagram in May of 2024? She wrote that domestic violence is the issue, but that's not what the jury's asking about. We'd like more in about the can incident. By the way, Safa, that's something the defense jumped on in their closing argument, that Cassie talked about this being domestic violence. She never once said it was about sex trafficking. Right? That's what they're focusing on, that if she didn't even interpret it as sex trafficking. Although couldn't the argument be, yeah, she's not a federal prosecutor. She doesn't study sex trafficking. It's more easy to say that's assault or that's domestic violence than, oh, that is a violation of the RICO statute or that's violation of sex trafficking. But I can see where the defense was going there, that their whole thing is this isn't sex trafficking or racketeering. This is just an unfortunate toxic relationship. But your thoughts on that?
Yeah, that post plays into the defense's theory that this was simply a domestically violent, toxic relationship, that it doesn't meet the standard of racketeering, that it doesn't meet the standard of sex trafficking or anything of that nature. And as Mr. Agnifilo, we coined in his closing argument, this was some sort of love story that just went bad. So that post plays into that theory and narrative, which of course is why the defense would want it in. But Ms. Ventura is, of course, not in a position to really know, what qualifies as sex trafficking, what qualifies as racketeering. She doesn't have the legal education or knowledge or position to make that determination, as we can see here, which is ultimately why the government essentially believed that they had enough to put in front of a grand jury for these specific charges that he's now facing.
Tyler, we got a super chat question from Kid's sister. So thank you so much, Kid's sister. Should RICO laws change that if charging co-conspirators must be charged too to show a criminal enterprise is indeed at work, even if pleas are offered? So in other words, you can never charge somebody with racketeering conspiracy unless they're charged with somebody else. I think that's what the question is. It's a good question.
Yeah, it's a great question, but I don't think our RICO laws should be changed. It's been an effective tool that prosecutors have used and the government has used to, curb all types of crime. From thinking about prohibition, organized crime when it came down to the mafia. There's national criminal organizations that are prosecuted under RICO. So although this case is a little different regarding Mr. Combs being prosecuted as, for lack of better words, villain number one with no co-conspirator indicted yet, it still has been an effective means for the government to curb crime. And that's what the statutes are for.
Got a super chat question here. I'll throw this to you, Barrett. This is from Forest and Fawn. Honestly, great name. Okay, I think that should be like some sort of company, Forest and Fawn. It's actually Forest plus Fawn, but I think it's great. Thank you so much for the super chat question. Why can't jurors have a legal background? I get that it's of your peers, but how can a deli clerk make a lawful decision without proper education? Look, that's an interesting question. There can be lawyers on there, but I was just talking to somebody about this. Racketeering is so complicated. I've been explaining for the last 7-8 weeks, and there's still complications regarding, even when I speak to non-lawyers. No fault. It's very complicated. 62 pages of a jury instruction form. Do you think it's fair that there are non-lawyers on the jury who are now going to be making an impactful legal decision, legal conclusion?
I do. I mean, not only because it's what our Constitution requires, but also because if the prosecutors can't convince 12, reasonable men and women why somebody is guilty, if they can't explain it in really just, easy to understand, digestible bits of information, if they can't do that, then they're really doing something wrong. We have to be able to convince everyone from a lawyer to a plumber why somebody's guilty. That's sort of the basics of our legal system. So look, I understand there are certain cases that really lend themselves to people having certain expertise. I mean, this one, I actually think, racketeering is a little bit of a complicated statute, but, I've had trials where it's really complicated, accounting fraud or, securities fraud trials. And we do ask regular people, regardless of their background, to just pay attention, to bear with the prosecution. And if the prosecution has done a good job, the jurors are able to follow it.
We got a ton of questions coming in. Safa, this is from Amber Jordan. Why is the attorneys deciding what to show the jury of the transcript? Why can't the jury view any and all transcripts and evidence they want?
When the jurors ask their questions, they have to ask very specific questions. So if the jurors would have asked, we want to see the entire transcript of Cassie Ventura's testimony, starting from the very beginning to the very end, then they would be able to see that. But if they're asking for specific portions of those transcripts, the court has to respond to their questions in a very narrow way. So the court is going to interpret these questions very specific, and they will answer those and give them these specific answers. So if they're asking for a certain portion, they will give them that. But the jurors can ask for more. They can ask for an entire witness's testimony. It's just up to what they ask, and they need to be as specific as possible.
What a great question we got from Stella. Okay, I'm going to throw this to you, Tyler. There's a question for Jesse and the panel. Which would you choose as a defendant? Strong evidence with a weaker attorney, or weaker evidence with highly skilled attorneys? Love the show. We'll miss you when the trial is over. That's very kind. We're going to miss you guys too. So what do you think?
I'll take strong evidence with a weaker attorney because, as we mentioned earlier, these are regular folks who are on the jury, and sometimes people are moved by larger personalities. Just think of a very soft voice trying to explain a RICO in a closing argument, and they do not come off convincing at all. And then the defense lawyer gets up there bold and confident and pointing out how the prosecution doesn't even believe in their case. You can tell by their demeanor. Those are things that go a long way in moving a jury. So I'll take a strong evidentiary case and a weak prosecution or a weak lawyer presenting it any day.
Barrett, question from Brooklyn Truth. If Diddy's found not guilty and the government immediately appeals, will he be, this is a misunderstanding of the law, but will the government immediately appeal? Will he be released or remain in jail? Explain what happens if he's found not guilty.
Yeah, if he's not guilty, he's not guilty. End of sentence. The government doesn't get a right to appeal that, even if they disagree with it. So if he's not guilty, he will be released from jail. He's still going to have a lot of civil lawsuits that he'll have to answer to. So his days in court will not be completely over, but there would be no government appeal.
Going to you, Safa, from Velimir Makar. Thank you for your great coverage from Ireland. Oh, wow, so far away. Do you think if the jury finds Sean Combs guilty, will the government then prosecute Christina Coram, his purported former chief of staff?
Could they? Yes. Do I think they're going to? No. I think it would have been more likely that the government would have either charged her as a co-defendant in this case, which I'm actually surprised that they did not. I mean, I'm also equally surprised that they never called her as a witness to testify, and only they know why they haven't done that. But the reality is, I don't think that they're going to call her as a co-conspirator. They'd have to do all of this over again and call some of the same witnesses, and I think it would just be a waste of time and judicial resources to do that. I think if they were going to charge her, they would have already.
A lot of questions about this juror who allegedly is not refusing, or at one point refused to not follow the instructions. That's, again, just the accusation that was put forward. This is from, I'll throw this to you, Tyler. This is from ZimmyFan617. Can you charge a juror with contempt of court if they simply refuse to follow the required rules? If not, can an alternate juror be put in their place?
So, great question. A judge could technically charge a juror with contempt of court. What more than likely would happen if there was some reason why a juror could not follow the judge's instructions they would probably pull that juror and he would be questioned by the court, by the judge, and the counsel will be present to hear what the substance of the questioning is. And more than likely, this would be a situation when this juror is excused. So we don't know right now that this juror is outright refusing the instructions of the court. The comment that was given was he cannot follow the instructions for whatever reason. And he probably just got a strong encouragement in their note back from the court to the jury, telling them to do their job and their responsibility as jurors. And it seems like that's not an issue since we're on hour probably 9 now and they're still going.
Barrett, we got another question coming in. This is from Maddie Lindemood. Question: when Cassie's mom had to pay $20,000 to Diddy, extortion, is that no longer under RICO? It's not listed in the jury instructions / verdict form under RICO no more. See, I think that goes more to the idea of, was coercion being used, right, to induce Cassie into these freak-offs?
Yeah, I agree. I think that is all part of the sex trafficking charges. Remember, they have to show that the women were trafficked by force, fraud, or coercion. One of the ways the government has alleged that Cassie was coerced is that, there was this blackmail material that he was holding over her head saying, I can release this at any time. So that's sort of part and parcel of that charge. Is it part of the racketeering charge? I mean, it's not one of the listed predicates, which means they don't have to say this was proven or not proven. But look, the idea of how he used his associates and the people around him to effectuate this transaction with Cassie's mom, I mean, look, that is sort of part of the enterprise itself. So even though this isn't listed as a specific predicate, they can certainly consider all of this wrongdoing when they're thinking about, was he part of an enterprise and did an enterprise exist?
Saf, I'm going to give you a choice on questions here. So I'm first going to read you this question. I'm not really sure what it pertains to. If you don't want to answer it, move on. And I have another question for you. This is a super chat question from Dolly. Thank you so much for the super chat question. From the UK, anyone serve as jury, even people have been to prison. There is no timeline when jury should come back with results, serve 6 months. I think a lot of different points to that. Any comment there? I'll throw another question to you if you're interested, but any comment to that?
Not quite sure what this individual is asking. I don't know if it's
okay. Let me see if I can make sense. Can you serve on a jury if you've been to prison?
So it depends. More often than not, the answer is going to be no, or you'll be taken off the jury pool or the jury panel, especially by the prosecution. But that essentially is the answer. And a lot of that will be predicated on whether or not or what state you live in and things like that.
Okay. There's no time limit when the jury has to come back on a decision, right?
Not a time limit. If they come back in an hour, that's valid. If they have a guilty verdict in an hour, if they come back in a month, if they come back in 3 months, all of that is going to be valid as long as they come back with a unanimous verdict.
And then the serve 6 months, let me interpret that. If he's found guilty of transportation to engage in prostitution, which carries up to 10 years in prison, doesn't mean that's what he would be sentenced to. Could the minimum be 6 months?
Or he falls in the sentencing guidelines, or how he would be categorized. So in federal court, there's a sentencing guideline and a range, and that person is categorized based on what level of offense and their criminal history and all of those sorts of things. The judge will take all of that into totality. He's got more than 6 months in right now. He's been in custody for more than 6 months. So essentially, could the court take that into consideration and give him a sentence that is consistent with the time he's got in? Of course, but the judge could also give him up to 10 years.
Barrett, as a former federal prosecutor, would you have an opinion on what his sentence would be if he's convicted of transportation to engage in prostitution? Let's say 2 counts. I've always said that I feel that that's the strongest charge, the most straightforward path to conviction. What could he get?
Yeah, so those would have a maximum sentence of 10 years if the only counts that he was convicted on were the 2 Mann Act charges. Could they be stacked? Yes. Do I think that's likely? No. So I think if he's convicted of the Mann Act, he will get something less than 10 years. Without having done the calculations about his guideline range, as we were just talking about, it's hard to make a true prediction, but I'll put it this way. The judge can also consider all of the other evidence that he's heard during this trial. So even if he gets acquitted of the RICO count, even if he gets convicted of both of the sex trafficking counts, the judge can consider everything that came in that was relevant to those counts when he's sentencing him on those two Mann Acts. So he, certainly would give him, in my imagination, a more significant sentence based on all that information than he would have otherwise.
Yeah, it kind of answers the question we had from Keenan Jackson. Besides from walking away free, what's the least amount of time Sean can receive for the lesser charges? Does his time served count for his sentencing if he doesn't get life? Okay, so we kind of answered that question. Safa, I said I would have another question for you. This is from Anto Grego. Hello, you beautiful people. Question, if he's found guilty, can he ask for bail while waiting to appeal?
He can ask, but I'm sure he's going to be denied. What's going to ultimately happen is if he's found guilty, he, of course, will remain in custody. And then there will be a sentencing date that is scheduled for him to be sentenced. After he is sentenced, then he can file the notice of appeal. And it may take however long. Sometimes people sit and wait for an appeal for, 1 to 2 years in custody before their appeal is even heard. So I highly doubt that if he's convicted, he's going to be getting out. He's not going to be getting out while he's pending an appeal. He will remain in custody for that point, till that point in time.
We've got an update from court. Tenny Garrigo, Sean Combs' defense attorney, says, we think we should start with the first government exhibit about the Intercontinental Freak-Off. Prosecutor Johnson says if we could get the laptop back, we could load a searchable PDF. The judge says, I agree. Some earlier and later messages should be given. What's left? Prosecutor says, we'd like to include the photos she took of her injuries and the message from March 5th. Judge says, Ms. Garrigos, don't those fall into the same category? What would be the objection? Garrigo says, I have to maintain my objection to the photo. So a question about what material the jury will be handed over. Okay, Tyler, got a couple of questions for you. Gabe Bernard asks, if I became a juror, can I refuse to watch explicit videos?
You have to review all the evidence. I mean, could you refuse to watch it? Maybe not watch the entire thing. I'm pretty sure they've redacted some parts out of the video in consideration of people not wanting to watch the sensitive material and also the privacy of those victims who are involved in the materials. But your obligation as a juror is to review all evidence and then make a decision. And in this case, they are explicit materials. Does that mean you have to watch it over and over again? No, you don't. But you do have to review the evidence at least.
Let me throw another question to you. Again, from Brooklyn Truth. When a defendant has so many lawyers, like Sean Combs does that make it difficult for the team to cooperate effectively?
I don't think so. You may have different personalities who disagree on certain aspects, but remember the client, the defendant, it's his trial and his decision is ultimately who trumps everybody. And then you mentioned the team. Usually it's a team. Everybody has a certain role. There was a lawyer who did the opening. There's a lawyer who did the closing. Certain lawyers cross-examined certain witnesses. Certain lawyers presented certain arguments, whether it's pre-trial or post-trial. So everybody has a role to play, and they have to work together. And ultimately, Mr. Combs is the coach and makes the final call.
Got so many great questions coming in. This is for you, Barrett. This is from Becky Pell. Aside from England, asking from England, excuse me, do you think it was a mistake that the Diddy team didn't put up a defense? If so, is this a reason Diddy could use for appeal?
I don't think it was a mistake for them not to call witnesses. Again, like I said earlier, their defense was really more of a legal one. Again, they were not saying these people are lying about everything. I think they were saying, even if you assume what they're saying is true, it's not sex trafficking. It's not RICO. And they said as much in their opening, saying this is assault. This is domestic violence. It's a lifestyle, but it's not what the prosecutors have charged. So I think given that that was their whole tactic and their strategy, it would have been in some ways odd to call a lot of witnesses. I think it was a very smart decision not to put the defendant on the stand. I think that really only would have worked to their detriment. So I think that was actually a very smart decision. But to her second point, could they use this as part of an appeal? I mean, possibly, right? One of the things that defendants bring up on appeal in almost every single appeal of a criminal trial is ineffective assistance of counsel. So just to play that out, he would say, my counsel was ineffective in not putting up a defense. They should have called witnesses. I wanted them to. They didn't. I have to think, given everything that we've just talked about, it's not going to be a very strong argument on appeal, but of course, he will make that if he's convicted.
And it brings us to what his behavior was. I mean, because it seems like from the reporting that we have, he's constantly been nodding and constantly been in agreement with his attorneys and conversing with his attorneys and part of the defense. So it would be difficult for him to say, I didn't know what was going on with my legal defense. I asked for this. They did this. I mean, but you never know. I'll tell you what, we got Sierra Gillespie. We got Law&Crime's reporter. We got the host of Scandal with us right now. She's outside that federal courthouse. Sierra, hi, good to see you. How's everything going out there?
Hi, Jesse. That intro, I got to clip that and watch it on repeat when I need to pump myself up when I'm having a bad day. I loved it. We're getting court updates. There's smell of the verdict in the air. Could it be today, tomorrow, next week? Who's to say? It's really hot out, so we've got multiple fans, but I don't know. I'm just happy to be here.
Well, we're happy to have you. We're happy to see you. You came all the way in for it. We got questions coming in for you, or at least questions that I think you would be great to answer. Okay, ready? Okay.
Yes.
This is a question from Christina Lester. It's a super chat question. So, Christina, thank you so much. I read that, and don't worry about this federal code. I'm not asking you to get into the weeds with federal law, but I read that 18 U.S.C. 1508 prohibits recording, listening to, or observing jury proceedings, but jurors may take notes during deliberations. Does that mean that said notes may one day become public?
This is a really good question. And yes, to the point of our viewer, who I believe I recognize that username. I think some of our viewers are longtime watchers. So thanks for tuning in and sticking on with us. Yes, so they are allowed to take notes during all of this. However, I do believe that they are destroyed or they have to turn them back in at the end of deliberation. This is something that I've seen in other cases. And just to be completely straightforward, I'm more proficient in state cases. This is one of my first big federal cases that we've had here. So I don't know if it's different, but I believe that they have to turn them back over.
I believe you're right. Barrett Berger, are you with us? Is that correct?
Yeah, so the jury, anything that the jury writes down on their notepads, at the end of each court day, they have to give it back to the bailiff. It becomes part of the court record. So at the end of the proceedings, they'll also have to give them back. Would those ever become public? Only if there was a significant issue. I mean, really significant. Not like somebody disagrees with the verdict. If there was some sort of allegation of juror fraud or they were writing inappropriate notes to each other, something like that, you could imagine them coming back into part of a record on appeal. But in, I would say, 99.9% of the cases, these will never see the light of day.
I'm going to go back to Sierra in a second, but we got a legal question that came in. I'll throw it. I'll throw it to Safa. I'll throw it to Safa first. Safa, this is a super chat question from Mayra. Mayra, thank you so much. If the jury doesn't come back with a full not guilty, what's the next best case scenario for Diddy? PSA, Sierra's right. You do have perfect hair. Gosh, best audience, best audience. I even forgot what the question was. Oh, yeah. If the jury doesn't come back with a full not guilty, what's the next best case scenario for Diddy? I guess imagine being found guilty of the transportation to engage in prostitution?
Yes, most definitely. And so the jurors have to have a unanimous verdict. So they all have to determine guilty or not guilty. Next best case scenario for Diddy, if they don't come back with an outright acquittal, would be if they came back guilty on the transportation to engage in prostitution, not guilty on the sex trafficking, not guilty on the racketeering. The biggest issue here is going to be the racketeering. That's where he has the most to lose. That's where he's facing life in prison. Best case scenario outside of the acquittal would be the transportation to engage in prostitution, not guilty on the others.
Got it. Let me bring back in Sierra. Sierra, so we got a question from Jet. By the way, Sierra, did you say I have perfect hair? This is phenomenal. This is the best reporting that you've done in decades. It's very kind of you to say.
I did say that, and it's true. I report the truth. So, yeah, it's true.
Very kind, very kind. Okay, Jet asks, during these deliberations, can the public sit and wait in the courtroom all day, even while the judge is off the bench?
Oh, this is a great question because we've talked about this a lot, right? Inside the federal courtroom, we don't have cameras, so we don't have a live stream. That's why we have the sketches that we're playing throughout the live streams or throughout coverage on Scandal or Sidebar, wherever on Law and Crime. However, it is a public courthouse, and I have seen multiple people who are not even media going inside because that's what it's there for. You're allowed to do that. So yes, there is a waiting area inside. Now, to be clear, P. Diddy, Sean Combs, does occasionally go back into the courtroom. For instance, if there's any sort of juror question, which we've seen a couple of them so far, he'll be escorted back with U.S. Marshals into the courtroom. We know his mother's there, the defense, the prosecution, everybody's there chatting and kind of waiting to hear what's going on. Otherwise, he's held in a holding cell rather that's kind of nearby. But if you're interested and you want to sit around and wait and see what's going on, you can come in as long as it's not completely full.
Yeah. And by the way, do you know how busy it is right now? Are there a ton of people waiting for the verdict?
It's interesting. I was actually just inside. We did our live cut-in, and I ran inside to go to the bathroom and see what was going on. And honestly, it's not that busy. I kind of expected it a bit more. Reporters are going inside, presumably just to keep cool. Others have come out. Elizabeth Milner has come out with us. And then when there is any sort of jury question, she'll run back inside. So I think I've seen more of that. It's not as busy as you would think because people are kind of all just waiting.
I've got a question here. As somebody who's followed trials for several years, this is for you, Sierra. Tucka asks, what does it mean the longer deliberations go on? More or less favorable for Diddy?
I think that's a IDK kind of question. It can go any way, right? Every jury is different. Every case is different. And I know that there are sometimes comparisons that people make. For instance, it should be 1 day of deliberation per week of trial. That's something that people sometimes go by. Or sometimes they say, okay, if the jury is having pizza on a Friday, they'll hold out for a little bit longer to eat the pizza and then they'll come back with a verdict. There are so many different theories about, the lengthy deliberation, meaning one sort of a verdict, or a short one, meaning another one. I really think it just depends. And as far as this trial, I really just believe that the length of the deliberation and the questions that our jurors are asking show that they're talking things out, that they're doing their job, that they're going through and referring back to jury instructions and talking about things that they felt were really important during the entire case altogether. So I don't know if I can say one way or another which way they're leaning based on the length of deliberation. I don't know, maybe with more questions, we could have a clearer picture.
Well, this is a good follow-up. This is from Cuervo. How many jurors does Combs need on his side to get off?
Oh, this is a great question. All of them. It needs to be unanimous, right? And there could be a mixed verdict here. We could find him not, and when I say we, I mean the jury, could find him not guilty on some, guilty on others. It's called what we call a mixed or split verdict, but it needs to be unanimous. That's kind of the way it goes. And that's why sometimes deliberations take a while because they need to talk it out. Here's why I feel this way. Here's why you feel that way. We'll talk, where can we meet in the middle? And as you can hear behind me, there's always something going on here at the courthouse, which is why it's so fun to be reporting live. There's really just always something going on. And there's probably a lot of that stuff going on, a lot of discussions going on inside the deliberation room. But again, I do just have to hammer home, it has to be unanimous when they come and return a verdict.
How great is Sierra? We paid those guys to drive by and yell at you just to see if you'd break form. Did not break a beat. This is Sierra Gillespie, everybody. This is the host of Scandal. All right, so Sierra, stand by. We got more questions coming in. We got more court updates. So first of all, they're going back and forth about what's the material going to be given to the jury after their question. Prosecutor says, we do not think her testimony, meaning Cassie's testimony about her Instagram post, is relevant. We think it's confusing. The judge says, I think it can be included. Both sides have reviewed. Will proceed on this basis. And it looks like they have adjourned on that. Okay, go back to you, Tyler. Got a bunch of questions coming up. This is from Ethelyn Buckmeyer. Did the defense not call any witnesses because they're confident they'll win? Love you, Jesse. Love from the UK. Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. So what do you think, Tyler? Did the defense not call any witnesses because they're confident that they'll win?
I don't think that was a reason for not calling any witnesses. I think it's more so strategic. on this case, and their theme has been the government has overcharged and they have not met their burden of proof by proving each element beyond a reasonable doubt of the charge that Mr. Combs convicted of. They did spend significant effort in cross-examining the government's witnesses, and I believe they strategically felt that anybody they could call would not add to their case and may distract from the burden that the government has to prove to win their case.
Barrett, Rita Connors asks, if Sean Combs is convicted and sent to federal prison, will he always remain in protective custody, or will he be moved to general population? How does it work in the federal system?
Yeah, unless there's an issue that requires him to be in protective custody, I don't think that he would stay in protective custody his whole time. I mean, if you look at other celebrities that have been sentenced, ultimately they do make their way into general custody. So right now, he's being held in sort of a pretrial facility. If he's convicted, he would ultimately be sentenced to, a longer term actual prison. So he could be upstate New York, he could be in North Carolina. I mean, he could really be anywhere. He would likely make an argument that he wants to be sentenced and housed someplace close to family to make it easier to visit. But it's really, up to not only the judge, but also to the Bureau of Prisons to figure out what's the most appropriate facility for him.
The transcripts are going to be sent to the jury by 1 p.m. This is per reporting from CNN. So again, the transcript excerpts regarding the Intercontinental Hotel incident, a big piece of evidence, a big event in this case. Safa, you want a question from Safa? So Safa to Safa. Safa asks, on the jury sheet, it said count 3 transportation Cassie. Is transportation charge only for Cassie and not the dozens of escorts?
So if I can recall the verdict sheet, it does appear that the transportation portion is in connection with Cassie Ventura, and there's also a component that is specific to Jane. It does not sound, at least reviewable based on the verdict sheet, that it's with regard to the escorts, although we have heard testimony of that as well, but specific to Cassie Ventura and Jane.
To be clear, though, the argument is, right, Sean Combs transported men. They don't even have to be sex workers. Transported men and Cassie, charged for count 3, and Jane for count 5, for the purposes of sex work. So they are a part of it.
Yes, they're definitely a part of it. And we've gotten a ton of testimony that essentially says that these individuals were hired by Mr. Combs or at someone's direction from Mr. Combs to travel to, for example, Turks and Caicos or to New York or to Miami to engage in sexual activity with Cassie Ventura or Jane Doe as well. Traveling across interstate lines, which of course would affect commerce. And so that essentially is the government's argument that he participated in these things, that these sex workers were transported across interstate lines along with Ms. Ventura, and that she was sex trafficked, and essentially substantiating what the government alleges as the transportation to engage in prostitution and the sex trafficking charges.
Tyler, got a question from Old Hollywood Angels. What is a foreperson?
The jury foreperson is essentially the leader and spokesperson for the jury. They're the ones who will read when the court asks, do they have a verdict? The foreperson will be the one to stand up and read that they find Mr. Combs guilty or not guilty. They're in charge of really just taking leadership inside the jury deliberation rooms.
Over to you, Barrett. This is from Just My Opinion. Sorry. If Diddy's found guilty on the charges he's up against, can the judge still let him walk free with a fine?
No. If Diddy's convicted of all of the offenses that he's charged with, he'd be facing a mandatory minimum sentence. So the judge would have no wiggle room as far as the sentence goes on that. If he was, let's just give a hypothetical, if he was only convicted of the 2 transportation charges, the Mann Act charges that don't carry a mandatory minimum, is it possible that the judge could give him time served? Yes. Is it probable? Absolutely not. There's sentencing guidelines the judge has to follow. That would be an extraordinary departure from the guidelines. And I really can't see that being something that would happen in this case.
Safa, RD asks, if he's released, not guilty, how long does it take for him to be processed and released? Would it be the same day? Is it possible he could flee the country?
If he's acquitted, I expect that he would be released probably within a couple of hours. If he's acquitted, he can do whatever he wants. He can leave the country. He can stay here. He can do whatever he wants. But in terms of when he's going to get turned out, if he's acquitted, probably a couple hours.
I'm going to throw this question to Tyler, and then I'm also going to ask Sierra about it. Tyler, Lisa 5472 asks, with the questions the jurors are asking, do you feel they're struggling to find guilt? Or did the questions show they're headed towards a guilty verdict?
I think the questions show that they're working through the verdict sheet. And if you look at the top, you have racketeering, and then you have the predicate underlying crimes that go along with it, and then you get to sex trafficking with Miss Ventura and then Jane. So I think that they're working through the verdict sheet, and to me, it just leads me to believe that they're probably focusing on the charges as it relates to Miss Ventura and sex trafficking, and that's why they specifically asked for 3 separate slices of information to digest while they're working through it. But that's just my assumption. Who knows?
I'll go to Sierra in a second. Before I do, I want Barrett. We had a super chat question that just came in from V8. V8, thank you so much. I think Diddy's activities check off the RICO boxes as it's written, even though this isn't the normal type of case tried under RICO. Guilty or not guilty, do you think the RICO law will be amended?
No, I don't think the RICO law will be amended. And I agree. I think that the government has done a pretty methodical job of showing why this was a RICO enterprise. And I think they have more than 2 predicates that they have presented evidence for. The bigger question to me is, let's say he's acquitted, right? If he's acquitted on everything. Well, I don't think the RICO law will be amended. This really could be a pretty powerful message to the government that jurors don't like RICO in circumstances like that. That jurors think that this has been too big of an expansion of how the RICO laws are being used. So I think that it may be, if he's acquitted, perhaps it's something that future prosecutors take into account when they're trying to figure out whether RICO is an appropriate charge. But for me personally, I think that this conduct has satisfied the RICO elements. They've put evidence forth to that, and I think it was probably an appropriate charge.
We have a ton of super chat questions coming in. This is amazing. And this is from ManMan31994. Saf, I'll go to you, and thank you so much for this question. If Diddy is convicted on either the RICO or trafficking charges, what do you think his best grounds for appeal would be? Also, do you think he would hire different appellate counsel? Great questions.
Well, I think that he already has an appellate attorney on his team, so he very well could keep that attorney, or he can decide to go get a whole new panel of attorneys if he chooses to do that. I think that his best argument, the likelihood, and to Barrett's point earlier, is ineffective assistance of counsel, and we often see that in appeals, and with appeals you have to raise it or lose it. So I expect if he were to appeal that would be one of the arguments, that his counsel, did not call certain witnesses, that they did not present a case, XYZ, a number of reasons as to why he should be granted an appeal and the case should be, sent back. So it's just really going to depend. But he's got an appellate attorney on his team now. He could keep that attorney, or he could get a new one.
Got a super chat question. I'll throw this to you, Tyler. This is from Christina Lester. Christina, thank you so much. Is part of the purpose of thorough jury instructions to avoid any appeals based on the rule of lenity? I saw Brian Steele has successfully appealed several convictions on this basis, and my understanding is it's basically how you interpret a statute or interpret a law. If it's ambiguous or not, you resolve it in a way that's most favorable to the defendant. Is that why it's so specific and so detailed when you're talking about racketeering and sex trafficking? What do you think, Tyler?
I think that jury charges have to be very detailed and specific because you're asking the jury to consider all the evidence and make a ruling of guilty or not guilty based on the law. There shouldn't be assumptions of the law, what people think the law means or how they feel about the law. It's the black and white letter of the law as it's been negotiated generally between the prosecution and the defense, and the judge ultimately incorporates particular changes or does not, and then gives the instructions to the jury. And you have to have thorough jury charges because you don't want the jury considering things that aren't accurate when they deliver their verdict.
Barrett, I know we have to sign you off in a minute. Before we do, before we went on live, you said you have a prediction about when we might get a verdict. If you'd like to share with the class, when do you think we might get a verdict in this case?
So I think we're going to get a verdict tomorrow. I think this jury has been here for a very long time now. I think they're probably pretty sick of each other. So in a normal case, if everything was proceeding according to plan, I think if they, had gone through the verdict sheet, it does seem like from their questions, they're kind of working their way down. I would expect a verdict tomorrow. The one wrinkle in my prediction could be this juror number 25. If you really have somebody who is a holdout, who's making things difficult for his or her other jurors, that could certainly take this thing longer than it otherwise would have been. But usually where there's a holiday weekend coming up, that's a pretty powerful incentive for the jury to wrap this up.
Barrett Berger, great seeing you. Thank you so much for taking the time. Safa and Tyler are going to stick with me. Sierra's going to stick with me, but guess what? We're going to take a break. You know who's coming on? Elizabeth Milner, Queen Elizabeth. So if anybody has any questions for Elizabeth, make sure to shoot them in the chat. We'll ask her immediately. Stay with us here on Law and Crime. We'll be right back right after this.
All right, we got her. We got Queen Elizabeth Milner, Law & Crime's in-court reporter with us. Everybody's been waiting. All the questions are flowing in. Elizabeth, great to see you as we continue deliberations in the Sean Diddy Combs criminal trial. Let's get right into it. This is from Corey Boone. I heard it was pandemonium on Friday, Elizabeth, when the family was leaving. Are there new rules on how the media public should conduct themselves during the verdict?
Oh, well, obviously we were all kind of told not to have any outbursts, not to say anything kind of, as far as like applause or as far as just an overtly emotional reaction. So we were told to pretty much keep quiet. But as far as pandemonium goes, I don't think it was necessarily the case on Friday during, closing argument at that point. And so from what I could tell just of the family's reaction, and by the way, Jesse, more of his family members did show up. And even though we're just getting jury notes at this point, we're not even at the verdict portion yet, I will say that a lot of his support system definitely made their way into that courtroom today, even though we're still waiting on a verdict at this point. So I hope that answers the viewer's question there.
We got another one coming in from Sylvia Nunez. How did the prosecution do in making the argument that victims of what is being alleged will have a soft spot for abusers? Does that question make sense to you? You get what Sylvia's asking, right?
I might need to do like a lawyer move right there and ask for a rephrasing of the question.
Yeah. So basically, I think it is that how did the prosecution do in making the argument that, look, these victims, Cassie, Jane, Mia, they may have conflicted emotions regarding Sean Combs, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're not victims of sex trafficking or violence of some kind. Or forced labor, if you're talking about Mia. They can still be victims despite the fact that they stayed in touch with him or wrote glowing messages to him or set things up. What was your take on how the prosecution explained that, how they got in front of that during closing arguments?
Well, I think it's a question that a lot of people have in their minds, right? Especially when you're talking about interpersonal conflicts, you're talking about interpersonal relationships. And I go back to a question that always remains, Jesse, is a lot of people do have is that why don't they leave? If they could leave, why didn't they do that? And I think the government did a good job as far as sprinkling Dr. Don Hugh's testimony in during their closing argument as they were talking about why alleged victims don't leave, why they continue to stay, or even just that fear of leaving in general. So I think that they did a good job explaining it. It's all about how the jury's kind of interpreting it, though, because I'm sure that's a question in their mind, as it's been kind of a question in a lot of viewers' minds, too. So I think the government did a good job, but again, it's up to the jury to talk about, or excuse me, to deliberate on whether or not they kind of agree, too.
Elizabeth, what are the flavors of the Mr. Softy truck behind you? I see they might have vanilla, they might have Oreo as well. Sorry, I got distracted. It's sorry, I see ice cream.
Told me there's a Mr. Softy truck behind me. I got excited.
If they played the music right now, we're doing great. Okay, we got a super chat question from Christina Lester. This is so kind, Christina. Please just tell Elizabeth how awesome it's been to watch her grow on this channel, so confident and beaming.
Oh, that is so sweet. Oh, that's so nice. Like, no, truly the viewer support has just been so overwhelmingly nice. Like, I never know if you guys are going to like us or anything like that. So just the overwhelming support has truly been phenomenal. And we do look at a lot of your guys' comments. So I want to thank you all for watching, sticking with us being kind of your destination for all things Diddy and all things Diddy trial. So we love you all here at Law&Crime.
Couldn't have said it better myself. We've got a question from Truman. Jesse, Elizabeth, a big thanks to you and all experts for your great job. Do you think the trial would give a reason for other celebrities to rethink their lifestyle? That's an interesting question.
That is a good question. That's a great question, actually. I think, a lot of celebrities might want to consider their actions. We're seeing just so many kind of court cases come about. When you go back to Bill Cosby and R. Kelly, we've seen civil complaints or civil lawsuits filed against legends like Smokey Robinson. Now we're seeing the Diddy trial, because remember, Jesse, when we were first started reporting on Cassie's lawsuit, and then that was settled. Then just more lawsuits came that I think a lot of other celebrities should consider. I think, one, the way that they're treating others, especially the way that they're treating women, whether or not that their actions do constitute and possibly criminal actions or just terrible choices maybe too. But I think a lot of people, it's not even just celebrities, a lot of people need to kind of maybe, maybe take a little class or two just about their actions and how their actions definitely could have consequences. But we'll see if this is just the beginning or whether or not, because I know a lot of people are like, oh, other celebrities are going to be named. Like that wasn't even the case in this particular trial. It related to victim 1 and victim 2, that being Cassie and Jane.
There was that testimony from Jane, right, about this other rapper who had a girlfriend or a wife and they were part of the lifestyle. And like, I think the point was from the defense, you got somebody else who might be engaging in the same thing, right? Why is that person not being brought up on sex trafficking charges? So I thought that was interesting when you think about it. I did want to ask you this. What is Diddy's vibe been like? You know, every time he's entered into the court, what does he look like? Does he seem nervous? Has he been taking notes? What is his interaction with attorneys? You know, any behavioral things you've taken note of?
I've definitely been noticing he's been reading a lot since the jury went back to start their deliberations. Because obviously when I'm outside here, everyone's outside kind of doing their live reports and stuff like that. Diddy's not inside the courtroom. He's going back to, I think, what it's considered to be a holding cell, where he even told his attorneys that he just wanted to take a couple books back. And so when we see him come out of the kind of where he's been held up at, and when kind of he sees some of his attorneys, he sees his family, he sees the entire courtroom in the gallery, I think, one, he's happy to see his family. That's something that I've definitely been taking note of. But in terms of just his maybe possible nerves, they're not showing necessarily all over his face. But also, mind you, Jesse, that it's likely that the defendant is reading these jury notes, these jury messages before we're even learning what they actually contain, because the lawyers, they get these messages first from the jury, so that way they can work everything out, they can think about their arguments, all of that stuff. So I'm sure if there was any type of questions that had concern for the defense, he's probably hearing about that in probably a private holding cell, probably digesting it then, and then when he comes out, sees the rest of us, he's probably putting on a strong face, especially for his family. I don't think he's putting on a strong face for us in the press, but I think as far as his support system goes, he's not going to show to my what I'm seeing inside the courtroom, kind of show any type of wavering in terms of just looking mad or looking annoyed or looking mad or concerned or any of that sort. So it's pretty hard to read him at this point, but I'm sure a lot's going through his mind, especially as more and more questions keep coming out.
Let's talk about that real quick. When I was reading that the jurors had asked for Ventura's testimony, if any, regarding interactions, freak-offs with Daniel Phillip, and Phillip's testimony regarding the Essex Hotel incident with Ventura, what jumped out to you about that? What do you think the jurors are trying to get a little bit more information about?
Well, it's interesting, Jesse, because I think if you think about the first question, it kind of had to do with RICO conspiracy, and now they're asking kind of things that pertain to sex trafficking, and I think in part two, to count two that's been alleged in the indictment. And so I think there are specific questions about Cassie in the Intercontinental Hotel, Cassie at Cannes, I know I always mispronounce it, and then the events that immediately followed afterwards, and plus Cassie's testimony in regards to the interaction with Daniel Phillip at a freak-off at her apartment, plus the Essex Hotel incident with Cassie and Daniel Phillip. I think their questions are very specific. And it's interesting too, Jesse, because I was sitting by one of the reporters inside, and I was going back through my notes even from just closing arguments, and the prosecution pointed out these specific instances in their closing argument. The Intercontinental Hotel that had happened in March 5th of 2016. They showed an exhibit photo of Cassie at the Cannes Film Festival, and then they even specifically talked about a particular freak-off where Sean Combs had punched Cassie and then kind of forced her to do a freak-off even after being physically violent with her. And so I'm wondering, a lot of people are talking about testimony and how far back it goes, but it seems like the jury really kind of took heed to the closing argument. And I think what's also interesting too, Jesse, is the whole Instagram post that's also going to go back to the jury too, something that's still on Cassie Ventura's Instagram page even to this day, just in regards to the outpouring of support that she had gotten after the Intercontinental Hotel surveillance video was released by CNN just last year, where she said in part, "Thank you all for the love and support from my family, friends, strangers, and those that I have yet to meet. The outpouring of love has created a place for my younger self to settle and feel safe now." But this is only the beginning. Domestic violence is the issue, and she capitalizes THEV issue. It broke me down to someone I never thought I would become. So that's just in part of what the message reads. But it's also interesting because the defense pointed out the specific IG message. So it really seems like the jury really kind of took in what was said in the closing arguments, and now it seems like they'll be getting kind of the testimony from the few days before, the few days after, and they're going to get this Instagram post too that's going to be sent back with them. So it's interesting that the questions, a specific question too.
Yeah, they're definitely considering the evidence after all these hours. I think the deliberation is going to last quite some time, and it's very hard to gauge where the jurors are right now, what they might be thinking. By the way, the ice cream music did hit as well. I couldn't have planned that better. All right.
Oh, you heard it. Good.
Oh, I heard it. All right. Before I let you go, we got a super chat question. We got a super chat question from Augusto USA. Thank you so much. Hello, Elizabeth. I would like to know if Sean Combs has VIP treatment at his cell. Thank you. You guys rock. Congratulations. So sweet. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it. I think in terms of in his cell, I think he's getting the treatment that a lot of other defendants are getting. I don't want to make any assumptions because obviously I haven't seen his cell or anything like that, but I don't know if he's necessarily getting VIP treatment as much so as he's just kind of being treated like any other possibly high-profile defendant.
All right. So, Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much. I know you have to head back into court. Really appreciate it. And I look forward to seeing you later.
Yes. Thanks, Jesse.
All right, let's continue the conversation. Back here with Safa, back here with Tyler. We're going to have a lot more questions coming in. So, Safa, Heidi Hocking asks, how does the jury decide on a four-person?
Well, usually, and it depends. If it's in state court, it's usually the person that is juror number one, and the way that they're seated by the judge. In federal court, they will have a conversation and designate a conversation amongst themselves and designate who the four-person is going to be.
Yeah, and is that's a daunting job, right, Tyler? I mean, do they feel like they have to be the mediator, they have to lead everybody in the right conversation? I wonder if every day they say, okay, our objective today is to go through counts 3 and 5. Our objective today is to go through racketeering. What role do they typically play in this?
So the thing that's interesting, there's no syllabus for being a four-person. The judge declares that you're the four-person, and then you pretty much take leadership with that role, how you see fit. I mean, a good four-person really helps drive what they're going to be considering, drives the conversation, make sure everybody's heard, and then we'll continue to move the deliberations along. It's always been a dream of mine. I wish I could be a juror. I doubt anybody would ever select me to serve on the jury, but it's a four-person. They serve a specific role in really being a leader in the jury deliberation rooms.
I got a bunch of super chat questions coming in. Awesome super chat questions. Awesome questions in general. Safa, this is from Black Sigma. Thank you so much. This is fair, okay? Why was Cowboys for Angels not indicted or prosecuted as a criminal enterprise? Remember, this is the service that provided alleged sex workers in this case, male performers in this case. Why is Diddy the only one being charged in this racketeering conspiracy case? Why was Cowboys for Angels not indicted or prosecuted?
Excellent question. Honestly, that's a question that I myself have personally had with respect to this case. When we typically see RICO cases, we normally see a number of defendants. You can see anywhere from 2 to 15 to 20. It just depends. But I find it interesting, and this was a prosecutorial decision not to indict this company. I don't know why the answer to that is. Only they would know. But it is definitely a question that has come into my mind. if they are providing these alleged sex workers and receiving payment for these individuals' time and things of that nature. Why have they not been charged as a part of this enterprise? I think is a very great question.
And by the way, in the jury instructions, one of the things they were told is there were witnesses that weren't called. There were people who weren't called as witnesses, AKA, Christina Quorum. It wasn't mentioned specifically in the jury instructions, but you can't use that to infer anything. So, but look, jurors are human beings. They might be wondering why other people weren't charged. Look, that was what the defense said. They said he's the only one charged in this. Who were the other co-conspirators? So it's interesting to think about that. Or maybe Cowboys for Angels. Okay, super chat question for you, Tyler. This is from Jose Talavera. Thank you so much, Jose. Pretending thousands of people are not watching this, okay? In your personal opinion, is he guilty or not guilty?
Great question. I mean, when I'm on this show, I'm talking my personal opinion. I can care less about how many people are watching, but I think he's guilty of the charge that he's been accused of committing. If you look through the jury charges, if you read the actual statute, look at the verdict sheet, I think it's pretty hard not to convict him for at least the Mann Act violation. RICO, I think the way the jury verdict sheet looks, it's pretty hard not to even convict him for RICO because it's RICO conspiracy. The judge describe what a conspiracy is, and then you have 10 predicate crimes that you can choose from beneath that. So it's really hard, I think, for Mr. Combs to walk on this, and I personally feel that everybody's innocent to proven guilty, but the videos and the evidence and the testimony, it's kind of hard to ignore that.
Yeah, I've always said that I feel the transportation to engage in prostitution charges, if you look at the facts, look at the evidence and the testimony in this case, particularly now that the jurors, through jury instructions, they don't even have to accept that the men that were transported or allegedly transported, they didn't have to be sex workers. They don't have to be prostitutes. They're just, if they were completed sex acts, you get there. I mean, through the text messages, the audio messages, the Amex receipts, the testimony, it put Diddy at the center of it. And I think it's going to be very, very hard to make the argument that he didn't know this was illegal or he didn't know what was going on. So I think he's probably going to get convicted of those. Racketeering, toss-up. Sex trafficking, probably stronger with Cassie than there is with Jane. We shall see. Natalie McGeough has a super chat question. Thank you so much. Not even a question. Wow. Jesse and Elizabeth for president, vice president 2028. Well, first of all, that's very kind. Second of all, wow, really? That's where we're at. I mean, stranger things, but no, if that's who we're looking at, we got some more serious problems. But hey, this is not the politics show. This is a way to get out of politics a little bit. All right, got a super chat comment from Katie. Excellent reporting and discussions, Jesse. I always notice when you are in here. That's very sweet. How do you think Combs is handling deliberations? Will KK be charged immediately if he's found guilty? Safa, look, I don't think necessarily she's going to be even a part of this case. I don't even think, or charged afterward. There is a question why she wasn't called as a witness. There is a question about what she needed when they have all of her text messages and you have so much testimony about her. I think he's probably very nervous right now. There's a difference between being charged, waiting for trial, going into the jury selection process, beginning the trial, and now you represent clients. How nervous are they when you now come to the main question? Will I be found guilty? And if I am found guilty, the likelihood of a successful appeal where the conviction could be overturned or my sentence could be overturned is not high. So there's everything at stake here. His whole life can change in any minute.
His entire life is at stake. And during the verdict watch process, everybody's on pins and needles. The defendant is, myself, or we as attorneys, we're all so nervous. The moment we hear that there's a note from the jury, everyone's stomach drops because we don't know if it's going to be a question or if it's going to be a verdict. So it is a very highly critical time right now, and everybody's nervous and everybody's on the edge of their seats. And you're right, Jesse, to your point, this moment is truly going to define what the rest of Mr. Combs' life looks like. And the likelihood of his conviction being overturned on appeal is probably not going to be likely unless there was some error that was done during the proceedings or by this lower court as it goes up on appeal to the Second Circuit, and ultimately wherever it may land after that.
Got a super chat question. Oh, we have Sierra Gillespie with us. Sierra, hi, good to see you. You're back. Okay, so Sierra, let's jump into the conversation. I want you to feel a part of this. And by the way, I'm sorry they didn't want you to be president or vice president, but I think that you are a part of this. I think you are a part of this administration. Whatever role you want.
I want to be in the cabinet.
You want to be in the cabinet? Secretary of State. How about that? Secretary of Defense while we're at it.
Please.
All right, we got a question.
Why not?
From Charles Menifee. Thank you so much, Charles. Did you cover the RICO? Did you cover the R. Kelly case? Because I get this question all the time. How does this case, this RICO case, differ from R. Kelly's case?
I did cover R. Kelly, actually, Jesse. If we wind the clock back 3 years ago, this very week is the first time I met Jesse Weber in person. I have it on my calendar. I got to mark it because it was a monumental day for me. Actually, it was my first time I met any of my Law&Crime coworkers because I was here in Manhattan. Actually, it was in Brooklyn, excuse me. It was in Brooklyn for the sentencing of R. Kelly. So I was there and I did cover it a bit. And I do remember when P. Diddy, even before he got indicted, when we first had these civil allegations, a lot of people were comparing the two. And I think they are similar in a way. There are definitely the differences between the two. How are we here? I mean, we heard Barrett in the last hour talking about, why it makes sense, the RICO charges here. And I tend to agree with her that it makes sense the reason that he's facing these charges. But I mean, I don't want to say R. Kelly walked so that P. Diddy could run in terms of the prosecution side of things. I'm not going to say that at all, even though I technically just did. I mean, there are big differences here. I don't know. I guess we can compare and contrast.
Well, the minors. It's all about minors. If minors were a part of this case, that defeats a lot of the planned defenses. Consent is no longer a defense. Then it's just you have to say it didn't happen. And while there were allegations about minors in the civil cases against Sean Combs, that was not something that was mentioned, referred to, that he was accused of in this criminal prosecution. Hey, first of all, somebody, Black Sigma says Sierra for press secretary. So there you go. I think you're beyond press secretary. No, I think Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense. This is what you get. Maybe Attorney General. I don't know. I have to say that if I'm president in this scenario, I don't know. James Bolton. Will Diddy saying? Wow, listen to this one, Sierra. James Bolton says, will Diddy say that the judge did an excellent job affect a possible appeal? Remember when he said that?
Yeah, I do remember when he said that. And I do think that's a topic of conversation, especially since all of us are wondering, when are we going to hear from Diddy? I mean, we heard from him in that apology video, I believe in May of 2024. And then that was it, right? He chose not to take the stand. So we didn't hear from him then. And the time that we did hear from him is when he basically said, you're doing a great job, sweetie, to the judge, And I don't know if that's going to affect appeal in any way. I do think that it's something that's maybe going to be considered in all of this. Let's say that there is a conviction and let's say that it comes to sentencing. The comparison that I like to do is that when your parent is the coach of your T-ball team, they don't want to start you. They don't want to put you out first because they don't want to show any sort of favoritism. And so I have heard, especially from our other guests here on Law and Crime, that sometimes when there is some sort of celebrity who's the defendant, perhaps maybe the judge is a little harder, doesn't want to show any preferential treatment here. And so perhaps maybe the judge would kind of keep that in the back of his mind, like, thank you, P. Diddy, for saying that I'm doing a great job. Okay, back at you, and then move on. I don't know that it's grounds for an appeal. I don't know that it's necessarily going to be mentioned at an appeal, but maybe just something that Judge Arun Subramanian would keep in the back of his mind.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Let's see. Okay. Ooh, got some more legal questions coming in. Safa, Christina Lester has another super chat question. Can you elaborate on the difference between reversed and vacated in appellate court?
Yeah, so what ultimately happens is if a person is convicted, then they go up on an appeal. If the court or if the appellate court determines that there was an issue with the lower court's decision, the appellate court would decide either to reverse the conviction. So if somebody was originally found guilty of murder, they would reverse that conviction. The person is no longer guilty of murder, or they would vacate it. And it'll also depend on if the person's going to stay in custody, or if the government's going to have the ability to retry the case. Vacatur essentially just means to get the conviction out of there as well.
I have a lot of questions about these notes, Tyler. I'm going to throw two to you. This is from Chacon. Why was the judge not able to answer the note from jurors about distribution being defined as the handing over of drugs? This is from yesterday. Why couldn't he answer it with a simple yes response? And also, Joshua Randolph says, in most state cases, when the jury requests previous testimony, the judges refer them back to their notes or memory. Why is this different in federal court?
All right, so answering the first question, the specific question that came out was essentially asking the judge to give another definition for distribution. And in the jury charges, he already gave his instructions for the jury to consider for distribution. There's a specific question as to what distribution in the form of this case was from the jury. And the reason why he couldn't say anything further than that and referring back to the jury instructions, I think was a proper thing to do, because you don't want additional factors regarding how they're going to decide the law to be used by the jury when they decide not guilty or guilty based off the definitions that the judge gave. And then the second question, Jesse, if you could rephrase that for me.
Yeah, so the second question was, why was the judge, oh no, that was that one. Where was it? I lost it already. It was the one, where was it? I lost it already.
Oh, I'm remembering now.
Oh, check yeah, why was the judge, it was about the drug distribution. So, why was the judge not able to answer the note from jurors about distribution being defined as the handing over of drugs with a simple yes response? Yeah, and then, that was the one.
Okay, well, there was one more about the transcript, I believe, and why the judge just didn't tell them to refer to the notes or the materials.
You're right. I'm trying to find that. What was that one? I saw it too. Yeah, it was basically. Here we go. No, that wasn't the one. We already answered that one. I'm lost. We got so many questions coming in. It's hard for me to make sense of it. I'll tell you what. We'll come back to that one. Let me go to Safa on this one. We got a question from Black Sigma. Super chat question. Thank you so much. When you say Diddy is charged with sex trafficking, are you saying that Cassie and Jane Doe are prostitutes and Diddy is a pimp?
Yes and no. I mean, if you want to view it that way, sure. But the reality is the facts of this case have been laid out that he has engaged in sex trafficking with these particular women who are not prostitutes by any means, but it could apply in that sort of scenario. But in this particular case, the argument from the government has been that by the use of threats, fraud, or coercion, he has trafficked these women and caused them to engage in sexual activity through threats, through force, and through coercion. So the fact that they are not truly a pimp and a prostitute doesn't really matter, although it could apply in those circumstances as well.
Got a super chat comment from Sophisticated. Thank you so much. Absolutely sensational watching from Abu Dhabi with my friends. Oh my gosh. Can't believe how this case is unfolding. It's like something out of a movie. At times it really is a movie. What kind of movie is a question? Is it a horror movie or what? Got the super chat question from Angie. Let me throw this to you, Tyler. Hi, are you able to estimate where they are in deliberations? For example, do you think the jury has concluded on RICO and are now on the trafficking charges?
Yeah, I think that the jury is now on the trafficking questions or charges, and that's based off of the questions that they presented to the court earlier concerning Ms. Ventura and those three pieces of information that they're seeking. It seems to me that they moved on from that, and now they're trying to figure out if Mr. Combs is guilty of sex trafficking in regards to victim Ms. Ventura. And that's why those three questions were concerning different incidents with her.
Sierra, let me go to you. Jackie Reed asks, will the jury be confused on racketeering without anyone else being charged along with Diddy? That was something, right? That's something that came up by Mark Agnifilo in defense's closing argument. Where are his co-conspirators? KK's not a co-conspirator. The alleged victims are asking her for help. She's really an alleged co-conspirator. You think that's going to be a factor?
I think that this is a fantastic question. It's one that we've talked about actually on my show Scandal, which if you are interested in P. Diddy or any sort of celebrity, make sure to subscribe because we talk about things like this, celebrity crime and gossip and drama. So subscribe to that. Back to your question, Jesse, talking about their confusion. I mean, potentially, yeah, right? When these jurors came into all of this, who's to say if they've ever heard of RICO or racketeering, potentially may not have even ever heard of it. However, if they had, I'm going to guess that they heard something in relation to mobsters. And usually when it happens like that, when it's the mob or the mafia, there's multiple co-conspirators. And so, yes, I do think it's possible that these jurors are confused in this, especially if they're listening to the defense's closing arguments. As you pointed out, Mark Agnifilo really acting Mark the Shark in that way, saying, okay, what is this? This isn't even RICO. We got one guy. It's P. Diddy, Sean Combs. We're the other alleged co-conspirators. Again, we've talked about this time and time again. Where was KK? Why wasn't she called for the government or even the defense for that matter? So is it possible that they're confused? Yes. Absolutely. And I think that's why we have jury deliberations, for some of them to say, okay, here's what I thought about that. Here's what I thought. And then they can confer and discuss and kind of point to closings and all the rest of the arguments that they heard. I do think it could be confusing, but I don't know that it would deter them ultimately from a conviction.
And we're going to wait and see. I'll tell you what, I'm going to be signing off. I got like a million sidebars I'm doing today. But you're in great hands. You're with Sierra, okay, host of Scandal. Tyler's going to stick around. Safa's going to stick around. We're going to get to more of your questions as we are currently in verdict watch in the Sean Diddy Combs criminal trial.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to Law and Crime's live coverage of United States versus P. Diddy Verdict Watch. I'm your host, Sierra Gillespie. Thanks for sticking with us. We have a lot of viewers right now, honestly, from all over the world. So hi, thank you for coming on. And thank you to everyone who's been writing in so many questions. There are so many good ones, so keep them coming. We're at about 10 hours worth of deliberation. And by the way, it's happening right across the street from me. That's the courthouse there. I'm hosting live from the Southern District of Manhattan, where we're bringing you the updates as soon as we have them. And let's get right to it, shall we? Let's bring on our guests for today. We have criminal defense attorney Safa Robinson, and then we have criminal defense attorney Tyler Bailey. Thank you both. You've been on longer than I've been on today, and you're doing such a great job. I gotta ask you questions. So let's start with you, Safa. Ladies first. I have a viewer question for you right from the top. This is from JAM. May this case cause revisions to Mann Act and RICO to protect children, especially, and adults, with focus on defining consent? And I think this is such an amazing question because it all comes down to consent, right? Diddy's team is saying that these were consensual relationships. Obviously, the government thinks otherwise. So what are your thoughts, Safa? Could this change things for the future of the Mann Act or RICO?
I don't think it's going to change things. So these charges are specific to the factual elements or the factual basis or allegations that the government, finds to be true, believes to be true, based on the evidence that they've obtained. There are other provisions in our law that are tailored to if an individual is a minor or they're underage, whether or not a person can consent. So I don't think it's going to change. This case is not going to change that. If there is a case that has a fact pattern that is more appropriate, that deals with an underage individual or a minor, there are already statutes in place that address those specific allegations or facts.
And I do think that it's very important to note that in some of the civil allegations against P. Diddy, there were mentions of minors. But here, when we're talking about the criminal side of things, what he was indicted on, nothing having to do with minors. And as Jesse Weber pointed out in the last half hour, that's a huge difference when we're talking P. Diddy versus R. Kelly. The minors is key, as is consent. Now, that was a super chat question, so keep them coming. I actually have another one. This one's for you, Tyler. This is from Jose Talavera. So he asks, if he's convicted in all charges, what happens to all of his properties and money? What's the question? What's the answer there, Tyler? I mean, what does he get? Well, what happens next?
Well, the government will start their asset forfeiture proceedings to see what property that he has should become government property. He may have to sell some assets. And those are all hearings where they're going to have to be litigating whether, houses, for example, that he recalls in using property that was used as evidence in this crime should be property of the government. So those will be lengthy proceedings, and he's likely going to pay a lot of money in restitution if he is convicted, and also possibly lose a lot of his assets, and that will be property of the government, possibly sold off by the U.S. Marshals.
I feel like either way, Diddy might be in a bit of a pickle as far as finances, if we're talking conviction or even otherwise. I mean, if we're talking about all of the other civil lawsuits, even if they go to settlements, that's a lot. I mean, it's not going to be the same as it once was when Bad Boy for Life premiered and that music video went wild back in the day. Things have definitely changed since then in more ways than one. All right, we have a poll now that I want to turn to. Thank you, everyone who's been participating in our polls so far. Here's the question. Will the jury, now deliberating in the Combs trial, or with them rather, what do you believe the verdict should be? Oh, this is a great question. Let's keep this one coming. All right, 69% say guilty. 17% say not guilty. 14% say hung jury. Interesting. Okay, so overwhelmingly, we're going to round up, 69%, 70% really, say guilty. What do you think, Safa? Do you think that's the way that jurors are leaning?
I've said this before, and I think that this is still the case, that, when we see these polls and we see a difference of opinion, it is reflective or likely to be reflective of what the jurors in that room think. You have 12 people that come from different backgrounds that are sitting and have to make a unanimous verdict together. They have to all determine that the government has found Mr. Combs guilty of each and every element of the offense beyond a reasonable doubt, or that he's not guilty. And I think that these polls show that there's a split between whether or not some people do think he's guilty and some people don't. And of course, they're not the jurors that sit on this case and they haven't been instructed by the judge, but I think it's indicative of what some of the jurors may be going back there and thinking.
And I do think that the people who've been watching, thank you, by the way, who have been following this case, perhaps even before the indictment, you know, when we're talking about the timeline, it goes back to all of those civil allegations. However, the jurors should not have been following along here on Law and Crime, as much as I want them to. Hopefully, we'll talk to them after the verdict comes out. But they aren't supposed to be watching or any sort of news. They're not supposed to be following anything with the Diddy case except what happened in court. So even some of the arguments we heard here, you know, as far as the transcripts or the reporting from Elizabeth Milner, for example, sometimes those were outside the presence of the jury. So they really got a smaller piece of the case than we're seeing here, or we're talking about here. And that kind of goes into my next question, actually. 2 tickets, please, writes, can they charge Christina Coram after the case in the same way that they did with Ghislaine Maxwell? I mean, seriously, where is she? She is MIA at the moment. So convenient, don't you think? And I mean, this goes to show this person has obviously been following the case, Christina Coram, KK. So many of us thought that perhaps she's going to testify for the prosecution. She's going to be called and be maybe one of the star witnesses, or that she could be charged as one of Diddy's co-conspirators. And even if we go back to Lil Rod's lawsuit in February of 2024, there's that photo, and 2 tickets, please compare this. There's a photo of Diddy and Christina Coram, his former chief of staff, next to Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, comparing the two, comparing Christina Coram to Ghislaine Maxwell kind of as the madam. And as we know, Ghislaine Maxwell was convicted in the sex trafficking scheme having to do with Jeffrey Epstein. So I'm going to ask you, Tyler, what do you think about KK? Where is she is the number one question, and could she be indicted in the future?
I think she probably has her own legal counsel. She's probably paying a lot of attention to this trial, maybe looking at her phone, seeing if it's going to ring, if she was going to be called as a witness in this case. But if I was her lawyer or a KK in the situation, I would be worried about her being indicted as well. They called her a co-conspirator. She's currently an unindicted co-conspirator. She could become indicted just like the woman in the Epstein trial. So I think there's odds that she could be indicted. She could face her own trial and see what happens there.
I mean, who's to say? We talk about this all the time. Anything could happen, right? As far as verdicts, as far as an indictment. Some people thought that P. Diddy was untouchable, and yet right now he's in the courthouse behind me in a holding cell waiting for more information as far as a return verdict or anything like that. So really anything is possible. And we do say that KK is MIA. I do want to clarify that we did hear from her a couple of months ago. I believe it was back in March, where she made a statement. She kind of broke her silence after all of these Diddy allegations, after the indictment, and basically said, I have nothing to do with sex trafficking. I'm not part of it. So we did hear from her then. She made this statement to Rolling Stone. As far as where she is, I unfortunately don't have her on Find My Friends on the iPhone, so I don't know exactly where she's at. But hey, maybe somebody out there does. Now, I have another question too. Sean Paris says, why do lawyers say I object to certain questions? And again, Safa, this kind of goes to what I was speaking about before, that perhaps maybe the jurors don't hear all of the intricacies. They don't hear at the sidebar when there's back and forth objections and they're hashing it out. They play that fuzzy, like, shh kind of sound so that the jurors can't hear anything. We later talk about it here on Law and Crime because we get the transcripts. But can you explain why they object to certain things?
Of course. So in trial work, there's rules of evidence and things that can come into a trial and things that cannot come into trial. The way that questions are framed, there's an appropriate way for questions to be asked in inappropriate ways. So sometimes when you hear an objection, there's going to be a basis for the objection. So if someone's testifying and you hear objection, relevance, the attorney that has objected is essentially saying that the information that this person is providing is not relevant to the material facts here, has nothing to do with this trial. Or if, say, for example, somebody is attempting to move a certain piece of evidence in, and there has to be a proper chain of custody to move that evidence in, and if the government doesn't do that or a party doesn't do that, the opposing party will object and say, objection, lack of foundation. You can't talk about this piece of evidence because there hasn't been a proper evidentiary foundation laid. So there are different reasons to object based on the rules of evidence and based on trial and things like that. Very common. And one of the things that the judge instructs the jury is that when you hear an objection, you're not to speculate as to why. You are to just wait for my answer to that objection. Sometimes the judges will sustain the objection and say that that answer can't come in, or there should not be a response to that, or the judge will overrule and allow the witness to answer.
I think you did a really good job there, Safa, explaining a really large issue we have here, because it's all about context, right? And there are so many different objections that a person can have. So thank you for that really astute and succinct response to kind of explain a bit of that. And by the way, we're continuing to get viewers from all over the world. The next one I'm going to read from actually is a question all the way from Poland. So keep telling us where you're coming from, because that's so interesting to us. And also keep writing in with all of your questions. We'll try to get to as many as we possibly can. Now, this one is interesting. So the person, Elaine Ems, says, I'm watching from Poland, no idea about American law. So please tell me, can he really go to jail? Is there a chance he will be found guilty? The answer to this is yes on both counts. He actually has been denied bail 3 times. So he's been at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn since September of 2024. So Diddy has consistently been in jail. Will he actually be found guilty? Can he be found guilty? Tyler, what is your prediction here? Will he be found guilty?
Federal government has extremely high conviction rate. They typically average around the 98% conviction rate. There's a strong chance that he's going to be found guilty. The government has extreme resources, and they use those selectively when they decide to charge people and not overcharging them, because they have the power a lot of times to convict people when they're charged. Maybe sometimes of the wrong charge if it's overcharging. But the government decided to charge Mr. Combs with RICO, sex trafficking, and other charges here. And I think there's a chance that he does go to jail. His bond was denied. There's been strong evidence that's been presented to the court. Really graphic, excruciating evidence that nobody should go through. And I think that's going to weigh on the hearts and minds of the jury when they make their decision.
And we're almost pushing 10.5 hours worth of deliberation at this point. So I think at the very least we can say, and especially based on the questions that the jurors have brought, that they're in there talking, they're discussing, they're going through with a fine-tooth comb, talking about things and, you know, discussing the instructions which they've referred back to, or the transcripts. And so I guess we'll see. Who's to say? No one can be 100% certain until we get that information, which of course we'll bring to you as soon as we have. But who's to say what way it's going to go? Okay, we have another super chat question, and this one is from Shauna C. I imagine Diddy's children have trust funds. What do you think will be the financial impact to his children if he is found guilty? Safa, I'm going to toss this one to you. I believe on my show Scandal, you and I have talked about this in the past, because obviously Diddy had so many different brands. You know, we're talking Ciroc with the vodka. He had Sean John. He had all of these different artists at Bad Boy. So he did have, maybe still does, I'm going to say, a hefty bank account. So what would the financial impact then be for his children?
So if there's a trust fund set up for his children, and I don't practice trust, but I would expect that those would be preserved for the children, unless there's some mechanism that would allow the government to go after that. Now, there are forfeiture proceedings that will be initiated if Mr. Combs is found guilty. And to Tyler's point earlier, you know, the government will go after his assets in order to, you know, obtain restitution if these are locations where the alleged crimes had taken place. So the government they've made mention of it, and they intend to do that if he is convicted. But with respect to the children's trust funds, I don't know that they will reach that far. You know, they could, of course, have certain financial implications, and they're going to be better off if you know, Diddy's able to be acquitted and he's back out making money. Of course, they may receive more financial gain as his children based off of any continued ability to make money. But if he is found guilty, that's where I believe things will stand.
And now that we're in deliberation, I feel like we're really going back, as are the jurors, and looking at the case as a whole. You know, prosecution versus defense, the witnesses that were called, the exhibits that were shown, maybe even thinking about the freak-off videos or some of the text messages, and going through all of those things. And actually, we do have a question from Juliana, who is one of our producers here helping make this live stream possible, which I just have to say to all the people in the background, we're talking Juliana, Jordan, Nix, Nick, Alex, we're talking Bailey and Nicole. So many people are making this possible. Vanessa, thank you to everyone behind the camera too. And I just have to ask, Juliana says, this is a question for the panel. If you were trying the case as the prosecution / defense, what would you have done differently? So I'm going to give you each one, and I'm going to ask Tyler first, defense, and then Safa with the prosecution, what would you have done differently? Now, Tyler, they didn't really have a traditional defense. I mean, they didn't call a single witness. What would you have done differently?
Tough question, especially us just reporting on this, not being live in there. I think that if I was the defense, I may have been a little more aggressive on my cross-examination. I think the defense did a good job. I would try to maybe highlight a little bit more of Jane testifying under a pseudonym, point out anything that I could regarding just all the favors that Mr. Combs was doing for the victims and the complexity of their relationship. So I can't think of any witness I will put up on for if there was going to be a case in chief for the defense. I just probably would have tried to be a little more aggressive on cross-examination. Hindsight's 2020. We don't see what those jurors' facial expressions had been during this testimony, and it's easy for me sitting on the screen to say, "Well, I could have done differently," when you're not inside that courtroom, because trials are there's game time decision. There's a feel that you get. 99% of communication, they say, is nonverbal, so it's really no telling what the jury actually looked and felt that was guiding the defense's presentation of their case.
That's so true. I mean, we can Monday morning quarterback all day about all of this. But to your point, it is a game time decision. It's up to these attorneys who are in there. They can riff off with the witness on cross-exam or kind of take a look at the jury, which I know that Diddy's team had people taking a look at the jury, seeing how they're responding to any sort of questions and answers and things like that. So, I mean, it's really up to them how they're going to do it. Safa, on to you about the prosecution. Again, the same thing. We weren't there to see what it looked like as the prosecution was asking questions to all of the witnesses and all of that. But what do you think? Is there anything you would have done differently as a prosecutor?
What Tyler said, again, it is easier for us to say what we would have or could have done, and obviously we're not privy to all of the information that these attorneys or the government had. But if I was the prosecution, I would have certainly called KK to the stand. I think calling KK to the stand would really have solidified that conspiracy factor. It would have put this individual in front of the jury to say, this is the individual that Mr. Combs conspired with to commit these acts. Here she is, in person, in the flesh, giving you her story, testifying about that. Right now, she's just like this fictitious person that's involved in this case. We may have seen some text messages, we've heard of her, but we have not seen her. And I think seeing her in that courtroom testifying on the witness stand would have been very powerful for the prosecution on that RICO charge.
All roads lead back to KK. All roads lead back to Christina Coram. I've been asking this question for so long. I mean, if you asked me months ago at this point, before we finally got into the trial, who are you going to bet on the prosecution calling? I would say, oh, KK, of course, they're going to offer her immunity. She's going to flip. That'll be that. And yet we didn't. And so I think it goes to show that this trial, this case is full of surprises. Now, we do have another poll that we've put up. Thank you again to everyone who's been participating. Here's what the question was. Which part of the Diddy trial shocked you most? Did I just say it was shocking? I did. All right. His alleged control over Cassie, 29%. Money or the planning behind the freak-offs, 50%. Abuse claims, hair pulling, slapping, 21%. So there were some big shockers. There were some big bombshells. If I had to vote in all of this, I think I would go with the 50%, the money and the planning behind the freak-offs, because it does seem like there was some money thrown around. It does seem like there was some planning put into all of this. Tyler, what's your response to all of this? Which way do you lean? The most shocking?
Combination would be one, all the time it took to be involved in these freak-offs. Mr. Combs has a lot of different enterprises across the globe. And just taking, 2 days just to participate in the freak-off, that seems like a billionaire or multi-millionaire will have a lot more important things to do than to spend his time, moving people across the country and putting plastic on hotel walls to engage in freak-offs. And then secondly, I think I was kind of taken aback by like the allegations of arson, riding around with firearms, really engaging in street level beef, for lack of better words, that Mr. Combs was involved in. You know, Mr. Combs has always been looked at, I think, from the public as an astute businessman who's been able to capitalize off of his personality with different brands, and to see that he had the capacity and time to deal with low-level street things like bringing firearms to different restaurants when he heard a op of his was out. That seemed to be a stretch for me to see Mr. Combs actually doing those things.
I think you're referring to the incident at Mel's Diner, right? When Suge Knight was apparently there and Diddy, you know, got in the car afterward and headed down there, at least according to some of the testimony. That is surprising too. I'm glad that you brought that up because, I mean, it's not something that we would think. Before hearing this trial, it's not something we would necessarily think that P. Diddy himself would be involved in. So that's a really great point. I'm glad that you called that up. And I do think that jurors, as they're going through this, they're going to talk about the big things, right? I mean, Cassie and Jane, etc. But they might be in the weeds too with some of those smaller things that we heard once and then never really came back to. So that's really what deliberations are all about, right? But we do know most recently they were interested in Cassie and Daniel Phillip, one of the first people to testify about their transcripts. And this goes into a next question by one of our viewers, Alyssa Smith. Why aren't jurors provided with all the evidence and transcripts when they go back to deliberate, but instead have to specifically ask for certain aspects of it? This is an amazing question. My guess right off the top is perhaps because we're 2 months into all of this and the transcripts, I mean, some of the transcripts after one day of court would literally be 300 pages. I'm not exaggerating. I would read them every single night. So maybe that's part of it. Safa, what do you think? Why aren't they just given all the evidence, all the transcripts right from the jump?
Well, the law doesn't allow for that. You know, there's a specific procedure that has to be in place and that there is in place if jurors want to see pieces of evidence or if they want to see transcripts or want something read back to them. And that is to send the court a note saying, we want to see this exhibit, we want to see this transcript, or we want to hear or read or view this particular item. One of the reasons is the importance of the evidence. You know, you always want to preserve evidence. There are some things like you don't want to send a bag of cocaine back into the jury room. You know, that would be kind of crazy, or a firearm or a weapon into that jury room as well. Also, you don't want the jurors to take and manipulate certain pieces of evidence and begin to start to further view things in a way that is really not appropriate. The judge has given them instructions on how they're to deliberate, how they are to consider certain things, and taking certain items of evidence back into the jury deliberation room with them as opposed to coming out and viewing them. And it also is going to depend on what piece of evidence it is really, you know, not the most proper method. And that's why we have the juror notes and the requests that come out.
I had to laugh a little when you were talking about the exhibits being brought back. We have heard shocking things in this case, yes, but to have cocaine brought back while the jurors are deliberating if it's evidence, I mean, yes, I agree. That is a bit problematic in a way. Now, we do have another super chat question. I'm going to throw this one to Tyler. This is from Gabrielle, who asks, I'm from Brazil. Thank you for watching. I love how international all of this is. I'm from Brazil and would like to know if he's found innocent or not guilty, can the prosecution appeal to another judicial instance? I don't know how it is in the U.S., especially in big cases like Diddy or OJ. Tyler, you'll be good to talk about this. That would be double jeopardy, right?
It would be double jeopardy. So if Mr. Combs is found not guilty, he'll walk out of jail. They'll take his cuffs off and he's free to go. Of course, he has to get some of his materials that are still at the detention facility, but there's no mechanism in our judicial system that allows the prosecution to appeal a not guilty verdict. Now, if a defendant is found guilty, he has grounds to appeal, but there's no similar mechanism in place for the prosecution. So high profile case or low profile case, if a defendant is found not guilty at trial and they have no other pending charges against them, they are free to leave.
That's just the way it is here in the United States, and that's what could happen. We just don't know. About 10 and a half hours into deliberation here, I'm live in the Southern District of Manhattan reporting all of this to you guys. I will be here back at 4 o'clock, by the way, to break it down with our future guests too. And by the way, I'll come back if there's ever any breaking news. We're talking jury questions, whenever there is a verdict, whatever happens, we will be back with that. I have to sign off our guests for now. Tyler Bailey, Safa Robinson, thank you both for coming on and breaking down the intricacies of the trial with us today. I'm your host, Sierra Gillespie, and if you can't get enough P. Diddy, I know where to send you. First of all, keep that live stream going because I'll be back at 4 or with any updates. Or you can turn to your phone or wherever you listen to podcasts because we have the perfect one for you. It's called The Rise and Fall of Diddy, hosted by none other than Jesse Weber, and it is back exclusively on Wondery Plus. Now, it's the third episode that just recently dropped today. Now, you can find it right now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts, and subscribe to make sure to be the first to know when a new episode drops. So Jesse will be breaking down all of the latest updates with compelling narrative featuring incredible reporting from our very own Queen Elizabeth Milner and some of your favorite law and crime guests. Take a listen.
We acting bad. We ain't trying to hurt nobody.
For decades, he was untouchable.
I've gone from Harlem to Hollywood.
Sean Diddy Combs built an empire from the ground up. But now, it's all coming undone.
Sean Combs, the mogul as we know it, is over. I'm Jesse Weber, host of Law&Crime's The Rise and Fall of Diddy, the federal trial, a front row seat to the biggest trial in entertainment history.
Sex trafficking, racketeering, prostitution, allegations by federal prosecutors that span decades, and witnesses who are finally speaking out.
This is at least the 10th lawsuit filed against Combs.
Each week we break down the courtroom drama as it happens.
How far will he fall, or will he walk free, but with a reputation in ruins? You can listen to The Rise and Fall of Diddy, the federal trial, exclusively on Wondery Plus.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for sticking with us today on Law&Crime's live coverage of the P. Diddy Verdict Watch. I'm your host, Sierra Gillespie, also the host of Scandal. Make sure you subscribe to that because we talk about all things P. Diddy, which, by the way, is what we're going to be doing for the next hour. We're about 12 and a half hours into deliberation right now. We've had a couple of jury questions throughout all of this, which, by the way, we are following those court updates like a hawk. So if any new information is coming in, I promise you we're going to break it down. We're going to talk about it. We're going to theorize what it means, when a verdict could come, if a verdict could come. And we have some guests today to break it down. So let's get right to them right away, shall we? We have Adante Pointer, trial attorney, joining us from the West Coast. So I'm here live in the Southern District of Manhattan, right outside the courthouse where P. Diddy is somewhere inside behind me, and those jurors are deliberating. Adante and Philip, too, Philip Dubé, both of you guys are out there on the West Coast, and I think that just goes to show you we have coverage coast to coast and viewers all across the world. So make sure to send us your questions, you guys, from all over. Keep them coming, and I'm going to start by asking both of our guests a couple of questions. Adante, wow, the sirens are going off. We want to know the answer to this, and the question is, what are you thinking about deliberation time? 12 hours, 30-ish minutes, long, short? What are your vibes?
Well, typically, the longer that the jury is out deliberating, it tends to go in favor of the defendant. Although, in this case, where you have a RICO charge, which has a lot of sub parts to it, it certainly doesn't necessarily mean just at 12 hours or so that the jury is going in the direction and in favor of an acquittal or a mistrial. However, given that they're asking for trial transcripts, that does mean that it could be that they're grappling with these charges and trying to figure out how they can arrive at a unanimous verdict or not.
And Adante, of course, what you're referring to is the most recent set of juror questions when they asked, can we have transcripts from two of the previous witness testimony, being Kathy Ventura and then Daniel Phillip. So I'm going to ask you, speaking of Phillip Dubé, I got to throw this one to you. What are you thinking about the deliberation time and specifically the question about those transcripts?
Well, the unofficial rule, or barometer, if you will, is that for every week of trial, juries tend to take an hour. That's just sort of an overgeneralization, and frankly, that's been my experience. This is a different case, though. It's quite complicated. When you look at the elements of the RICO statute, the transportation, and the human trafficking, it can get complicated. And sometimes jurors need a little more time to really digest and understand the law before they can really start applying the facts that they're finding from the evidence. But what it really sounds like is that this jury is assiduously going through each exhibit, each word that came from the witness stand, and trying to come up with a decision. But my gut tells me that they are deadlocked. I just have a feeling that you have one or two holdouts. And of course, we won't know until they are debriefed once the deadlock or the verdict is announced.
Okay, you guys heard it here first. Philip Dubé's prediction may be a deadlock. We don't know yet. I actually do have a viewer question kind of in relation to this. This is from Sparkle Thickness, who says, is juror 25 still causing problems? And to that, I have to say, I don't know if we can say problems yet, because to Philip's point, we don't exactly know what is going on in the deliberation room. We may never know exactly what's going on. But this is in reference to one of the first juror notes that we had way back when yesterday, that potentially juror number 25 was unable to follow the directions. Now, that was about 2 hours into deliberation. And as I said, we're now 12 and a half-ish hours into all of this. So they went back. Juror 25, by the way, still on the jury, still deliberating with them. So I don't know if I can definitively say that they were causing problems. And actually, right now might be a good time to go through and take a look at the jury as we have it, to kind of break down each individual juror and talk about what we know about all of them. So while I'm doing that, listen up, and those of you who are watching and have questions, write them, and we'll come to you afterward with all of those questions. So let's break this down right now. Juror number 2. A 69-year-old man who works as a massage therapist in Manhattan, again, where I'm reporting from live right now. He is a Bachelor of Fine Arts in acting from NYU. Okay, juror number 5, a 31-year-old man who works as an investment analyst. His hobbies include golf, tennis, and video games, and he describes himself as an active churchgoer. Okay, so these are normal people, by the way. I think it's a good time to remember all of that. The age range here is a bit diverse, at least in my opinion. We have some younger people, some older people, and they're just people like you and I, right? They're a jury of P. Diddy's peers. On to the next juror, 25, a 51-year-old man, a scientist, also lives in Manhattan. Then we have juror number 28, who's 30-year-old woman who lives in the Bronx with her mother and brother and works as a deli clerk. And this is one that we've talked to or pointed to a lot, just the fact that her job is so identifiable, right? So many of us have been to a deli or we've had a job like that. So just kind of pointing that out. Now on to the next one, juror number 55, a 42-year-old woman. She lives in Manhattan with her fiance and works at a nursing home. She says she's not a fan of the news, so she's not watching this live stream, nor should she be, by the way, because the jurors, of course, are not supposed to be following along in the Diddy case, at least at this point. On to juror number 2, a 69-year-old man who works as a massage therapist here in Manhattan. Now, he has a Bachelor of Fine Arts, also in acting, from NYU. Juror 5, who is the foreperson, by the way, a 31-year-old man who works as an investment analyst. Hobbies like golf, tennis, video games, and yet, again, churchgoer. Excuse me, I'm repeating myself a bit here. My notes are kind of jumbled up because I'm having multiple things going on at once. I guess let's pause this for a second before I'm going through all of these and rereading. Let's go to Adante and ask about this. We have a diverse age range, at least in my opinion, about all of this. What are your thoughts about the jury, the first half that I described?
Well, I think you hit it right on the nail. These are people who have a range of occupations that represent a broad spectrum of our society. Somebody all the way from a deli clerk up to a financial analyst. However, one of the things that's pretty clear, even that deli clerk I believe you said, is an NYU graduate. So federal juries tend to be a little bit more higher education than your state court jury. And that's what it actually sounds like, despite it being a broad range of age of people as well as occupations.
Okay, I'm going to read the second half of the jury now and then ask Philip a similar question. Let's talk about juror number 75, 68-year-old man, retired, and back in the past, he worked in finance. Now, he lives in Westchester County with his wife, listens to Indian music, and likes to play cricket as well as volleyball. So showing some of the hobbies in all of this to juror 116, a 68-year-old man, also living in Westchester County with a wife and kids, and he's a retired lineman. Juror 160, 43-year-old woman who's a physician's assistant working specifically with elderly patients, and she also lives in Westchester County with her family. Juror 184, 39-year-old man, lives in the Bronx with his brother. Now, his career, his job, he is a social worker and also a program supervisor in all of this, as well as a part-time security guard who has a master's degree in that, specifically social work. So we have seen this so far, right? You guys, a very educated jury. On to the next one, juror 20121, 67-year-old man who has 2 adult children and works as a logistics analyst. He lives alone in Westchester County. Juror 217, 74-year-old woman who works as a treatment coordinator, has a bachelor's degree in sociology, lives alone in Manhattan, doesn't have any kids. Now, juror 230, rounding it out at the end here, 57-year-old man who works as a manufacturing architect, also has a master's degree in mechanical engineering. Now, he lives with his wife and kids in Westchester County, and this juror started as an alternate specifically because of that juror who was dismissed just a couple of weeks ago, juror number 6, and there was a big hoopla with all of that. So I'm going to toss it over to you, Philip Dubé. Do you think that matters at all? The fact that this last juror, I mean, he's been there for the entire trial, right? He listens to everything, all the testimony, the exhibits, saw all of that. But does it matter at all that he kind of was bumped up in the final hour to be part of the jury?
Every time it could become problematic for either side is when you impanel an alternate in the middle of deliberations. But even then, they're instructed that when you bring in an alternate, that you start anew. You start all over with the deliberations, so you're not left out of the process. You're not left out of about what all the other jurors have already discussed and thought about. You basically start all over again. So no, I don't think it's dispositive at all. The real question is, does either side really want that alternate as part of the 12? You know, and it just depends on what your proclivities are in terms of the type of jury makeup you want. And what was he, a 57-year-old architect? You know, that cuts both ways. You know, we're taught, not necessarily in law school, but I can tell you in first-year public defender training, you try to avoid architects and engineers and scientists. It's not necessarily a bright line rule, but the general thought is that they tend to be linear, non-dimensional thinkers. And in a case like this, you want people to think outside the box, and not necessarily for purposes of nullifying, the validity of the laws that he's charged under, but for purposes of kind of looking at the rule of law a little more broadly and not quite so narrowly. Because as we know, laws, if you accept them as black or white, are really kind of flexible in terms of their application. And if you have a linear mind, a scientific mind that's not so flexible, if you will, then they really could hold both sides to the strictures and the edicts of law.
It's so interesting that you mentioned that, Philip, specifically an architect or a scientist. That's something that you kind of keep an eye out for. And we have multiple of those seated on this jury. And this kind of goes into my next question, actually, from our producer, Jordan. And she's wondering which side of things, which juror specifically is good for which side. And by the way, I do have another question from one of our viewers, too. This is from Smig Dirty TV, who says, all caps, by the way, says, are these really his peers, though? To which I say, great points, because yes, okay, these are a jury of P. Diddy's peers. However, I guess I would be one of P. Diddy's peers, but I don't have a private jet. I don't have a home in Miami and in Holmby Hills over in LA and California. So like my life and the lives of these jurors, specifically, the deli clerk or the architect, things like that, they're living a much different life than P. Diddy. So I do think that that's a really good point. So I'm going to ask you both about that. Do you think this is a fair example of Diddy's peers, number one? And number two, which is the best juror for either side? So Dante, I'll start with you. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I don't think this is truly a jury of his peers. P. Diddy, as you mentioned, his social status is that of someone who's known worldwide. He's famous. He was once a billionaire. And I'm not sure if anyone on that jury can actually identify with that. On top of the fact he's a black man, which is the most obvious thing. And as far as I'm aware right now, there's not a single black person on that jury. So is this truly a jury of his peers? Or is there anyone that came from his background that can appreciate from where he came to where he's at now? I'm not quite sure that's true. So, but at the end of the day, this is the jury he's stuck with, and these are the people who are going to hold him in judgment. So if you're looking at which type of jury that is more reflective or gives P. Diddy a better chance of being acquitted, it's someone who you kind of mentioned, or that the other guest mentioned. Someone who is able to look at the law and kind of put it into more of a contextualizing it versus someone who's going to take it for its literal meaning. And if they do, I think Diddy's in for a conviction more so than if you're looking at it from a more broad-based perspective and taking into account not only what you heard in trial from that witness stand, but also contextualizing it into how you believe humans behave if they're being coerced or forced into things.
And I mean, it's really up to these jurors, right, to say, what do I believe? What do we believe collectively? Because in the end, it has to be a unanimous verdict for each of the counts. Philip, I'm going to ask you the same question because I love to compare and contrast what the guests have to say. What are your thoughts? Is this really a jury of P. Diddy's peers? And is there a specific juror that if you're on the defense that you would like to speak up a bit in deliberations?
I think the fact that we are in Manhattan, to me, says that this is a jury of his peers. I mean, this is a multicultural sort of megatropolis, if you will, on the East Coast. And what better place to land than in New York City? And frankly, I think the fact that you have a physician assistant on that jury who works with the elderly tells you that they're used to all types of races, all types of lifestyles, and they have seen and heard it all. I also like the fact that there is a social worker on that jury because they have likewise seen and heard it all. They've dealt with all walks of life, all alternative lifestyles, and they're accustomed to seeing and hearing everything, and it's not so shocking. And if we're honest, let's really be honest. Don't you think the fact that he has 8 men on that jury, 8, getting to sit back with headphones on, almost like you're in first class on an airplane watching your own little mini monitor with headphones, watching freak-off videos, might actually be kind of a turn-on. It might be an unpopular thing to say, and nobody would ever really admit it. But I don't necessarily think that that is a pearl-clutching sort of moment for jurors to be seeing these types of videos. To them, it might actually be a little arousing. Now, is it the lifestyle that they lead? No. But do they necessarily find it to be criminal? Probably not. So I don't know. I think the fact that they're in Manhattan, that you have all walks of life, and that not everybody is necessarily from the prurient interest, if you will, but could not certainly judge somebody because of it. They're looking for criminality behind it all. And if they don't find it, then I think Diddy has a chance at a minimum of a deadlock.
I mean, I can certainly tell you from reporting live here in Manhattan that there are all walks of life that are here. So I think at that point definitely stands for sure, Philip. It is interesting what you said about the freak-off video and watching them in court, because that has been a point of contention, or at least a point of conversation for us, because it's so out there. However, we don't know what was going on in the jurors' minds. I mean, most of us weren't actually in the courtroom to see their reactions to all of this. And maybe, yeah, they are accepting to it. Okay, maybe this isn't what I do, but hey, does that mean that you were guilty of these federal allegations? That's really the question. By the way, you guys, we're almost at 13 hours worth of deliberation at this point, nearing the end of the day Tuesday. And by the way, things could wrap up at 5 or they could go longer. Judge Arun Subramanian has ruled it's up to the jury. If they feel like they're close and want to keep going and push past 5 p.m., that's cool. If not, they can wrap at 5. So I guess we're still kind of in the waiting point to see. Meanwhile, all of you viewers continue to write in and ask us questions, which is what I'm going to go to right now. Now, this is a question from L. Spelunker, who says, did Sierra get to interview the bag lady, aka Granny Gaga, yet? I hate to tell you, Elle, no, I haven't been able to. I mean, we've been covering this trial since the beginning, but really since we've been getting into verdict watch and closings, I have been standing here on this side of the curb, giving you the information as I have it. So no, I haven't been able to talk to the bag lady yet, but it's still my goal to do by the end of all of this. So stick with me. Hopefully that one's coming. Now, this is another question from Jigsaw, and this kind of goes to the fact that we are nearing that 13-hour mark. The question is, does it look worse for him the longer it takes for them to get a verdict? I'm going to go to you, Adante, to ask this question again. What do you think? Is it worse for Diddy, the fact that we're nearing 13 hours?
No, I don't think it's necessarily worse. I mean, there's some serious charges here. There was many witnesses. And if you recall, one of the first things that came out from the jury was that there was a juror who was, quote unquote, refusing to essentially deliberate and participate in the process. That juror may, in fact, have had their mind made up. And so now they're, because of the judge's charge, saying, hey, no, you're being forced to deliberate and interact, debate, discuss what was said and the application to the rule of law. That is going to take some time now. So I don't necessarily think it's going to be worse for P. Diddy the longer it goes. I think that means, as I said before, that it's more likely to wind up in a hung jury or a mistrial because the jury is unable to reach a unanimous verdict. So I've been in a position, I've tried cases where I received that exact similar note from the jury to the judge. They were ordered to go back. The jury still, that juror still did not participate. That juror was dismissed, and a verdict came out like that afterwards. So, from my own personal experience, that holdout, if you will, if they're still in there debating and they stick to their guns, so to speak, that may be Diddy's get out of free jail card right then and there.
By the way, I have a breaking update for anyone, or for everyone, anyone and anyone, okay? And here it is. We have a juror note. Still kind of a question mark at this point, what it is We don't know. We're nearing toward the end of the day. Right now it's 4:19 Eastern time. So what could that mean? Multitude of things. It could mean the end of the day. We want to be done at 5 o'clock. It could mean, okay, we have a verdict. It could mean, okay, let me stop speculating. Let me go to Philip Dubé. What are your thoughts? What does it mean?
One of two things, we're deadlocked, or can we stay longer and will you order us dinner? It could be hungry. We're nearing the dinner hour out there on the East Coast. And what else could it be at this point? I seriously doubt that it's a legal question this late in the day, but you never know. They really could be hung up on one of the elements, or maybe one of the jurors is, waffling, if you will, or vacillating back and forth on doubt or guilt, but just needs clarification on a point of law. And we won't know, of course, until it's read aloud in open court. But my guess is just my guess, given the number of hours they've been out, they're hung.
And hey, by the way, let's mark it right here, highlight it, look at it. That's what Philip Dubé said right when we logged on today at 4 p.m. Eastern. So if that's the case, you called it, Philip. Although, to be fair, we have had a lot of viewers on all day, and many of them have been asking a lot of questions about a deadlock or what a hung jury would look like, or if there was a retrial. So it does seem that a lot of people are thinking, okay, this nearly 13 hours worth of deliberation, is it long? What does it mean? And by the way, we do have a poll that was up recently, and here's the question. Do you believe Diddy will make a public statement after the verdict? Now, here's 47% of you replied his legal team will speak out for him. 24% say yes, immediately, like that. 17% say no, he'll stay silent. And 10% of you say yes, but within a few days. Adante, what are you thinking? No matter what the verdict is, if it's good for him, bad for him, or hey, if it's hung, what do you think is going to happen with Diddy? Will he speak out?
If Diddy is acquitted of all charges, best believe he's coming out, he's speaking out, and he's going to have a lot to say about the fact that he's gone through this. He withstood what is obviously probably the most difficult, challenging period in his whole entire life. If he's convicted, you expect to hear from his legal team talking about what their next steps will be, that they intend to file an appeal, the fight isn't over, and so on and so forth. And Diddy's remarks will come after that. They'll probably deliver some remarks on his behalf, but he'll have some much more substantive remarks after he has some time to reflect and the emotion is kind of dissipated a little bit. So I think there's going to be remarks either way. But once again, if Diddy is acquitted, certainly I'm expecting him to come out and have a lot to say.
I tend to agree with you in all of this. Diddy to me is a person who likes to control the narrative. So I understand logistically, or legally rather, why he didn't want to take the stand in his own defense. But I also kind of feel, and this is me just saying, I have a hunch that P. Diddy wanted to come out and say, okay, here's what really happened. Here's what I'm thinking. And I think you're right, Adante, that if he has a verdict that's in his favor, yeah, of course he's going to come out and say, told you so. So I guess we'll wait and see. By the way, if you were just joining us, we're nearing 13 hours worth of deliberation, and we do have word that there was just a juror note. Still TBD what that note says, what it entails, what's going on. I can tell you Law&Crime reporter Elizabeth Milner is inside the courthouse now, so she should be up there in the courtroom to kind of hear firsthand what's going on. And as soon as we have that information, we're going to come to you with more. Meanwhile, send us more questions. A lot of you have been sending really great ones. Now, this one is from Libby22SC Girl. She says, do you know what the longest deliberations are in the country? Like, how long did they deliberate? And I'm going to once again give a shout out to Jordan, our producer, who looked this up for me. And she says, now the longest jury deliberation in a criminal trial on record is 4 months, which occurred in Oakland, California. Wow. Back in 2003, the jury deliberated in the case, of 3 police officers known as the Riders. So they were charged with civil rights violations. The jury acquitted the officers on 8 counts and then deadlocked on the remaining 27. And actually, this is my first time interviewing. Whoa, people are really upset about that lengthy deliberation. I know they're upset about 13 hours, but this other one over in Oakland was way too much. People are making noise about it. Now, this is my first time interviewing Adante. And before I said, where are you from? And he said he's over there in San Francisco Bay, Oakland area. So I got to ask you, Adante, what do you make of this? Do you think that Diddy's deliberations could last that long?
Not at all. I actually worked at, I do civil rights work and also criminal defense for a period of time. And that case with those police officers happened in the neighborhood I grew up in terms of what they were accused of doing. And that was a case that dominated the news in the San Francisco Bay Area. So I'm very familiar with that case. And as you mentioned, I believe there was like 50 some odd charges. That's not the same situation here. The jury isn't going through and parsing out guilty or not on 50 charges. Instead, they're looking at 5 charges or so. And so I don't expect a 4-month deliberation here. And I don't think Manhattan could take 4 months of sitting on the edge of their seat waiting to find out what Diddy's fate will be. And I don't think Diddy could take it either. He'd be forced to do it, but I don't expect it to go 4 weeks. I think this thing gets shut down perhaps tomorrow, could possibly go to Thursday, but I don't see it going past Thursday.
We really looked out booking you today, someone who is from there, who's familiar with the case. And by the way, you said we don't know if Diddy could take it. I don't know if I could take it. I mean, I have this fan here with me. I have multiple fans on me here. It is very hot in Lower Manhattan, so we are all eager to see. Which, by the way, I do have an update for you all from court. Now, AUSA, so the government, hands a piece of paper to Combs's Agnifilo. So this is Mark Agnifilo of the defense, who passes it on. So Driscoll then confers with Westmoreland. So it sounds like a piece of paper was passed from the government over to the defense. They're all kind of chatting about it. Now, Sean Combs is brought in. So he stands with his hands in his pockets as Agnifilo speaks to him. His other lawyers come and huddle around him, and he sits down. All right, we still don't know what this question is all about. Philip Dubé, what do you make of that new update?
Gosh, no idea. Other than to say, it sounds like they are announcing that they are deadlocked. If that is not the case, then it sounds like maybe they want to stay longer and they want to know what their dinner options are. Otherwise, I'm at a loss. It's pure speculation.
I think you're right. We're too early to tell. It could go multiple different ways. Although I will say there are many different dinner options around here. So maybe that's what they're asking because there's just too many to choose from. Or it could be a deadlock. Who's to say? So we're going to stick around and wait for that update, and hopefully one is coming in soon. Meanwhile, I'm going to go to another question. This is from Marcus Hargrove, who asks, do you think the holiday plays a big part in the deliberation? Do you think the jury feels pressured to be done by the holidays so they can return to their families? Now, I'll pause before I ask this question, which I'm going to throw to Adante, to say 4th of July is on Friday, so that's a national holiday. The day is completely off. Now, July 3rd, originally, we're expecting deliberations to be probably next week, originally, when this trial begins. So July 3rd was supposed to be a day that was completely off. Testimony was still going to be going on. They were just going to have the Thursday and Friday of this week off. However, now that we're in deliberations, I walked myself across the street, went over to the courthouse and said, hey, what's going on, you guys? Are you really closed on Thursday? And the people I spoke to said, we don't know. These are workers there who are like, I don't know if I'm going to have a really long weekend or not. It's really up to Judge Arun Subramanian. So he would be the one to make the call. If deliberations do go into tomorrow, let's say, and they go all day, 24 hours from now, I'm back here with you talking and we still don't know. It's then likely that he would make the call whether we'd come in Thursday or not. But again, this 4th of July holiday may be a big incentive. Dante, what are your thoughts about this? Do you think this has something to do with deliberations?
Absolutely. You know, these are people who essentially have had to forfeit large chunks of their life, be it their personal life and their professional life, in order to serve as a juror. You know, being a juror is one of the most taxing and challenging things to do as a citizen, but it's also one of the most important things to do as a member of our country. So with that being said, they're looking at July 4th and they're thinking to themselves, I would like nothing more to not have to sit in this courtroom and deal with all of this pressure and deal with the public, deal with the scrutiny, discussing the law, looking at freak-off videos, and debating with people who were once strangers about how we're going to either render some type of verdict as an acquittal, or is it a mistrial, or come with a guilty verdict. So I'm pretty sure July 4th is a big motivation for them to wrap this thing up, as I said before.
You brought up such a great point in that these jurors have sacrificed a lot. Actually, one of our questions was whether this jury is sequestered. Now, they haven't been. So at the end of the day, they're able to go home to whoever, wherever they live, and, you know, carry on with their lives with one caveat. They're not allowed to discuss it. Now, I have covered on Law&Crime Network, and specifically my channel Scandal, which, by the way, if you're interested in P. Diddy or any sort of celebrity gossip, drama, and of course crime, make sure to subscribe. But since the P. Diddy trial has started, I have been covering it like crazy, I'm just going to say. So much so, oh, I got the siren to shut off. However, I could be screaming at times, like that siren, right? I was working these crazy long hours. I'm happy to do so. But what I'm saying is, after work, I wasn't able to meet up with any friends. However, I was able to discuss the case however much I wanted. The jury hasn't been able to do that. So I agree with you. I mean, now that they're finally able to do it during deliberations, they may just want to be done. And I do have an update from the courtroom, by the way. Sean Combs is sitting surrounded by his 8 lawyers who are talking. He's looking down and his hands are crossed on his lap. Now, Sean Combs, he's rubbing his eyes, one with his thumb and the other with his index finger, and his lawyers are continuing talking, specifically Nicole Westmoreland to Xavier Donaldson. So that's kind of where we're at now. Have a juror question, still don't know exactly what it is. Hopefully we'll have an answer pretty soon. Now, this is another question. This is from Archie and Lilybet. The question is, this is such a complicated trial. Do you think the jury will fully understand everything that they are voting on? And Philip, I'm going to toss this one to you. It is confusing. I mean, even for someone like me who's been researching this case for quite some time, the jury instructions were very thorough, but it still can be confusing. Do you think it's at all possible that jurors are confused?
Were to give those same instructions to a room full of judges and lawyers, they'd all be scratching their head in a confounding manner. They wouldn't know how to read them as well or to interpret them. But they have the benefit of having been in that jury room this long to really read through them, try to digest them, and truly understand them. And if they don't, they'll ask the court a question. And in fact, wasn't there already a question about distribution? So one of the words they got hung up on and they sought clarification. The problem is courts are pretty handcuffed about how far they can go in defining terms, because one of the most common reasons for reversing verdicts on appeal is instructional error. If you improperly instruct a jury on a point of law, and it could be something as simple as misdefining one word in the law, it's grounds for a whole new trial. So rather than, err, if you will, or as some people say, sometimes they leave the response sort of amorphous and just refer them to the jury instructions as already written. And sometimes that's what they got to do. They got to go back and read them. They try to read them in harmony with other ones. They try to discuss it, and then hopefully they can come up with a definition and then reasonably reach a verdict. But it sounds to me like that is precisely what's going on.
And that is what we've seen, right? We've seen a couple of juror questions, specifically juror number 25, unable to follow directions. And the judge was very specific about the wording. To your point, Philip, this is very, very important, the wording that he is going to pass on to them. So he does such. They keep talking for hours and hours and hours. Then they come back asking about distribution of drugs. Now, this one was answered this morning. But again, basically the judge is like, take another look at those notes. We already instructed you. Look at those again. And it does seem that potentially that is helping, because that was this morning, and then it didn't seem like they had another question about that until we're talking about the transcripts. I do have another update from court, a small one. We still don't know the answer to the question, but we do have something. Mark Agnifilo goes forward and returns and hands Sean Combs the piece of paper, and what does he do? He stares at it. So presumably Sean Combs right now is reading whatever this information is. In the courthouse behind me, hopefully soon we're going to have an update on what exactly this question is. In the meantime, I've got another question from one of our viewers. If you are just joining us, there is a juror question, and you can ask us your questions, so make sure to drop those down in the chat. This is a question from Josh Allen is my daddy. LOL, sorry for the name. Hey, it's not one of the, I'm not going to comment on the name. It's not bad. Now, the question is, do the jurors get free food, or do they have to pay for it? Now, this is a double one I have for Adante, because another question is, Snig Dirty TV says, how can I get a hold of Adante to be my attorney? So, number one, how can anyone get a hold of you, Adante? And number two, do these jurors have to pay for their food, or what?
The food is on the court. It's on the public. It's on the taxpayer. So the court is going to supply the food. They always try to make sure it's something that people will generally eat. So it's nothing too exotic or too highbrow, usually sandwiches or something like that. Now, in terms of getting a hold of me, you can get a hold of me on social media using my name, Adante Pointer, ESQ on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok, or my website for my law firm, www.lawyers with an S, FTP, Lawyers for the People. Now, in terms of, I'd like to, if I can, talk about that note, because I've been thinking about that and the way that it's
Oh,
being
please do.
described. I'd imagine, as I'm saying, it's a guess, I'm not in the courtroom, but given if P. Diddy's staring at it and his lawyers are rallying around him, it may be something from the jury saying, look, Your Honor, we've reached a decision on some of the charges and we can't reach a decision on other charges. And now that's a confounding thing for the court because now the court has to decide, okay, is this a mistrial? And the defendants have to ask, hey, judge, they can't do it, essentially throw all this thing out, or what instruction they're going to try to give to the jury. And Allen instruction, which essentially says, keep deliberating, you have to go forward. Or is the judge going to bring in the jury and try to inquire a little bit more around where they're at? So I think that it's something that the attorneys are giving to P. Diddy because they want him to understand that right now his life is hanging in the balance, and how they respond to this particular question it may be determinative of the outcome of this trial. Just my 2 cents in thought.
Perhaps the fact that Sean Combs was staring at the piece of paper, just staring at it with no emotion, to your point, Adante, maybe that could be very telling about what is happening. And I'll tell you, I'm not an attorney, but I have worked at Law&Crime for about 4 years. And anytime there's a verdict, I just kind of get this tingle in my stomach, just kind of nervous, like what's going to happen? Who's it going to be? I don't know. I just kind of get that. And as you were going through and talking about that answer right there, I got that again. So I don't know what that means, if anyone's superstitious or what they're thinking, but I don't know. We don't know what it could be. On to another one of our questions from a viewer. And this again goes to a potential hung jury. Oh, excuse me, hold on. Before we get to all of that, I do have an update right now. We have received a note. This is the judge, Arun Subramanian. We have received a note at 4:05 p.m. today. It reads, we have reached a verdict on counts 2, 3, 4, and 5. We are unable to reach a verdict on count 1 as we have jurors on each side. How should we respond? Now, let me just say really quickly, Adante called it. Philip Dubé called it. Maybe I called it when I got butterflies in my stomach. This is a major update. I have to read it for you one last time. There is an update. Judge Arun Subramanian says that we have reached a verdict. The jury has reached a verdict on counts 2, 3, 4, and 5. Unable to reach a verdict on count 1 as we have jurors on each side. How should we respond? Philip Dubé, I'm going to throw to you right away. What does that mean for count 1? Is that a hung jury?
It means yes, absolutely. It means they are deadlocked. They're not unanimous. But under the federal rules of criminal procedure, the court can accept the partial verdict and make them resume deliberations on that outstanding count. And if they still are deadlocked, the court can give them what's called the dynamite charge and basically encourage them to listen to one another, go back, re-review the evidence, don't have fixed views about it, keep an open mind, yada, yada, yada. And if after that they cannot reach a verdict, the court can declare a mistrial on the hung count. And depending on the split, the U.S. Attorney's Office will decide if they will retry him on that count. My gut says that it is guilty on all those counts and they're hung on the RICO charge.
Whew, this is heavy. This potential verdict on 4 of the 5 counts. I do have another update before I go to Adante. This is Maureen Comey, Assistant U.S. Attorney. She says, we are preparing a modified Allen charge. Mark Agnifilo says, we propose you tell them to continue deliberating and that you not take the partial verdict. No modified Allen charge. Now, the judge says, would the defense request I bring the jury out to say that? Okay, ongoing. Agnifilo says, after conferring with Combs, he says, yes. So here's what the judge says. He says, okay, email me your proposals, each side. I'll wait. I could give a modified Allen charge, or at some point, I could tell them they could return a partial verdict. Email me, I'll wait. Okay, a lot to digest. Can you explain to me the Allen charge situation, Adante?
Sure. The Allen charges, as I mentioned before, that's an admonishment from the judge telling the jury to continue to deliberate, encouraging them to continue to engage in the process, and essentially putting more pressure on the jury to resolve the differences between them. However, as was mentioned by your other guest, if the jury comes back after going back in and deliberating more, and they say, hey, we just cannot resolve this final charge, then the judge will probably let them go and accept this verdict, i.e., the hung jury charge, declare a mistrial on that charge, and then accept the verdict on the remaining charges. And I agree. I think that if you really look at the questions the jury asked around what is distribution? Does it have to include so on and so forth, paying for it and doing things like that? And then they are then asked for the trial transcripts of particular witnesses, right? Then after those witnesses they received those transcripts, now we're getting this in from the jury, right? Saying, hey, we've resolved whatever issues and conflicts there were on some of these charges. In the RICO charge, which to me and I think many people felt was more convoluted and more of a reach just by normal logic and how we think about RICO, and then the large and lengthy voluminous charge and subparts to it could be confusing, as was mentioned, to a judge, a lawyer, and much less an everyday ordinary citizen who doesn't deal with the law. So that's not surprising that it's hung on the RICO charge, and I'm sure that's also why Diddy is sitting there holding his breath, because he certainly asked his attorneys, what does this mean?
I mean, we talked about this back before we knew that the verdict was in for majority of these, that all P. Diddy, Sean Combs, was doing was staring at the little note in front of him. And I agree, that is very telling. There is now a verdict on counts 2, 3, 4, 5. The one that is a potential deadlock is one that is racketeering conspiracy involving Cassie. So we're going to go through the verdict form in a minute, but I just have to ask once again, Philip Dubé, what are your thoughts about this one? The fact that it's the racketeering conspiracy with Cassie. What does all of that mean?
Well, the bottom line is that the prosecution has to prove that he was running an enterprise with a pattern, if you will, of criminality. And there is basically a laundry list of various crimes. And the jury does not have to be unanimous on those predicate type crimes that were being run under the whole Combs enterprise. They do not even have to agree unanimously, and they don't even have to prove each predicate crime or predicate act beyond a reasonable doubt. And it could be that some of the jurors just feel that none of those predicate acts were effectuated in any way, shape, or form by force, fraud, or coercion. And that is ultimately the heart of it. That's what makes it so criminal, that basically somebody is acting with like a mob boss mentality, forcing people oppressively to work within the organization by force, fraud, or coercion. And it sounds like one or more juror feels that there was no such aspect to it. And that's just a guess. I'm only going by sort of reading the tea leaves, if you will, based on the fact that they have reached a verdict on the subordinate counts. And it remains to be seen if I'm accurate, but that's just a guess.
And again, let's remind everyone, we know there's a verdict at least partially here. We still don't know what that verdict is. So this is a great time to segue into looking at that verdict form, specifically because Philip was just talking about those predicate charges. So let's bring it up now. I believe that we have it. And let's start with number one, which is debatably right now the most important one that we have. This is racketeering conspiracy. Okay, so right at the top, how do you find the defendant? Not guilty or guilty? This is the question mark right now, because according to the juror note, some think guilty, some think not guilty. That's kind of the split that is happening right now. And this is to the predicate acts that Philip was just talking about there. If and only if you find the defendant guilty of count 1, which types of racketeering acts do you unanimously find were involved in the offense? So acts involving kidnapping, which of course would involve Capricorn Clark on the instance when the jewelry went missing and she was allegedly taken to do that lie detector test. Or for instance, when she says she was taken and kidnapped, involved in the Kid Cudi arson, the Porsche blowing up. Is this proven or not proven? Or rather, it reads not proved, proved. Acts involving arson. Of course, we're talking about Kid Cudi and the Porsche. Proved, not proved. Acts involving bribery. We're, of course, talking about Eddie Garcia, the Intercontinental video. He testified on the stand talking about $100,000, the cash machine going through and it being counted. Was this bribery? Not proved or proved. Acts involving witness tampering. Not proved, proved. Acts involving forced labor. Not proved, proved. A lot of this is going to majority of the testimony that we've heard throughout all of this. Mia potentially, getting working and not getting paid overtime, but the forced labor also goes to Cassie or Jane. Acts involving sex trafficking. Once again, going to Cassie and Jane. Was this not proved or proved? Acts involving transportation for purposes of prostitution. Not proved, proved. Acts involving drug distribution. Now, if and only if you find the defendant guilty of count 1, did the pattern of racketeering activity include sex trafficking of Cassandra Ventura? No or yes. This is the most important one at this time, everyone, because this is the one that the jury may be deadlocked on, cannot agree. After this, it reads, if and only if you find the defendant guilty of 1 count, did the pattern of racketeering activity include sex trafficking of Jane? No or yes. So, count 1 right there, heavy. There's a lot to break down, a lot of those predicate crimes, and this is the question mark, everyone watching. This is the one where the jurors are seemingly deadlocked at this time. Now on to count 2. We're still in the deliberation forms, which, by the way, the rest, there have been a verdict. Unclear what the verdict is. Count 2 is sex trafficking of Cassandra Ventura. How do you find the defendant? Not guilty or guilty? Pretty straightforward there. The same with count 3, the Mann Act, transportation, Cassandra Ventura. How do you find the defendant? Not guilty or guilty? Count 4, now we're moving on to Jane. This is sex trafficking of Jane. How do you find the defendant? Not guilty, guilty. Count 5, Mann Act, transportation, Jane. How do you find the defendant? Not guilty or guilty? And once again, all roads lead back to racketeering conspiracy, because not only is that the one that is perhaps the most difficult to understand, the most complicated, especially when we're going through all of those different predicate crimes, the ones that I just mentioned. We're talking kidnapping, arson, bribery, witness tampering, forced labor, sex trafficking, transportation for purposes of prostitution, and drug distribution. It's the most complicated and the one that people seem to not be able to agree on as far as the jury. I got to toss it back to our guests once again. Adante Pointer, what are you thinking now that I went through and read through each of those predicate crimes? Have your thoughts changed at all?
No, not at all. I think it just underscores and proves up what we've all been saying, which is that particular charge has so many subparts, so many different things that a jury would have to answer and agree on, that it's very easy for just a jury to not reach a unanimous decision that's convinced or that's supported by everyone agreeing about any one of those many different subparts. So it's not surprising. I think many of us saw that coming. Now, the other remaining charges, those are much more straightforward. And we heard and we saw that the jury, when they had questions, they sent those questions out about definitions and things. And the judge simply directed them back to those jury instructions. So I think that that's why you're going to see that there was a unanimous verdict on those other charges, but they weren't able to agree with one on the RICO Act because there's just so many subparts, and it's hard to get many people to agree on what you want to go for dinner or you want to eat for dinner, much less 9 different subparts to make up one charge.
We went through all of them. We've been talking about them here on Law and Crime for forever, since before a jury was even seated, and it's never really gotten easier, right? The more I talk about it, the more I personally understand it, but I also have a leg up on the jury, the fact that I can discuss it with my peers, and they've only had about 13 hours of deliberation, which, by the way, we have paused the verdict watch clock at 13 hours and 11 minutes because it seems overall we have a verdict. On the first one, I'm going to go back to you, Philip Dubé, about all of this because you so astutely broke down all of those predicate crimes. What are your thoughts now that I went back and read through all of them? That seems to be the one that's tripping people up. So what do you think the judge is going to do?
With you, and I don't know if Adante agrees, I think the judge may have done the defense a favor. I truly believe that he gave them a mispronouncement or a misstatement of law. I do not believe that the jury has to find each predicate unanimously. So what he did, if I'm correct, and I may be wrong, but Dante, chime in on this if I'm incorrect. I can handle it, believe me. My feelings won't be hurt. In other words, I think the judge expanded the burden of proof for the prosecution to prove each predicate beyond a reasonable doubt. That means all 12 jurors must unanimously agree and find beyond a reasonable doubt that he committed at least two or more of the predicates within a 10-year period. My reading of RICO, at least under the California version, is that all you really have to find beyond a reasonable doubt is that there was a pattern of enumerated crimes, but you don't have to be specific about the crime itself. So if that's the case and the jury is tripped up, good for Sean Diddy, because it sounds like this jury will never, ever reach a unanimous verdict, at least as to two or more of the predicates.
Okay, so I'm going to throw that to you, Adante, and ask if you agree with what Philip is saying about all of that. Judge Arun Submarinian says, okay, it needs to be unanimous as far as deciding on these predicate crimes. What are your thoughts about all of that?
Well, frankly, when I think about that, and when you were showing us the jury verdict form, I was in my mind, I'm thinking, look, you have this is one of the most high profile, if not the most high profile trial taking place right now. Those jury verdict forms are debated, they're reviewed, not only by the attorneys you see in the court, but by other attorneys who are assisting on the case back in the office, be it on the defense side or the prosecution side. And I've been in that situation, and everybody can still get it wrong in terms of the way it's enumerated and or the way the jury instructions are provided. My understanding is that they do need to come to a unanimous decision as relates to at least one of those subparts in order to support the RICO charge. But we're all going to find out, because no matter what happens here, best believe you're going to see this wind up in the appellate court.
Oh, I know that Diddy's team is definitely keeping an eye on everything as far as appeals if it doesn't go his way. I tend to agree with you exactly what you're saying, Adante, about all of this, that they definitely going to be ready with all of that. Now, we do have a viewer question asking, this is from Lee Now, who's asking, if it is guilty, will he still go to jail for counts 2 through 5, right? So, Philip, about that, if he's guilty, and the first one, let's take the racketeering conspiracy and just, step it out for a minute. But if we're talking 2 through 5, let's say he's guilty, which, by the way, we still have yet to know. If he's guilty, he'll still go to jail for those, right?
Yes, of course. They're certainly not going to release him because he would stand convicted of those charges. And the only real question then is how much time he'll get. So, no, he's not going to get released. But you can bet, depending on what the split is on count 1, if in fact a mistrial is declared, the prosecution will likely retry him, because if I'm not mistaken, I think it carries life. And they definitely want to get him on that top count if they can get a life sentence.
A lot to think about here. I again want to remind anyone who has just tuned in that we have reached a verdict. The jury has reached a verdict in counts 2 through 5. It's that number 1, the racketeering conspiracy, that is still the question mark at this time. Now, we do have some questions. Where's Jesse? Where's Elizabeth? And let me answer them both right now, because this is a really intense time. Elizabeth Milner is in the courthouse behind me. She is there in the courtroom so she can make sure to get the latest updates, be there to see how Diddy reacts to anything and everything like that. I promise you we'll have Elizabeth Milner on as soon as we can, but it's important for her to be in that courthouse. I'm going to continue to stay here live in the Southern District of New York to bring you the latest, but also we've got Jesse Weber, who will be live from the studio. We're going to be with you until we find out an answer for all of this. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, Jesse Weber will be here to break it all down for us, so stay with us. We'll be right back.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Jesse Weber, and thank you for joining us on our continued coverage of the Sean Diddy Combs criminal case. We have breaking news right now. The jury has sent a note to the court at 4:05 p.m. indicating that they have reached a verdict on 4 of the 5 counts that Sean Combs is facing. Counts 2, 3, 4, and 5. Those are the Mann Act violations, transportation to engage in prostitution, and those are the sex trafficking charges with respect to Cassie Ventura and Jane. However, they are unable to reach a verdict at this time with respect to count 1, the racketeering conspiracy charge, the top charge. Now, what just happened in court? Well, it becomes a question, what is the judge going to instruct the jury? There is a back and forth about whether they will provide a modified Allen charge. This is basically where the judge will tell the jury, keep on deliberating, keep moving forward, and then if they come to an impasse, if at some point they say, we just cannot come to a decision, that's when we are dealing with a hung count as to respect to that count and possibly a partial verdict. In fact, Prosecutor Maureen Comey says, we are preparing a modified Allen charge. Sean Combs' defense counsel Mark Agnifilo says, we propose you tell them to continue deliberating and that you not take the partial verdict. No modified Allen charge. The judge said, would the defense request I bring the jury out to say that? Agnifilo says, yes. The judge says, okay, email your proposals, each side. I'll wait. I could give a modified Allen charge, or at some point, I could tell them that they could return a partial verdict. Email me, I'll wait. This is again reporting from Inner City Press, and I will let you also know that at 4:54 p.m., Inner City Press indicated that in the well of the courtroom, everyone but Donaldson, Xavier Donaldson, one of Sean Combs' defense attorneys, is in their seat waiting. Sean Combs is leaning back. His legs are crossed. He does not look happy. I want to talk about this right now. We're going to bring in your questions. If you have questions, submit them right now. We're going to be on air till we figure out what's going on. I want to bring on trial attorney Adante Pointer. I want to bring on criminal defense attorney Bradford Cohen. And I want to bring on criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Safa Robinson Ferrer. We're also working on getting a Sierra Gillespie up as well. It's great to have everybody here. I think we're still working on getting Bradford. Guys, so happy to have you here. This is my take, okay? This is my take. You tell me if I'm wrong. Safa, I'll start with you. I think the jury has found him guilty of both of the Mann Act violations, so both transportation to engage in prostitution. I believe they have also found him guilty with respect to sex trafficking of Cassie Ventura Fine. I think they have found him not guilty with respect to sex trafficking of Jane, and here's why. There is no way that you are going to have jurors who are potentially able to vote guilty of racketeering and would acquit him of everything else that he's facing. I don't see that working. I don't see that making sense. Now, what happened today? They kept asking readbacks of testimony with respect to Cassie, whether it was the 2016 tape, whether it was Jane, whether it was the Cannes flight where Combs was allegedly showing her freak-off tapes. There was no and then was also the part about Daniel Phillip potentially witnessing Sean Combs abusing her, this sex worker, this male performer. There was no request for a readback of Jane's testimony. I feel confident in this prediction. Safa, am I wrong?
I don't think you're wrong at all, Jesse. I actually would agree with you. I think that the prosecution's strongest case was on the transportation to engage in prostitution, and that would have been and would be the easiest thing to come back with a guilty verdict on. I think that with regard to the sex trafficking, with respect to Jane Doe and her testimony, I think there were some issues of credibility, and I think that the way she testified seemed to indicate things other than sex trafficking, including her own consent and participation in the relationship with Mr. Combs, the certain benefits that she obtained, and certain jealousy and things like that. So I think they're going to come back not guilty on that. With respect to Cassie Ventura, I think, and based on the questions that the jury has asked, we can probably expect a guilty verdict with respect to the sex trafficking on that count with her. Again, we have to look at whether there's the use of threats, physical force, fraud, or coercion. That seems to be the case here, whether it's through the hotel video, through coercion and showing her this video on the flight and ultimately getting a freak off after that. So I think you're right about all of your predictions, Jesse. With respect to the RICO count, it's questionable there. It seems that they've had mixed feelings on that, and we'll
Yeah.
see what the judge does, if he takes a partial verdict or gives them the Allen to come back once they're finished.
We have a court update. The judge says, I have received each side's proposal. Mr. Agnifilo, your proposal, there's not much there. Defense attorney Mark Agnifilo says, we are not remotely at the place where the jury needs more to deliberate efficiently. They are remarkably efficient. They already have 4 verdicts. The judge says, I wouldn't call the government's proposal an Allen charge. It reminds the jury of the instruction I previously gave on the duty to deliberate. I could simply recite from the jury charge. I know we also have Bradford Cohen with us as well, so we're going to add him to the conversation. Bradford, good to see you. My prediction, in case you didn't hear, is I think they found him guilty of the Mann Act violations. I think they found him guilty of sex trafficking of Jane. I think they probably found him not guilty with respect to the sex trafficking of Jane, and obviously they appear to be hung with the jury. Your prediction, and also it seems to me that what they're saying here, the defense doesn't want them to go back, right? The defense doesn't want them to go back and continue deliberating on racketeering, because obviously there's a chance they could come back and find him guilty of the top charge, which carries life in prison. Am I understanding this correctly? And what's your prediction?
I heard your prediction. I think that you are usually right. In this one, I think that you're not.
Okay.
I'm thinking, I think there's going to be a guilty verdict. I think it's going to be on the Mann Acts. I think my opinion is they were having a big debate over Cassie's testimony and Cassie and whether or not she was sex trafficked. I think ultimately my guess is the sex traffickings are going to be not guilties. I think he's going to be guilty of the Mann Acts. I've said that from the beginning. I could be wrong and you could be right, and then, I'll owe you a dinner. But I honestly can't see, after the testimony, I do think Cassie was a better witness, obviously, than Jane. But I still can't see the trafficking charge. I've tried many, many times to give an analysis here and look at the testimony, look at the text between them, look at how she was acting, how long the relationship was. It's a very difficult one to come back.
Let me just push you back on this, and then I want to get to Adante. They asked for the readbacks of what I would argue were specific examples of potential sex trafficking. The 2016 incident, the Daniel Phillip incident, the plane incident, and then relatively shortly after, they say they have a verdict. If they were, it seems to me, if they came back tomorrow and said we had a verdict, I would say maybe you're right, maybe not guilty. But so soon after that, it feels to me they were convinced that that's sex trafficking of Cassie.
You could be correct. I see the rest of the guests are shaking their head yes. I guess I'm the lone man in the box of saying that you're not correct. I do agree. Listen, the readbacks and then immediate verdict after the readbacks or soon thereafter is never a good sign. I always say that. But in this case, I don't know if there was one person who was saying, hey, listen, I need to hear this. I need to go over it again before I vote. And that was the individual that was holding out for guilt. I don't know. You could be right. But I have a feeling the Mann Acts are the easiest low-hanging fruit. And I think they are not happy with the government. Everyone that I've spoken to that was actually in the courtroom, just the disdain on their faces while the government was speaking, especially when Comey was speaking. I just don't know if they are big fans of the government and they can really apply the facts of the case to the elements of the case and say, yes, this is sex trafficking. It's just such an unusual sex trafficking case that you would normally see in federal court.
Adante, now I can get your opinion about this. And by the way, I need you to answer a question as we have questions coming in from our viewers. We have a question from State of Confusion. Okay, great name for this case, but State of Confusion asks, what is a partial verdict? So, Adante, what is a partial verdict, and what do you think this partial verdict could be?
Well, here in this situation, a partial verdict is what the jury has essentially announced, which is they have a unanimous decision on 4 of the 5 counts, and that one of the counts they're unable to reach a unanimous verdict at this time. So you have a partial verdict. It's not a clean slate one way or the other. And so there remains one count at this point that's still unresolved, of which the judge has to decide whether or not he'll take the essentially hung jury on that one charge, or he'll ask them to go back. And that's what it sounds like the judge is going to do, to ask them to continue to deliberate. In terms of the way this is going to play out, it's the way I've thought all along as it relates to Cassie was really the strongest witness, the one that was most persuasive from what I could gather from the testimony that was given, and just she had the videos which we had seen, and all these different other elements that kind of corroborated her story. The other two young women, they had issues of credibility, in my opinion, and so the accounts that go to Cassie, I think those are the ones that Diddy goes down on. The ones for Jane and the other type of ancillary ancillary charges, if you will, associated with the other witnesses, I think Diddy may have the possibility of walking on. But I wouldn't bet on it right now, given that the jury did, as you said, asked for readbacks of particular testimony from particular witnesses and then announced that they have verdicts on 4 of the 5 counts. That tends to mean that they resolved those difficult issues amongst themselves and arrived, as we know, at a unanimous verdict. So I think that's what we're going to see right here.
Yeah, and just to reemphasize my point before, I cannot see a world where you have potential jurors who are planning to vote guilty on racketeering conspiracy, because that's what we're having right now, right? There's a debate, there's a split. They can't be on the same page. There are jurors who want to convict him of racketeering conspiracy. I cannot see a situation where you have those jurors who would vote guilty on racketeering and not guilty of everything else, or at least with respect to transportation to engage in prostitution. This is just my perspective. Now, I have an update from court. Mark Agnifilo, Sean Combs' defense attorney, says, we're not at that point yet. I'm not saying we wouldn't be at the point on Thursday, July 3rd, or Monday. Let's wait and see. I'm putting stock in that they have reached verdicts on 4 counts. The judge says, I'm going with that, but I may give more later. The judge says, I could tell them that they could return on July 3rd. We could arrange that. What do the parties think? Prosecutor Maureen Comey says, we'd like to give them the option to deliberate on the 3rd. This is something that we were talking about as well, because in the Southern District of New York, that is a court holiday, but this is an unusual circumstance. Agnifilo says, 1 second, Your Honor. Judge says yes. Agnifilo comes back. Our preference is that you don't tell them now about Thursday. The downside is that the jurors might feel rushed to reach a verdict to avoid the Thursday issue. Let them deliberate tomorrow. You could ask at the end of tomorrow. The judge says, so the defense would have no objection to them deliberating on July 3rd. Agnifilo says, no objection if they want to. Judge says, okay, let's bring out our jury. Now, that is really interesting, Safa. I have to agree with the defense there, right? Don't tell them they have the option or that they're debating whether to come back on Thursday. Why even bring that up now? Just let them continue to deliberate. That was a good point by the defense, right?
Yes, it definitely was. And I think what the defense is essentially trying to do here is give them as much time as they need to deliberate. You don't want them to rush and say, well, fine, we've got to reach a verdict. And then it backfires because they come back on a guilty verdict on the top count. So very favorable, at least, from the defense aspect, wanting to slow it down, giving them the time. And then maybe they might also change their opinion on some other things, and we don't know. It seems like they've come to a unanimous verdict on the other counts 2 through 5. But yes, most definitely.
The jury has entered the courtroom, so we're going to find out what is happening next. Okay, Bradford, over to you. Got questions coming in. LaRob Show asks, quick question for the panel. Does this mean we'll get a full verdict tonight in the Diddy trial, or could count 1 be pushed to tomorrow? I mean, if they go back tonight, chances they come back with a verdict? Oh, Bradford, I think we're working on getting your sound up. I think you muted yourself, Bradford. We got you back. Can you? All right, we'll work on getting Bradford.
I got you.
Gotcha.
So
okay, so if they go back, chances they'll come back with a verdict on racketeering conspiracy.
Yeah, I hate night verdicts. So anytime that a jury is kept overnight, anytime a jury is rushed, that they want to go home, go to sleep, and the judges keep deliberating, it's the worst. So my preference would be exactly what the defense did, is say, hey, let's slow it down here. Let's see what happens tomorrow. Bring them back in. It's 5:18. Send them home for the night. Let them think about it. It could be, it could be tomorrow. One guy comes in and says, you know what? I was thinking about count 3. I don't know if I can do it anymore. But that usually doesn't happen. It seems like they've reached verdicts on those 4, and that one count is going to be the one that they decide. I don't think it's going to be decided tonight because I think they're going to go home. And I don't think this is the type of judge, and I've been in front of judges that'll say, let's go to 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. This is not that judge. So I don't believe there's going to be any kind of verdict on that count tonight. And I think tomorrow they're going to go back, they'll start fresh, and they'll see if they can reach something tomorrow. But I think it's going to be difficult. I think that people have dug their heels in, and when individuals start digging their heels in and there's more than one, that's when you truly can get a hung jury. When there's one, all the rest just beat up on that one, and then that guy usually ends up turning.
Yep, and we don't know what the split is. Everybody's watching this right now. All eyes are on that federal courtroom in downtown New York. We have a ton of people watching us right now on the live stream. Thank you so much for your incredible support. Thank you so much for continuing to come to us on Law and Crime as we cover this in real time. And by the way, there is an update. The judge says, he's speaking to the jury, I ask you to return to the jury room. If you decide you're done for the day, send me another note and I'll bring you back out to end the day. The jurors leave. Judge says everyone can go back to doing what they were doing. We may get a note in like 10 minutes from the jury and be like, we're exhausted. We're going home. We'll decide on racketeering tomorrow, if we decide. Let me bring in Law and Crime's Sierra Gillespie, who is outside that courthouse right now. Sierra, great to see you. What is the scene like outside? News of a potential verdict. We were wondering if the crowd would gather, if people would show up. What are you seeing?
Yeah, Jesse, a crowd definitely gathered. I do want to shout out Law and Crime because I believe we were one of the first. We already happened to be live on air and announced 2 through 5, there was a verdict reached and questionable about count number 1. So we're on air as this is happening. All of a sudden, a crowd is forming behind me at the courthouse here. I don't know how well you can see. Also, let me note that it is raining. For a time, it was pouring down rain. So there's so many umbrellas, people getting hit, water falling all over people. The scene is chaos. I will say it's not as big as I initially would have thought, simply because, first of all, it was so hot out today. Then it started to pour rain, and I don't know if people were really excited about the prospect of standing in pouring rain. However, we have seen a crowd gathering outside of the courthouse. Mics are set up in the event of any sort of press conference. There were people shouting. There were people who are opposed to Diddy, people who are for Diddy. I mean, there is definitely a crowd here, and you can feel it in the air. When there's a verdict, you can almost just feel it.
So, first of all, to echo what you were saying, I just got word. We are the #1 Diddy trial coverage live stream that's happening right now on YouTube. So, incredible. Again, we have the best viewers. Thank you so much. This is a super chat question that came in from Melissa A. Sierra. I'm going to answer it. I'm going to throw it to you, too. So first of all, Melissa A., thank you so much for this great question. How can they have a verdict on counts 2 through 5, but not on 1? That's confusing. Please explain. This is my take, okay? Each one of these charges is separate consideration. They each have their own elements. They could easily say, okay, Sean Combs, I think he transported men and Jane and Cassie across state lines for the purposes of sex work, okay? That's transportation to engage in prostitution. You don't need force, fraud, or coercion. Sex trafficking. Okay, let's talk about force, fraud, and coercion. We believe, let's say I was talking before, I think that he might be found guilty with respect to Cassie. We think that he used those methods to induce her on multiple locations to engage in freak-offs. Maybe Jane, not necessarily so much. These are separate determinations. Racketeering conspiracy is multiple elements. Yes, there are underlying crimes for racketeering conspiracy that include sex trafficking, that include transportation to engage in prostitution. And yes, as we talk about underlying predicate crimes, the jury could say, I think Diddy engaged in sex trafficking. I think he engaged in transportation to engage in prostitution. I think the prosecution has proven at least 2 underlying crimes. But what we have to remember is there is another part of racketeering conspiracy that may be causing them a holdup. Was Sean Combs the leader of a criminal organization, a criminal enterprise? Was there a criminal enterprise? Was there a conspiracy? Was there a criminal agreement to further a pattern of illegal activity. Were the assistants, were the bodyguards, was everybody knowing what was going on? Was there a common purpose? I'm not surprised, Sierra. I'm not surprised if they have come to a decision on 2 and 5 and they're hung up on racketeering, because that's its whole separate animal, right?
I couldn't agree with you more, Jesse. I mean, I guess I understand why some people may be confused. He's on trial. Is it either guilty or not guilty or a hung jury? But we've seen this even most recently in the Harvey Weinstein case. You know, we saw that there was a hung jury. It's a mixed verdict or a split verdict, what we call it. When there are multiple charges, you can be found not guilty of one, guilty of another, hung on another. That is something that is completely possible. It is confusing, though. And to me, I understand it. To your point, Jesse, they probably went through on the verdict forms and we're looking, okay, he's charged with, you know, racketeering conspiracy. Perhaps we'll wait until the end to go back to that one because there's a lot to go through. What about transportation to engage in prostitution? Counts 2 through 5. They probably went through all of those, were able to agree a bit easier. And then to everything you just said, it's the racketeering conspiracy that is the most intense. It's the most confusing, especially when you bring in the predicate crimes, when we're talking about bribery or witness tampering or arson, forced labor. There are a multitude of them. We actually read out the verdict form here on the live stream recently because there are multiple different things to consider. So not only do they have to weigh the weeks upon weeks of testimony and evidence and going through and saying, okay, did the government prove this beyond a reasonable doubt? It makes sense to me that there's a disagreement here simply because it's very confusing. And exactly to what you were saying, this is a common question, by the way, that a lot of our Law&Crime viewers have come to us and asked about the fact that P. Diddy, Sean Combs, is the defendant here, and there are no co-defendants. There are no alleged co-conspirators of this racketeering conspiracy, which generally has multiple co-conspirators. I mean, there may have been some, but they're not listed as co-defendants. So is that confusing for jurors? And perhaps maybe that's actually what it is. But I agree with you, Jesse. I'm not surprised that this is the one that everyone's really hung up on.
Yeah, and by the way, the jury has officially gone home for the night. So the judge says, we've received a note that the jurors have concluded for today. We'll resume tomorrow. We'll bring them back out. Judge says, all rise. Very briefly, thank you. Tomorrow, go directly into the jury room. Keep an open mind. Do not watch or read about this case. We'll see each other tomorrow. All rise. Judge asks the attorneys anything. No. Not surprised by that. Sierra, stand by. Want to get a reaction to this from the rest of the panel. I'll go to you, Adante. We have a super chat question that came in from M3 Voodoo. Love the show, Jesse. Thank you so much. What are the chances and ramifications if the split on count 1 is 11-1, with the holdout being the problem juror from Monday? Remember, they talked about the juror's first note was, I believe it was juror 25. The allegation was the juror wasn't following the jury instructions. It's a fair question to ask and a good question to ask, Adante.
Yeah, sure. If once the jury comes back and it's polled, okay, which means they'll say what they actually individually voted for that particular charge, and that's revealed. And if it comes out it's 11-1 for the prosecution, best believe the prosecution will try that charge again. And you'll see P. Diddy up on trial again for that, maybe cut a deal at this late stage, given what he's facing. But I think more likely you'll see another trial. So that's what'll happen. Why? Because the prosecution will be emboldened. They'll say, look, the problem child is the one that kept us from getting a clean sweep if he is convicted on the other 4 charges. And so they'll retry it again. Now, if it's the other way, 11-1 for acquittal, and by chance that holdout is someone who's for the prosecution, which I think is unlikely given they were able to reach unanimous verdicts on the other 4 charges, then the prosecution may abandon that prosecuting that charge. But I think what's more likely, if it is 11-1 and the problem child is the holdout that kept the prosecution from getting a clean sweep, you'll see a RICO trial again in Manhattan.
Really? You believe that? They would go through this all for that charge?
I think so. You know, I mean, look, they went to a lot of lengths, witnesses, a lot of the receipts. You had all these different people coming in for that particular charge. So I think the government really wants that.
Adante, I know you have to run. I know you have to catch your flight. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Good seeing you, my friend. All right, Bradford, go to you now. Got a question from Corey Fifield. Can the jury members, can the jury members change their mind on one of the counts they decided about? Can they, when they come back tomorrow? Or are the verdicts for counts 2 to 5 locked in?
They're not locked. Anybody can change their minds until it's, till the fat lady sings. Once it's read in court and it's officially signed by the foreman and handed to the judge, that's when they can't, well, even then they could say, hey, that's not my verdict, and something could happen after that. But generally that doesn't happen. But yes, anytime before then, they could just say like, hey, listen, I've decided, I thought about it yesterday. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going guilty. I want to go not guilty, or the other way around. Any day of the week that could happen. And by the way, I just want to comment on one thing. I think if it is a hung jury on the RICO charge, the likelihood that he gets recharged and redone, a new trial on the RICO charge, I think is slim to none. I don't think they want any more dealings with Diddy. I don't think that this group of prosecutors are going to be there after this. I think that they are all going to move on to greener pastures. And I think this is something that they are going to put into the past. I think if there's a hung charge, I don't see it being retried unless there is some kind of Uno reverso card and he gets some sort of pardon or commutation from the government, from this administration. I don't see them recharging that count.
Well, you just answered the question from JRiz87, Super Chat question. Thank you so much. Do you think P. Diddy will get a retrial if he gets a hung jury? Asafa, what do you think?
I don't think that they're going to want to spend the government resources to put this trial on again. But it depends. It's up to the government to make that decision, but they would have to call in all of these witnesses, essentially, quote unquote, re-victimize some of these individuals who, may be in a sensitive state. We know Ms. Ventura was in the process of about getting ready to have a baby. When the trial would be scheduled, are they going to call this expert again? There's so many moving parts to putting a trial together that is a big decision. And also the resources that it would take and the time that it would take, and getting a jury again on a case like this after this has been so publicized throughout the world. So I don't know that they're going to try to go for it again. I would caution on the side that they would not.
Safa, let me just throw a follow-up question to you. This is from Francisca. Jesse, what do you think? Do you think the other counts are guilty or not guilty? And do you think Diddy will serve any time in jail? So let me just reiterate what I think. And then Safa, tell me if he's convicted of sex trafficking and he's convicted of transportation to engage in prostitution, what could potential prison time look like? Let's put that on pause. Again, let me just reiterate to Francisca. Based on what I've seen from today and during the deliberations and this note, I believe that they have found him guilty of transportation to engage in prostitution. I think that they have found him also guilty with respect to sex trafficking of Cassie, particularly because of the notes today that were about concrete, specific examples of sex trafficking, and they came back with a verdict on that relatively quickly. I also feel that they found him not guilty with respect to sex trafficking of Jane, partially because they didn't have any questions, any readback of testimony with respect to Jane. That is suspect, to say the least. So let me ask you this. Again, Safa, do you think Diddy will serve any time in jail if he's convicted of sex trafficking and transportation to engage in prostitution? What could he be looking at?
I think he's definitely going to serve some time in jail. And he's already in custody right now. So all of the time that he has spent in custody is counting towards any sentence that he ultimately might be sentenced to by this particular judge. He's looking at, if he's only convicted of those counts and not of the RICO, of up to 15 years. And so in terms of sentencing, there are going to be a number of factors that go into what his exact sentence will be. The judge can take a number of things into consideration, including, some of the other allegations that were heard or information that he gained from sitting through this trial. Not only that, but there's going to be a pre-sentence investigation that digs into his life and things of that nature that will help guide the judge into what his sentence is going to be. You're also going to have Mr. Combs' attorneys putting together a mitigation package, which essentially would humanize Mr. Combs to the judge to say, give him the most lenient sentence possible, judge, for these reasons. The government, of course, we can expect is going to come in and ask for the maximum, especially if they lose on that RICO charge.
By the way, I said that we have incredible viewers. Listen to this. This is from Miss on Average. Watched every single day of the 33 days from Lagos, Nigeria. Thanks, Jesse and the team. Unbelievable, the people across the board. I want to get Sierra Gillespie in, so I know we're working on getting her up as soon as we can. I'll jump in, and also we might be trying to get Elizabeth Milner up as well, trying to get everybody up to talk about this. But Bradford, I'll start with you. This is a question from Afri Coco Lux. Just so we are clear, he can still go to jail even if they are hung on one count.
I mean, if they're guilty on another count, yes. I mean, if it's all not guilty and hung, no, he's not going to jail. And here's what's interesting about if they're hung on the RICO charge. What's so very interesting is if you're going to find him guilty of a sex trafficking with concerning Cassie, those predicate crimes, aren't they much easier to prove at that point? I mean, if you're saying, hey, yeah, he's guilty on sex trafficking with Cassie, to your point, which you were discussing, that you think that he might be guilty on the sex trafficking with Cassie, I think it would be a lot easier to get that RICO charge and get a guilty on the RICO charge. That's why I'm leaning towards the not guilty. That's my reasoning behind it. Because if you're saying, yeah, he sex trafficked her, he did all these things, he distributed pills because, she said that he handed me pills and he handed me drugs. It's easier to get to that guilty on RICO than a split on the RICO and a guilty on the trafficking, unless they're just splitting the baby. To me, this is a very unique way that the jury has been looking at the case. And like I said before, I loved Mark's closing, where he was saying, no one came forward. This is the government looking for the crime and finding the guy. This isn't all of a sudden a victim came forward and then they're like, let's investigate this. That's not how this went. And it could be anyone. It could be you. It could be you. It could be you. I love this closing. I thought he did an excellent job. No matter what the outcome is here, I think the defense did a very, very nice job with what they had and what they had to work with. And I'll be interested to see how this all shakes out because of all the guessing, right? We all sit here, we all guess. But at the end of the day, we all could be wrong. So we'll see how this all shakes out.
100% could all be wrong. I will tell you, no, I think the defense did a phenomenal job. I think they did such a phenomenal job that I don't blame them for not really putting on any witnesses. I don't even recall. Let me bring in Sierra Gillespie and tell me if I'm wrong. Sierra, good to see you again. Hi, let me ask you this. Do you even recall the prosecution mentioning Brianna Bungolan in their closing argument? She was arguably one of the most problematic witnesses for the prosecution, the woman who claims that Sean Combs dangled her off a 17-story balcony. But, on cross-examination, they hit her with digital evidence to suggest that the alleged attack didn't happen when she said. Problematic, inconsistent information, inconsistent statements. I think they did a phenomenal job. I don't remember them even bringing the prosecution even highlighting Brianna Bungolan in their closing, maybe because the defense did such a good job. Am I wrong or right? What do you remember?
Jesse, when you were talking about that, I kind of went back in my memory bank as if I'm a juror, kind of trying to remember. And no, I don't recall them bringing her up at all during the closings, which is interesting. I mean, they talked about the inconsistencies there with the date of everything, because remember, there was the photo that had a different date. There was kind of discrepancy in all of that. And I think that was like, whoa, there, again, just to remind you, we're live here in the Southern District of Manhattan where things are getting kind of crazy because we got a partial verdict. I don't recall, but that just woke me up into next week. So I'm sending it back to you, Jesse. What's the next question?
Yeah. That is somebody who, either didn't, has an opinion on Diddy. They wanted to be known. No, okay, so first of all, we have people coming in right now. We have a lot of viewers coming in. I want to update about what's going on. The jury sent out a note at 4:05 p.m. saying they have reached a verdict with respect to 4 of the 5 counts. Sex trafficking of Cassie, sex trafficking of Jane, and the Mann Act violations, so transportation to engage in prostitution, 1 with respect to Cassie, 1 with respect to Jane. They indicated they are hung right now. They cannot come to a decision with respect to the top charge, count 1, racketeering conspiracy. The judge brought them back in, told them to continue deliberating. They came back, said, we'd like to go home for the day. They were sent home for the day. They will continue deliberating. So as of right now, unless something should change tomorrow, we may have a partial verdict. We may have a verdict as to 4 of the 5 charges. I have given my predictions. All of my panelists have given their predictions about what this means. So far, nobody we've spoken to has said that he's going to be acquitted of everything else. I look, but Bradford said it best. We could all be wrong. We have no idea. I mean, I'm reading the tea leaves, reading what's been going on. I gave my 2 cents about what I think it is. Again, I think that he might be convicted of the transportation to engage in prostitution charges, sex trafficking of Cassie, probably not guilty of Jane. Sierra, but I'm going back to you on this because we have so many different questions about this. The readback of testimony today, when the jury asked about the 2016 incident, the LA Continental Hotel incident, when they asked about the Cannes Film Festival, the flight, right? I think that was a crucial point. When they asked about Daniel Phillips' testimony, this male performer, why is that significant? For our viewers who don't know, why are those 3 incidents so significant?
I think they're so important because it kind of tells us what we now know a bit more about, right? The fact that there is this question mark for count number 1, the racketeering conspiracy. We now know, okay, they couldn't decide. There's kind of a split right there, a hung jury at the moment about that one. It sounds like we'll see what happens more tomorrow. But earlier in the day, before we heard anything about these potential verdicts for the rest of everything, we had this question. Hey, can we have the transcripts with Cassie's testimony, with the testimony from Daniel Phillips? And now we kind of know that this goes back to count 1, the racketeering conspiracy, the RICO. And I think it just goes to show once again how confusing all of the predicate crimes could be. We've talked about these ad nauseum simply because they're so confusing and there's so much to go through here. And it seems to me that the jurors were trying to do that, parse through and say, okay, did this have to go to forced labor? Did this have to go to arson? I mean, what was it as far as all of the predicate crimes? And specifically with those incidents, we're talking about the Intercontinental Hotel, we're talking about the Cannes Film Festival, the domestic violence situations that are going on there, very apparent, number 1. And then number 2, when we're talking about Daniel Phillips' testimony, that could be going toward sex trafficking because, of course, his testimony is really important in regards to the alleged sex trafficking of Cassie Ventura. So I think it's really important. It shows kind of what direction the jury is going, at least in all of that. But who's to say? I mean, they're not agreeing on things as of right now about count number 1, which is really stunning.
Yep. Sierra, I know you have to sign off. Great reporting all day. Great hosting all day. Lucky to have you. Thank you so much. Hopefully nobody else honks as you're walking away. Who's going to honk Sierra Gillespie? Come on. We live in a society, people. This is a place of adults. Please. I know. All right, Sierra.
Wait, thank you so much, Jesse. We'll talk soon.
Talk soon. All right. By the way, we're working on getting Elizabeth Milner up. I know everybody loves Elizabeth, right? Queen Elizabeth is coming out. She's probably in that courtroom made of questions, so we'll work on getting Elizabeth up. If you have questions for Elizabeth, shoot them over. We'll make sure to answer them. Safa, let me go back to you. We have more questions coming in. First of all, some really nice comments. A. Brock, greetings from Poland. Law&Crime crew, you're amazing. That's so kind. Thank you so much. Erica Charlotte, I watch every day too from Southeast London. So kind. Thank you so much. Sherilyn Amburn asks, what reason could the prosecution possibly have for not putting KK on the stand? Christina Coram. Let me ask you this. So, Safa, you can ask what would be the reason to not put KK on the stand? And part B, if he is acquitted or there is a hung jury as to racketeering conspiracy, will the prosecution be kicking themselves for not bringing her on?
They might be kicking themselves for it. You know, I can't say exactly why they didn't call her as a witness on the stand to testify. Certainly, if I was on the prosecution team, I would want to call her as a witness to testify, particularly because I think she lacks in that criminal enterprise component that people would ideally be looking for with respect to the RICO charge. You know, she could have been just a really bad witness for the prosecution, or they may have thought that she would have been a really bad witness for them, considering her alleged participation in these acts, you know, whether or not she was going to be truthful, whether or not she was going to come off as a likable and honest witness to the potential jurors. So I don't know why they didn't call her. It could just be something strategic. You know, she could have been a part of the initial investigation, a part of, you know, what ultimately ended up in the search warrant application to go into Mr. Combs' home. by the Department of Homeland Security. We don't know, and I don't know that she's testified in grand jury. I didn't have any information that led me to believe, and I could be wrong. But I don't know why they didn't call her. I would have certainly called her, but she could just be, a bad witness that they were worried about the jury considering her when she was to go testify, if she were to have testified in the trial.
By the way, we
Yes,
put
you
up some
want
polls.
inside baseball?
Yeah,
Who wants
please.
inside baseball, raise their hand.
I know I do, especially
Okay.
from Bradford Cohen, Professor Cohen.
So here's the deal. They didn't call KK because she was not going to be helpful to them. They spoke with several witnesses. Several witnesses called my office, in fact. I'm not going to disclose any kind of information that they gave me, but I can tell you that their testimony was not helpful to the government. And once the government found that out, the government decided not to use them. So the government spoke to tens and tens of witnesses. And I just so happened, I don't know why, maybe I'm a witness magnet, but a lot of witnesses called my office in terms of representation. Obviously, there was some representation that I could not take on because of conflicts. But I can tell you that a lot of the witnesses that I spoke to were not helpful for the government, and therefore they were never called by the government. Although they spoke to the government, although they gave statements to the government decided not to use them because they were not going to be helpful to their case. In fact, they were probably going to hurt their case more than help them. Now, why didn't the defense use them? Because it's a double-edged sword. Some of the things that they were going to say were not necessarily helpful to the defense. So it's one of those things that you're stuck as a defense attorney. Do you really want to put on that individual witness? Is the juice worth the squeeze, as they say? And in this case, the juice was not worth the squeeze. I think the defense put on a very nice case in terms of cross-examination of the witnesses, in terms of the individual texts that they brought up, in terms of the receipts that they had, in terms of the Instagram posts that they had.
Yeah.
All those things, while not putting on, quote unquote, a case, that is the case that they put on, and I think they were very effective.
Bradford, I think you're 100% right in the sense that she might have been not the link they needed to establish there was a criminal enterprise, that there was a criminal agreement. Her testimony might have really hurt that idea. But like you said, maybe she helps with drug offenses. Maybe she helps with bribery, and there are going to be components of that case. We don't want to concede that. So I agree. Okay, we have with us Elizabeth Milner, who is inside the courthouse. Queen Elizabeth is with us. Elizabeth, good to see you. Thank you so much for coming out. I'm just going to ask you straight up. We got this question that came out from Elizabeth. This is from Enlin DK. What was the overall vibe in the room? And also, this is from Doug K788. How did the jury look when they came into the room? How did they look at Diddy? So what was the vibe? How did everyone look?
Yeah, as far as the tone and the atmosphere inside that courtroom, Jesse, it was so quiet. I would say you could hear a pin drop, but really all you could hear were the sounds of the court sketch artist really just kind of drawing her painting. Because I remember coming in, and normally I come in around like 4:15-ish because I was thinking, okay, it's the end of the day. Their jury's probably going to want to go home around 5. But then there was this tone, this feeling inside. The defense was all huddled together. You saw Ana Maria Esteval's arm kind of around Tenny, Sean Combs. Always hesitant to say that he looks defeated or he looks worried or he looks nervous. But this time was different, Jesse. I think once that jury note came down, once he saw that actual note about, because he got the clues before we got the clues as far as they reached a verdict on count 2, 3, 4, and 5. I think there was kind of a moment of nervousness. I felt like you could feel the weight on his shoulder. And then at first I was thinking, oh my God, if they're about to read a verdict, where is his entire family? And then I saw his family members, some that we haven't seen this morning inside the courtroom, start to kind of trickle in. That included all of his sons. That included his daughters too. And that included also Dana Tran. It included his mother Janice. It included his sister Keisha. It included his brother-in-law too. So it was a pretty packed courtroom. I was thinking at a point that they would just read the verdict. I didn't know what was going to be going on. Obviously, everyone, they did not read the verdict. None of that had happened. But really, quickly. You could feel just the tense atmosphere to the point a lot of us in the press obviously are going to be looking at Sean Combs, looking at his movement, looking at his demeanor. But because the defense huddled so close around him, likely to kind of prevent us from seeing what his demeanor looked like and for us to write it down, those types of things, it really was a tight circle. So it really was kind of a tense atmosphere. And obviously when the judge got back on the bench and he said that the jury came back that they said that they reached a verdict on count 2, 3, 4, and 5, but they're still kind of not been able to reach a verdict as to count 1. I think a lot of us were just like, oh my God, it's happening, it's happening. Obviously, the verdict wasn't read. They're going to come back tomorrow, continue deliberating, but you could feel the weight of the world, especially on the defendant, but also the Combs family. But I will say, Jesse, when they brought the jury in, because they brought them in twice, one to kind of read them, I guess, that modified Allen charge about continuing to deliberate, and then the second time to release them by the end of the day. I will say I did kind of note that they weren't looking in the defendant's direction. I think a lot of them were making their way all the way to their seat, didn't know what the next process would be, because again, they're jurors. They don't know what's going to be happening. They didn't know if they were going to be told to continue deliberating tonight, if they could have the option to come back tomorrow. Obviously, the judge gave them the option to come back tomorrow, but even when they were exiting the courtroom, from what I could see, I couldn't see them necessarily looking at the defendant. But if it was vice versa, I did see the defendant looking at the jurors. So, maybe some people kind of did like a little peripheral eye glance look or anything like that. From what I could see, they didn't look in his direction. So we'll see what tomorrow brings as far as what their possible decision might end up being in the outcome.
Let me ask you this. These modified Allen charge that the judge gave to the jury, what exactly did he tell them? Did he say, go back deliberating? It's different, and it's modified because I think they were trying to stay consistent with what the actual jury instructions were. What exactly did Judge Arun Subramanian tell them?
Well, he told them to keep on deliberating. He said that each and every single one of you must decide the case for himself or for herself, and that no juror should pretty much waver on their opinions in terms of if they feel some type of way, that they should feel that type of way, and it's okay for them to feel that type of way. But in terms of just even what's going to be happening next is the jury will come back, everyone, and they'll deliberate a little bit, and then and then they'll continue on whether or not they need to bring in more specified instructions. But from the defense's perspective, they were pretty adamant that they think it's too early for them to come back with any type of split verdict or anything like that. They were very adamant that they wanted the jury to continue deliberating, but also not give them such a specific instruction in terms of when to come back, whether or not they want to continue on with court on Thursday, or if they want to have a decision made, those types of things. They really were just adamant, just let the jury continue deliberating from their perspective, because it's been weeks of testimony, because there's been so much evidence, because there's been so many witnesses. They being the defense were like, okay, we want them to continue deliberating, but we'll see what happens. I keep saying we'll see what happens tomorrow, because I felt like we could see what happens today, but yeah, it seems like we're very, very close, especially since they reached a decision on 2, 3, 4, and 5.
We got a commenter, Smarty Pants. We're getting a full verdict by 12 p.m. tomorrow. If not sooner, it's obvious. What a question from Smarty Pants. I mean, I can't make this up. We got another user who was like, the account was confused and had a question about this. I'm just reading the accounts and the questions. It's amazing. Okay, this is an important question because Elizabeth, I don't know if you saw my analysis. I basically think that the jury has found him guilty on the transportation to engage in prostitution charges, sex trafficking of Cassie, probably not guilty of Jane. Mm-hmm. One of the reasons I think that they probably have found him guilty of Cassie sex trafficking were because of the questions that they asked today. And how quickly from those questions they came back with a verdict, because this is from a NACE TM. Elizabeth, were the people wrong question. This is from Danny. Elizabeth, in regards to the jury's questions, does the questions favor the defense or the prosecution? So I believe they favored the prosecution, but what do you think?
I agree with you, Jesse. I definitely think they favor the prosecution, only because of the specific instances that they pointed out. Cassie at the Intercontinental Hotel, Cassie at the Cannes Film Festival, and the events that immediately followed that. Cassie and her interactions with Daniel Phillip at the freak-off at her apartment. And I say these are specific and that they favor the prosecution because these were the exact same instances that the prosecution talked about in their closing argument. I told you during our lunchtime hit that, I was thinking that, okay, they really were listening closely to those closing arguments because they pointed out these specific events, and even an extra one, that being Daniel Phillips' testimony in regard to what had happened at the Essex Hotel. But I think given that they didn't have any types of questions pertaining to Jane or anything like that, I kind of agree with you. It seems like they might be kind of leaning towards guilty on count 2. But again, everyone, that the charge hasn't been read, a verdict hasn't been reached, none of that. But it seems like from their specific and very pointed questions that they might possibly be favoring the prosecution for sure.
This is a question from an Ace TM. Elizabeth, were the people testifying during the trial in the courtroom? How did they react to counts 2 through 5 being decided?
Yeah, so the people who testified in the courtroom, I did not see them inside the courtroom. The only person I think notably that was inside the courtroom was Doug Wigder, and we know Doug Wigder because he is Cassandra Ventura's fines attorney, and so he seems pretty interested knowing that counts 2 through 4 and 5, they've reached a decision on that. But I think, given his demeanor that I saw inside the courtroom, I think it's possibly in favor of his client. But as in terms of the other witnesses, we didn't see Jane, or we didn't see Mia, we didn't see Bonna, we didn't see Cassie Ventura, we didn't see Deontay, we didn't see a number of the witnesses, maybe outside of the paralegals, or I don't think I saw Special Agent Joseph Cerciello either. But, who knows, for the big verdicts, for the big V, they might actually come down into the courtroom, but we don't know that just yet.
Yeah, we had a question from Alana Rodriguez, 896. Hi, Queen Elizabeth, looking great today. You too, Jesse, love the hair. So kind. Elizabeth, did they come to a verdict on the last one yet? So I think that if anybody's just joining us, did they come to a verdict on the last one yet, Elizabeth?
All right, everyone, if you guys are just joining us, they've only reached a verdict on count 2, 3, 4, and 5. So they're still kind of holed up on count 1. Obviously, count 1 being racketeering conspiracy. As far as count 2, that's sex trafficking as it pertains to Cassie. Count 3 being transportation to engage in prostitution as it pertains to Cassie. Count 4 being sex trafficking as it pertains to Jane. Count 5 being transportation to... You guys, I'm saying this out loud, and this shows how much I'm involved in this case, that I can read off all the different counts just from my mind. I'm not even looking at the superseding indictment. That shows how involved I've been in this case. But just to answer your question, everyone, count 5 being transportation to engage in prostitution. And there weren't really there weren't any questions regarding that. So it seems like it's possible that it might be in the government's favor.
Really interesting super chat comment. Thank you so much from Forrest and Fawn, which I said earlier today when I was doing the lunch show. Amazing name. It's like the name of like a cookie brand, right? Forrest and Fawn. Anyway. A super chat question. I absolutely cannot go away this holiday weekend thinking of Diddy. Hurry up. Well, we shall see. Elizabeth Milner, you are going to be there tomorrow. You might be there for the verdict, partial verdict, complete verdict, but you're going to be there tomorrow. Thank you so much. Great reporting as always.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right, I want to bring back in Safa and Bradford. Safa, you think we're getting a verdict tomorrow? You think we're getting a verdict on racketeering before the holiday weekend?
I definitely think we're getting a verdict tomorrow, and particularly before the holiday weekend. This is the 4th of July weekend. These jurors have been sitting on this case for quite some time. They want to go home. They want to be done with this. So I do expect that we're going to get a verdict tomorrow.
And Bradford, you don't see let me ask you a question. We got a question about this Allen charge. In your experience, do they give multiple Allen charges or modified Allen charges? If they come back and say, hey, listen, we still can't come to a decision, does the judge say, hey, go back one more time? Or is that overly suggestive? Do you think that after being told to go back to deliberate, they are going to still be at an impasse? Or do you think they'll eventually come to a verdict?
I think they're still going to be at an impasse just because it feels like there are more than one juror on that charge that is saying either guilty or not guilty. So, like I said, often if there's one holdout, usually they get beat up enough. I mean, I just had a trial in San Francisco, a murder case in San Francisco, where there was one holdout. And the guy was great. I mean, he held out for like 6 days, very strong guy, 7 days. He would come out, he's crying, he's upset. Everyone was upset. They came back in dozens of times. The foreman came back in and said, this one guy, he's a conspiracy theorist. We can't agree with this guy. and he held out for the 7 days. And right before they came with a verdict, the foreman came back in and said, remember when I said he was a conspiracy theorist? We couldn't agree with him. He's a good guy. We like him now. And then they came back with a guilty verdict on second degree instead of first degree, which is okay. It's never okay to get a guilty verdict, but it was okay in that case. And, that's what happens when you have one holdout. You got people just beating on you every day saying, you're not making any sense. You're not making any sense. You got the 4th of July around the corner. People are saying, I got to pick up my kid. I got to do this. And they're blaming you. And what happens is you have to be such a strong personality. You have to be almost a Superman or Superwoman to withstand those slings and arrows of guilt or not guilt and hold your ground that a decision is not met. Now, when there's 2 or 3, you guys form like a little clan, and you're like, you find comfort in each other. So my guess is there's at least 2 or 3 here that are saying either guilty or not guilty, and they're going to find comfort in each other. And my hope is that they stand strong, whatever their verdict is, they stand strong on that verdict. They've heard all the evidence. They've seen everything they need to see. And it's whether or not the others can beat them up enough to say, hey, listen, we all want to go home. And let's just do this. But I don't think they come to a verdict on that charge.
Okay, Safa, final question of the night. This is a super chat question from We Will Dance Again. Thank you so much. How much time can he get for the Mann Act guilty verdict? So transportation to engage in prostitution. How much time can he get for that alone?
He's facing up to 10 years on that charge. And so ultimately, if he were to just be convicted of that charge, the judge can sentence him up to 10 years. So he's got the most exposure with the RICO, which that is the crucial charge, the charge that he has the most to lose. But with the Mann Act, he's looking at 10.
And what's a minimum that he might be looking at, if you know?
So there's no minimum, but right now, so he's been in custody for quite some time. Not only that, but we have to look at the sentencing guidelines and where he would fall at with respect to those guidelines. Could the judge give him 5 years? Sure.
Yeah.
8? Sure. Could the judge give him time served? In theory, yes. Will the judge do that? It's up to him.
Safa Robinson-Ferrer, Bradford Cohen, you guys are the best. Thank you so much for coming on, answering the questions in real time with this breaking news. Really appreciate both of you.
Thank you, Jesse.
You got it. Now, here's the thing. Okay, so we're going to be back tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Chris Stewart's going to start off our live coverage for the full day. It might be verdict day. And I'll tell you what, Monica Armenta says tomorrow's my 40th birthday, and I will definitely be watching. I hope the jury can figure it out tomorrow. Definitely a birthday to remember. By the way, we put up a poll. Are you going to tune in for a potential verdict tomorrow? 84% say heck yeah. 15% say nope. And we had JH1984 say, you know them 15% people who voted for not tuning in tomorrow, telling lies. I agree with you. I don't believe them at all. Now, before we wrap things up, again, thank you so much for the tremendous questions, for tuning in. I want to let you know that if you're interested in a little bit more of a deep dive into what has been happening in that Diddy courtroom every day, well, I'll tell you what. The second season of Law&Crime's hit podcast, The Rise and Fall of Diddy, I host it. It is out. It is back. The 3rd episode dropped today. You can have you have all 3 episodes you can catch up on. They're all on Wondery Plus, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. In fact, here is a little bit of a teaser for you. And I'll tell you what, before we sign off, I'm Jesse Weber. I'll see you tomorrow. Check out this. Have a good night, everybody.
We acting bad. We ain't trying to hurt nobody.
For decades, he was untouchable.
I've gone from Harlem to Hollywood.
Sean Diddy Combs built an empire from the ground up. But now, it's all coming undone.
Sean Combs, the mogul as we know it, is over. I'm Jesse Weber, host of Law&Crime's The Rise and Fall of Diddy, the federal trial, a front row seat to the biggest trial in entertainment history.
Sex trafficking, racketeering, prostitution, allegations by federal prosecutors that span decades, and witnesses who are finally speaking out.
This is at least the 10th lawsuit filed against Combs.
Each week we break down the courtroom drama as it happens.
How far will he fall, or will he walk free, but with a reputation in ruins? You can listen to The Rise and Fall of Diddy, the federal trial, exclusively on Wondery Plus.